Solovyov in Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. A wonderful night at Queen's Island. Stockholm and St. Petersburg both have white nights, so in summer, due to the scattering of the atmosphere, dawn and dusk may still come one after another, especially since the group arrived in Sweden in June. Therefore, after Larissa settled down in the Chinese pavilion and drew all the curtains, she prepared to go to bed. Several maids had now returned to their own rooms. At this time, she was thinking about being alone, and when Miss K would come. At this time, she first changed herself into a loose nightgown and underwear, and then read a book on the recliner. The light of the candlestick was only brighter in the position where she was reading. She liked reading, and now it has affected her eyesight a little. She is very young, so she has to wear special glasses for a long time. Fortunately, her myopia is not as hazy as that of Princess Bagration, but only a little. But after reading for a while, she felt weak and was about to fall asleep on the recliner. At this time, she heard the sound of the door opening and saw Solovyov appear in front of her. "Larissa, everyone has gone to bed. I have also arranged for the guards to be on guard far away. It's a white night like this, and there are only the two of us. Miss K, if you come later, I will fall asleep." Solovyov noticed that she was wearing a pair of glasses, which looked good and suited her temperament, especially when her hair was spread out like this, but it was not suitable for her to tie it into a ponytail, which was not her personality trait. "If you are sleepy, just sleep a little longer. I will just hold you and watch you sleep. No need for now. I feel better now. I want you to hold me and put me gently on the bed. Then, go to the bookshelf and get a book. Don't read tonight. You are a little sleepy." Solovyov picked up Larissa and put her on the bed, then began to stroke her back, but this time he tickled Larissa's armpits, which made her giggle. "You know I'm ticklish, and you're still doing this. How about changing places?" Larissa could feel the tickling sensation coming from her ribs. Although Miss K sometimes teased her, it was mostly when she was about to fall asleep. Although she was a little sleepy today, she was still awake. However, she had no way to resist and could only succumb to her lover's teasing. "Miss K, don't do this. Haha, let go." Solovyov knew that Larissa was ticklish, with thin skin and sensitive nerves, so he stopped at her begging. "Sorry, Sister Larissa, just think of it as a little willful of my brother. It's inevitable that we are not in St. Petersburg this time. I know what you are thinking, you evil little wolf. But if you hold me like this now, the metal will hurt me. Okay, I'm still your knight, the princess, and I will obey your orders. Take off your uniform, and have you washed before you come?" Solovyov knew that Larissa always had to take a bath. Even when Alexander came, he would take a bath and change clothes before sleeping in the same bed with her. It is indeed a good thing to be clean. At least Larissa has been secretly sent love letters by so many guards officers, but she rejected them in the end. Only Miss K, who has protected her several times, but has never taken the initiative to write mushy words, can come to her quietly. "Of course we have to take a bath. I arranged for the officers to stay in the workshop and the garden. There is a bathtub there, but we can only take turns to take a bath and share 2 iron tubs. I think you must be like the Grand Duke of Kiev. After you take a bath, you drive them all in, right? You can be said to be like that, Larissa. I came to your place and sprayed a little, but the smell is also ordinary. But this is a light lemon flavor. I remember that you like to add a little honey to lemonade and black tea. That was learned at the marshal's house. Before that, I always tasted the original flavor of tea, especially Ceylon black tea. We officers on duty at night rely on tea and coffee to survive. However, Ceylon was controlled by the British after the Treaty of Amiens and had always belonged to the Netherlands. This was what he thought of in his mind. Larissa was helping him undress, and now it was his turn to obey. "What else do you want to tell me? You like to drink tea, which is more like the Chinese habit. No wonder you like Oriental knowledge. This is still the Chinese pavilion, Sister Larissa, but it is in a lovely Rococo style. Now the two of them were lying on the bed, hugging each other again. What does a real Chinese style look like? Here, there may only be the roof style of the building and the details of the exterior painting, which have a little Chinese charm. The real style needs to be drawn, but you are hugging me so tightly, I can't describe it. You whispered in my ear and told me stories. Solovyov also noticed that Loisa's nightgown was now missing the shoulder part. After recovering some of her health, due to some congenital deficiencies, she was still a little thinner than these girls now, but because she was not exposed to too much sunlight, her skin was very white and smooth to the touch. Even if the characteristics of Europeans were there, she would often clean her body. My beautiful sister with skin as white as silk. What story should I tell you? Even after the Monkey King story was changed, it was not very friendly to female fairies. He always respected Loisa and would not tell these stories. As for what to tell now, he still looked for the content he could remember from a collection of ghost stories. After all, not everything can be bought at the intersection of the trading city. It depends on what the supplier has. It's just that this story always sounds bad. Loisa didn't like Bakulian's story very much, which was unexpected. Why is it bad? The Dragon King is not good, just like the judge said. You told it in my ear. If you tell this story in the palace, I'm afraid someone will use your unintentional story to say bad things about you behind your back. Although Solovyov was holding the queen, Loisa was not only thinking about her own affairs, but also considering that he would inevitably be criticized as a servant in the palace. Like Beaumarchais. Yes, if you had mentioned Figaro in front of Count Kutayisov when he was in power, you would have been reported. Loisa was very smart and thought of these things. When the Figaro trilogy was published by Beaumarchais, Louis XVI himself did not make things difficult for his work, but Louis XVIII, who was still the Count of Provence at the time, and some other people did not like the playwright, and launched public opinion offensives against him many times, especially reporting him in front of Louis XVI. Solovyov was also aware of this, so he was still very careful when speaking. As for him caressing Loisa while telling the story, he finally took off her skirt. The two of them were now very intimate and close to each other. If you want to tell another story, Loisa, I think your feet hurt if you walk too much on land, but you feel very comfortable in the water. If you are not a fairy born from a dolphin or a white whale, then you are a fairy born from the water. Otherwise, how can your skin be so delicate? What about Bakulian? It is a white fin dolphin unique to China. We don't have it here, and it is very rare. As the story was told, the two of them became closer, but when Loisa kissed, she was still as green as a girl, and the same was true when they were intimate. After a few years, her face was still that of a girl, and she was so pitiful that she really needed more love. And Solovyov knew that most of her physical problems were congenital deficiencies. But he didn't know that only the second sister of the 6 sisters was still long lived in this era. Except for Mary, the other 4 sisters had some heart problems. Whenever Loisa's breathing became rapid, it was probably because her heart was overloaded. Sometimes she would be like this when she ran a distance. But after a few years of recuperation, her complexion looked much better. What's up, Loisa? I want to sleep. You hold me, and I'll snuggle in your arms. Tell me a story. No, you should stroke the back of a kitten. Loisa also put her arms around Solovyov and rested her head on his chest, obviously a little tired. It seems that you still need to sleep, kitten. This time there is no need to worry too much. Solovyov knows that his biological clock is unshakable. Every morning when he appears on duty, he is always earlier than other officers, not to mention those young ladies who love to sleep in places like Stockholm and St. Petersburg, where there are white nights, even when he wakes up in the morning and the sun shines in, as long as the curtains on one side can let in a little light, he will wake up very early. After all, his daily work is an aide-de-camp and a guard officer, and most of the time he serves as a gun-carrying guard. This is because his fencing level is only above average. When the sun shines in, he quickly changes his clothes, and is already in a state of high alert again. As for Loisa, her skin was wrapped in a soft mattress and quilt. After removing it, she looked very beautiful, like a sleeping beauty in an oil painting. She slept very soundly, especially when she was sleeping with a smile on her face. Although the sleeping angel was the elder sister between the two of them, she needed more care and caress to avoid being hurt. However, there was nothing planned for this day. Louisa could rest lazily in the Chinese pavilion for a day. The fatigue of the journey was difficult for even healthy people in this era, let alone a delicate fairy like her. But when Solovyov kissed her cheek, he still woke up this big white rabbit. What time is it now? It's still early. I want to go to the garden. Of course, Louisa didn't care about her current appearance, but put her arms around Solovyov's neck like fresh lotus roots. I know you're going on a long journey. During your time in Sweden, please stay with me for a few more days, okay? Don't always act like a guardian knight. I like you when you care about me and love me, not your duties as an attendant officer. Don't worry, Louisa, my dear sister, just sleep. You must have a good rest today. There will be some banquets and receptions at Drottningholm Palace. Then we will go to Lake Mälaren and have a great time there. I know that the crayfish in the lake are very good, especially those that have just been caught. High-end fresh ingredients only require simple cooking and will have a very delicious taste. However, it is not so easy to coax Louisa into bed and continue to be a lazy sleeping beauty. You need to pick her up in a princess hug, circle her a few times to make her dizzy, and then help her recover to the state when the maids left the room. That's about it. You mentioned the lobster, but it will be a few days later. Now you have to give me a kiss and leave quietly. After all, our affairs cannot be known by outsiders. Okay, Louisa, have a good sleep in the morning too. At this moment, he left the bedroom of the Chinese pavilion. This palace is in the garden, and there is nothing to see. There are only angels who need to catch up on sleep. As for the Queen's Island, where the Drottningholm Palace is located, the scenery is indeed very beautiful, but the garden of the Chinese pavilion always makes Solovyov feel awkward. After all, the gardens in Europe are different from those in China. If he takes this as a reference, it is likely that he will make a neatly trimmed garden with Chinese architecture. Of course, the effect will be much better, but the effect of Grandview Garden cannot be achieved. There is still more need to be considered here, and he will start from Sweden on this trip. The first stop is Mecklenburg. There is plenty of time. When he arrives in Dresden, there are still many things to think about. However, if the effect is not very good, it can only be said that the conditions in Europe are limited, and there is financial resources, but no clever ideas to complete it. Moreover, if the days ahead are peaceful and prosperous, it will be fine. But if those blind British guys can't control their hands, it will be difficult to deal with. As for Louisa, she can still enjoy a sweet nap. When the maids come in and open the windows to let in fresh air, she will sleep even more deeply. Seeing Louisa like this, Miss Shakhovskaya can feel more at ease before getting married. She has been accompanying the young queen since she was still the Grand Duchess, and she is always reluctant to leave her good sister. Do you want to wake up Her Highness? Anya, let Her Highness continue to sleep. She hasn't slept so soundly for a long time. Also, don't ask such stupid questions in the future. Natalia looked at the new maid and felt a little helpless. Chapter 202. Pickled herring is a horrible thing. Louisa was sleeping very soundly. Seeing that she was not going to wake up this morning, Natalia held her in her arms again and put a pillow on her thighs to let her continue to sleep well. There was a subtle emotional connection between the two of them, but she was going to get married and could not serve in the court in the future. When she held Louisa, she thought of her fiancé. However, the little Prince Galitzin came this time mainly to negotiate and even involved the menu. But he didn't know much about Swedish cuisine, so he pulled Solovyov over. Solovyov wanted to hide in the garden to bask in the sun, but was called up by the prince. And the clever little prince noticed that, although Solovyov was very energetic, he was still a little tired. What did you do last night? Night patrols and duty are very tiring. Do you think it's that easy? Solovyov became alert when he heard him say that. However, this prince always went to bed early and got up early, but he definitely didn't get up as early as the officers on duty, so there was no need to worry too much. So you went to sleep in the garden? Absorbing the heat from the sun? That sounds interesting, right? Interesting. You are not only an Orientalist in the palace, I heard that you also know a lot about animals and plants. Of course, you know, Sweden has many famous dishes, all of which are taken from various wild fish. After all, it is the country of Mr. Linnaeus, and they use a lot of wild fish ingredients. Then come with me to discuss what dishes to serve at the banquet. Is there any necessary connection? If there are any dishes that don't suit Her Majesty the Queen, wouldn't it be a big deal? At least it will be a diplomatic incident. After all, the Queen of Sweden is still Her Majesty's sister, so it's best not to have such a thing. Although there is no necessary connection, Solovyov had to go after little Prince Golitsyn said so. You know, Lois's delicate body, sometimes I really doubt whether she is the reincarnation of ginseng fruit. It's okay during this period. When she was in the palace before, there were several times when the indoor temperature changed and she would start to get sick, but she was fine when walking barefoot, which is also very strange. You know, the marble floor is sometimes still very cold. Even when the Empress was young, she could not stand such a situation. Her body structure may be strange even after studying it. Just as her parents thought, it is indeed a miracle that such a delicate and fragile girl can be raised. Now the two of them are going to discuss the menu. If the King of Sweden is not smart and brings in some special dishes that are not to his taste, it will be a lot of fun. Especially since little Prince Golitsyn brought the menu over. Solovyov saw it clearly and there was pickled herring on it. Damn it, why did this thing come out? Mr. Major, this is indeed a famous dish of our country. If you think the smell is too bad, you can wash it with clean water before serving it. Her Royal Highness the Queen of our country has always been delicate. Although she likes to eat fish, she should forget about pickled herring. A spoiled herring is too harmful to the stomach and intestines, especially the Swedish style. Well, this dish should be removed. I think we can replace it with grilled fish. Herring and cod are both suitable. That's good too. Another dish is rosehip cream soup. This dish should be fine. Your Highness likes cream soup very much. Little Prince Golitsyn looked at Solovyov and actually thought that if he was not a guard officer and had served for a long time and had no suitable reason to retire, he should be the palace steward. After all, he was familiar with these places. If Solovyov knew that he thought so, it would be so. However, in the eyes of active military personnel, although the palace eunuch sounds good, it does not have much future. There are many young officers who would not choose this position if their fiancés did not ask them to retire from active service when they got married. You know, civil servants are sometimes more troublesome. The most dangerous enemy of aristocratic youth, apart from encountering a sharpshooter during a duel or having to duel with roulette, may be the mountains of official documents. But in the position of a eunuch, there may be a little problem one day because of some small problem. Solovyov knew what Loisa liked: easy to digest dishes and desserts, cream soup, fresh fruit and vegetable salad. Fish soup is also very good. The requirements are not too high. It looks like a dish that a rich lady likes. It is not like some places that insist on being ostentatious, and it will not be wasted. And generally do not add alcohol. Loisa sometimes drinks, but her alcohol tolerance is also limited. She still prefers black tea more often. That's about it. When you go back to serve the dishes, you should also pay attention to it. Because there are many people sitting at one table, I suggest using the Russian serving method, which can be solved on a long table. Okay, Prince, what you said makes sense, and His Majesty the King will like it. This time, in addition to the Swedish royal couple inviting the Russian queen, there are also the Baden prince and his wife and family, the Russian ambassador to Sweden, and the Swedish uncle, the duke and wife of Nanmanland, so it really needs to be considered. By the way, don't serve ice cream with the main meal. Her Majesty the Queen has a bad stomach. Of course. The same goes for Her Majesty the Queen of our country. They are sisters after all. In such a friendly atmosphere, the landmines and the menu were finally eliminated, and the clever Prince Little Golitsyn was kept very busy. Fortunately, this meal actually changed 7 dishes. It's really unbearable. Sasha, that's because of the different tastes. The pickled herring thing is really terrible. Really? Especially when it's canned. If it's really in a closed environment, the continued fermentation will be even more. Sorry, I'd better not say it. If it affects my appetite at dinner, it will be too bad. Yeah, let's put this matter behind us. Mishap, can you recommend me some Swedish specialties? I think snuff would be more suitable, but I'm not used to that thing, but it's less harmful to others. Yeah, it's really not easy to get used to someone smoking next to me. Moreover, as a pathogenic factor, the harm of snuff has been greatly reduced, and it will not bring second-hand smoke to others, but because it passes through the nasal cavity, it is difficult to say whether it is a pathogenic factor of nasal cancer. All forms of tobacco are still harmful to health, and this does need to be paid attention to. If you marry Natasha, I suggest you not to use a pipe or smoke a cigar. I know, you are really interesting. Many girls in the palace treat you like sisters. Just like you, I care about them very much, but you have made His Highness very sad this time. Everyone knows that Natalia Shakovskaya is the closest sister of Her Highness the Queen. Except for the time when she was sick at home in the winter of 1800, she and Her Highness were inseparable. It was during that time that Solovyov and Lowissa had their first intimate and in-depth contact experience. But now that Natalia has returned, she is always coaxed by Lowissa to rest first. This kind of thing is inevitable, and little Prince Golitsyn also knew that he stole the heart of Lowissa's favorite sister this time, but he didn't know that the boy next to him stole half of the Queen's heart. So what? Girls always have to get married, and we live not far from the palace, so we can come here often to accompany your highness. Yes, we all need company, but we must be careful, because many people have recently developed tuberculosis. If the tuberculosis bacillus is not considered in the environment, it can be said that everyone is equal, and anyone can be infected, especially in places with harsh environments. Solovyov thought about how to solve this disease, but the possibility of drug synthesis is not great. Now there is no Mendeleev in the periodic table, and many contents of inorganic chemistry cannot be explained, not to mention Markovnikov and organic chemistry. The only way he can think of is probably BCG, but that also requires a large number of detoxification experiments of bovine tuberculosis bacteria, and biology is not developed enough, which is also very troublesome, and the conditions are not mature now. Now there is only one way, which is to strengthen ventilation and disinfect the living environment on a large scale. There is no other way. As for the banquet in the evening, Gustav IV wanted to turn this banquet into a relaxed family dinner, and there were always people serving dishes on the side. It was good for the sisters to reunite, especially Frederica, who was also well gathered this time. But the Queen was also worried about one thing, that is, her husband, the king, must not start talking nonsense after drinking some strong liquor. There have been precedents before, that is, in these places in Northern Europe, there are no shortage of drunkards. But today Gustav IV has made some progress. After all, there are his father-in-law, mother-in-law, uncle, and Russian queen at the table, so he restrained himself a little. Of course, he also mentioned the itinerary to be arranged next. We can go to Lake Mälaren together to taste the delicious Nordic lobster. That is, European crayfish, which is a famous food in Sweden. And we have to use some special cooking methods. If we just follow the Swedish dishes, it won't make much sense. We can catch fresh lobsters and find some new cooking methods. Speaking of which, his proposal today is much more reliable than the usual ridiculous remarks. Naturally, everyone applauded this matter, and Gustav IV has already arranged a trip to the castle. Lowissa was also very happy. This trip to Lake Mälaren not only allowed her to eat crayfish, but also other fresh fish, which was good for her nutritional supplements and health. To go to the lake, one also had to take a boat. Gustav IV sent 2 paddle boats to participate in this trip. In the Baltic Sea, this type of paddle boat cannot be completely eliminated. After all, it is still useful in some places. Paddle boats are also a tradition of Northern Europe. You have to taste them. The Vikings used this thing to travel very far, even to Vinland. They themselves may not realize that they have discovered the new world. These boats slowly moved forward on Lake Mälaren, which could take in the scenery on the lake. In this era, the number of fish in the lake was also quite amazing. After all, there were not so many people, and the table did not need a huge supply. Just where the oars hit, you could see many fish jumping out of the water. The scenery here is so beautiful. And the lake is very calm, not like Lake Ladoga. Your Highness, you have to consider that the environment in these places is different from that in Lake Ladoga. Larissa really likes the environment here, and the trip on the lake really satisfies her. The environment of St. Petersburg and Stockholm is similar, but there are many differences. It looks calmer here, not like St. Petersburg. Solovyov knows that Larissa likes the environment here very much. There is also a king who is courting death here. Maybe one day, Finland will change. It is better not to fight. In fact, Sweden is not a threat to Russia at this time. Since the attitude of Queen Elizabeth, as long as Sweden does not cause trouble, Russia will not put its main forces in this direction. But the Swedish hat party came once, and the king came again. Who knows when the next time will be? As for arriving at the castle, they also have to arrange rooms to stay in. Solovyov accompanied the little Prince Golitsyn to negotiate the schedule of this trip on the lake. Gustav IV planned to arrange the next stop at Juk Island, where the environment is good, and there are some recently built villas on the island, and the environment is also very suitable. It's nothing, it's just that our queen likes seclusion. The villas here are all like this, Prince, you can rest assured. As for the ingredients you need, if you need anything, we can arrange it at that time. Solovyov actually likes spicy food, but it is not easy for him to make some alone, so he had to ask for more sweet peppers, and Gustav IV also prepared a lot of ingredients and preparations according to the flavors of Russia and Baden. If he had always handled state affairs like handling family affairs, he would not have given his throne to outsiders for nothing. Of course, these Swedish nobles do have a lot of problems. The original kings were very rebellious, and when Bernadette came, they quickly raised the white flag. Sometimes it seems that foreign monks are good at chanting, and foreign kings are good at ruling. This kind of thing in Europe is already a daily routine, otherwise why would they invite the princes of German princes to be kings everywhere? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Journey to Bjuk Island, Part 1. During the Viking era, Bjuk Island was once a trading base of some size. Solovyov sometimes admired Larissa. She even found information in the library of the Swedish royal palace. The two of them were now sitting face to face at a table in the small library, and no one else came to disturb them. Natalia was called out for a walk by her fiancé, and the maids did not have much interest in reading, so they were just in the suite outside. Only Solovyov accompanied Larissa here. Compared with her sisters, Larissa was more interested in reading, and had a deeper understanding of knowledge. Larissa, I can't read Swedish materials either. What's the point of coming here? But when preaching here, many people communicated in German. You can try to find information. Although Solovyov often taught Larissa all kinds of knowledge, in the library, with Larissa wearing small glasses on her nose, she looked like a teacher. Larissa, are you going to give me a lesson? Maybe I can imitate Larissa Dimitrano and give you a lesson on Nordic history. Let's start by looking for information. Who is this European lady with the same name as you? She is a female professor at the University of Salamanca, who lived 300 years ago. In Spain? Yes, in Spain. Don't you often talk about Hypatia who was persecuted by the Bishop of Alexandria? Indeed, there are outstanding female scholars in every era, but the number is limited, even if women's education is open. Don't be in a hurry to tell me. I just found a book. This book is quite old. Larissa looked like a young teacher who was going to give a lesson to her smart brother Miss Cab. Although I don't know, we can find it. This is a book about Swedish history, and it mainly introduces the situation around Stockholm. Compared with other people's love talks, they always say that they are in love, but their love is not only about intimacy and sweet talk, but also about sharing knowledge and various experiences in life. There is a lot more content, and this way, their intimacy can be more lasting. Let's take a look at Gesta Hamburgensis Ecclesiae Pontificum. This is the story of the Bishop of Hamburg. Although it is a copy, it was found in a Danish monastery. The preface has already said it very clearly. In addition, there is a book called Swedish Chronicles. This is a book from 350 years ago, and is relatively reliable. Larissa, do you want to know the story of this island? Yes, the court attendant here told me. He asked me to go to the library to find it. I didn't expect to find something. Louisa looked very good today. She was so energetic that she didn't look like the lovely and pitiful girl. Although the schedule of this trip was relatively fixed, there was a lot of free time. For an aristocratic girl who has been a caged bird since childhood, marrying a husband of noble status and becoming a queen can only improve her status, but happiness is hard to obtain in this process. Solovyov's Latin level is not high. Although he is familiar with the phrase, beware of the Greek sugar-coated bullets, he still has a vague understanding of most of the content. It's mentioned here, Miss Cab. You can see that, although the cover is in Latin, the content has been translated into German. Solovyov looked at the catalogue, but didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, so he pushed the book back. Ms. Louisa of Baden, my professor, this is the content of the course you are going to teach me. Well, you have to pay attention to the fact that it mentions Birka, the origin of Juk Island. In the Viking era, non-believers established a trading post here, on Lake Mälaren, the island we are going to. The town existed for 250 years, and was then slowly abandoned. Louisa, could this be a language difference? You know, there are always some differences in the languages of European countries, and there are many foreign words. Sometimes a transliteration may have to be transferred to a faraway place. Louisa likes students who like to ask questions, and she knows that if she wants to teach this student, she is afraid that she will be taught in return, because the other party's knowledge reserve is much stronger than hers. But this time, it was obvious that the other party wanted to listen to him, and they had a lot of time alone on this trip, and they would not be together for a while. There was no such good opportunity in the palace. Well, what you said may really make sense, but we don't understand the local Swedish language very well, especially how the ancient Vikings spoke. That's right, maybe when the Imperial University is built in St. Petersburg in the future, we can consider setting up such a department. Louisa, this is what you said in the memorial about public education investment. Louisa's virtuous queen persona is still established, except that she has a lover, and this lover's actions are super secretive. From her saving expenses to donating to schools as a queen, and providing support and suggestions for education, she is indeed worthy of it. I have only written 2 memorials, and you have seen them both. But it is indeed meaningful. What a lovely young lady. Solovyov wanted to kiss again, but Louisa interrupted him at this time, and pushed him to the chair very seriously. You have to pay attention in class, Mr. Solovyov. There is a Dolokhov among the Death Eaters, so it is not strange for the Ministry of Magic or Hogwarts to have a princess or queen, especially when Louisa is wearing glasses and looks serious. Okay, Miss Professor, I will continue to listen to the class. In addition, the blue skirt she wore today actually showed some of her body features that were not usually prominent, which attracted more attention. And I have read some books before, that is, around 1000, the trading post of the Varangians also began to decline. There must be some connection between them, don't you think? I think so too. Things are universally connected. Well, the 2 of them are now unconsciously using the famous quotes quoted by Sir Humphrey, and even those who know this joke didn't notice it. Louisa's teaching on Bjork Island is still going on, and Solovyov also finds it very interesting to listen to it, just as if he is learning new knowledge. This used to be part of the Linköping diocese, and there was also a tomb of an archbishop, but there is no sign of it on the surface. That's no wonder. After all, in Crimea, I heard from my father that when he was recovering in Sevastopol, someone dug up Greek sculptures there. When the Queen of Spiritual Greeks and Romans visited there, she saw even more. The Crimean Peninsula has a very close relationship with the Greeks, and it existed as a Kherson military district for a long time during the Eastern Roman Empire. If we have a chance, we will go to Crimea together, and you will be my guide. But I haven't been there either, but I have read a lot of books on this subject. You are a good student, and I want to reward you something. Then kiss. Louisa, I'll kiss your cheek. Although Louisa has been his lover for quite some time, her ears are a little red when she says this. I like you so much. Although these words may be a little vulgar, Professor Louisa, it must be said that when Solovyov uses more vulgar words, he seems more elegant, and she really likes him. And you, a bad student, should listen to my class carefully. You just said I was good. You are good at studying and have a wide range of knowledge, which is of course a good student. But you always want to be with me, which is a bad student. Especially, Solovyov picked her up. In the library, Larissa continued to teach Solovyov according to the contents of the books she found. She still had some teacher temperament, but she was the student in the palace on a daily basis. Although the young queen was exposed to a lot more knowledge than ordinary women, the scope of her knowledge was still limited. Solovyov was also very proficient in her favorite history. No matter whether it was Greek and Roman or the mysterious and distant China, he could easily come up with many stories. They set out for Bjorka Island and took the oars of the Royal Swedish Navy. The Swedes themselves also conducted an investigation on the island, but in the end they did not come to any conclusion. Even if they conducted official excavations, John Hardorf came to the island in the 17th century and found nothing. To this day, the treasure on the island is still a mystery. However, after listening to the report of the naval patrol, Gustav IV thought that the scenery was very good and suitable as a place for summer vacation, so he suddenly wanted to build some wooden villas here, but he also chose some places in the eastern part of the island. There are also such villages and villas on some nearby islands, but the scenery of Lake Mauleron is indeed very beautiful. It is indeed a good choice to spend the summer here. After the arrangements are made, the galley left. However, King Gustav IV himself will not stay on the island. This is equivalent to the queen entertaining her family. He will return to the castle, first to the queen mother, and then return to Stockholm. Although this is a bad king, he is also concerned about what responsibilities he should bear. He will only wait until a few days to come to the island to pick up people and send ships to deliver supplies. After seeing the facilities here, Carl Ludwig was very satisfied, and there are such places in Sweden. Although this somewhat stupid son-in-law is prone to messing things up, it is also ingenious. In comparison, Alexander did a good job, but he may not be able to come up with such thoughts. Several islands in this area are located in the core of Lake Mauleron, not far from Queen's Island, and close to the transportation of supplies from Stockholm. Larissa also settled down. When she saw that the water here was very clear, she also wanted to go swimming with her sisters. However, Amalia didn't want to go. She wanted to stay with her father. After all, the old prince broke a leg during such a trip. He was almost dead after recovering from the injury. When Frederica came to the island, she left the rigid environment of the Stockholm court. There were only maids she was familiar with and servants who came from Baden. When she was free to move, she had to rest and recuperate more. What's more, she always felt that she was pregnant, and it was more comfortable to come here to rest than in the palace. Another point is that Frederica seemed to have a little rheumatism when she was very young, and she did have different preferences from Larissa. Larissa's body was probably weaker in the stomach and heart, especially the heart was her congenital deficiency, and she looked weak since she was a child. Mary and Wilhelmina were willing to go swimming with their sister. The water here was not deep, and there was a small pier where they could go directly to play in the water. Besides, there are some good places. Look at the small islands here. We can also go boating or swimming to play there. This area was also sparsely populated, and there were no large wild animals on the small islands. And Solovyov now wanted to try fishing. He had never been so leisurely before. This time, accompanying Larissa to visit relatives, he was very relaxed. Although he was not good at fishing, it was suitable to use this method to adjust his body and mind at this time, and it was perfect to bring a book on the boat. Moreover, there was a large wooden house on the island that could be used for rest. Solovyov planned to live here by himself, and he wanted to grill the fish caught from the lake, which would be more delicious. The other attendants were still on the main island of Bjork. After all, their main task was to serve. Only the officers brought by Solovyov had nothing to do here. If Larissa wanted to come to him, she only needed to sneak over. Compared with her poor athletic ability on land, she was very good at swimming, and could swim a distance even in a skirt. There was a very small island between this island and Bjork Island, so it was not marked on the map. But she said so. But Solovyov had never seen her swimming, and the only popular swimming posture in this era was breaststroke. Freestyle only existed among the Aborigines of America and Australia, and even Europeans didn't know much about it. So, he was also a little curious about how Larissa swam. Such a beauty, swimming posture, even if she used a doggy paddle, considering her slender limbs and slender figure, should be beautiful. Of course, it was not easy for him to guess how Larissa came here. Now, he should rest for a while. Chapter 204, Journey to Bjork Island, Part 2. Solovyov knew that his fishing skills were not very good, so he prepared some extra hooks and a custom-made fishing rod. He was not in the boat yet, but waiting for the fish on such a small gravel beach. He only knew that there were many fish in Lake Maloran, but what he could catch depended on luck. Such a comfortable life was indeed rare, and there were so many fish in the lake that he, who often didn't know what to hook with his fishing rod, quickly caught 2 perch. Not bad luck. He thought so. There was a small island in the middle, and he couldn't see what was happening over there. Larissa took her 2 sisters to swim in the water, but Mary was always shy. When her toes touched the water, she felt very cool and comfortable, but she just didn't want to go in. If she went into the water wearing a swimming suit of this era, even the simplified version given to her by her sister in Petersburg, she would sink to the bottom after swimming a few times. Fortunately, the water here was not deep, and there was a small island in front of her for protection. She walked in her skirt, but she couldn't show her skills at all. "Mary, this won't do. You should get rid of the restraint of your swimsuit today." Larissa was helping Wilhelmina undress. The cumbersome dress was indeed not suitable for swimming in such a clear lake. Although the younger sister had little time with her sister, she was still very obedient, and was soon disarmed. "Minna, you also come to help your sister undress, and that timid Mary." Larissa gave the maids a day off today, and they all went to rest. Even the eldest Natalia was dating her fiancé today, and everyone had to relax. However, considering that the northern part of the island is actually the location of the Burka town or market that Larissa read about, there are thousands of cemeteries nearby. I wonder what these girls will think. The southern part of the island is indeed beautiful, and the sight of these 3 girls playing in the water is still a bit beautiful. However, separated by a small island, Solovyov could not see his lover's current pure and lovely appearance, which was a bit funny. Even when she swam, she didn't breathe, leaving her head out, which looked a bit cute. Doggy paddling. She stumbled on land, but was very free in the water, and could pull the clumsy Mary forward. The younger sister was very flexible, and had already swam to the small island in the middle. "Sister, come here quickly." There was no way. Mary was still a little timid. When they were young, when they swam in the pond in Karlsruhe, the pond was very shallow, and even when the children stepped on the bottom with their feet, their heads could often be exposed. This was a natural lake, and they were still free from the constraints of clothes in a purely natural manner, and their whole bodies were in close contact with the cool lake water. "I haven't felt so relaxed for a long time. How wonderful it is." Larissa pulled Mary to float on the water. The water flow here was very gentle, and it would not take them to the open water. There was no one around to see, except for a few maids. Then she could feel the water splashing on her face, chest and abdomen, which still felt cool. "Minna, you naughty girl." Even quiet sisters like Larissa and Mary couldn't stand Wilhelmina doing this all the time, so they slapped each other in the water, and had a water fight. When playing in the water, it's more interesting to hurt each other. After playing for a while, the sisters were tired, first hugged each other, then lay on the beach, letting the lake water wash over their bodies. "This is fun." Larissa still hugged Mary. They looked younger than their actual age, but not in their bodies. Mary was lying on Larissa's body, but her back and buttocks were being exposed to the sun. In higher latitudes, it is difficult to get skin color, even if you sunbathe like this in the summer. They are usually wrapped tightly, with only their shoulders and a small part of the northern hemisphere exposed, which makes their skin look even whiter. "Sister, your skin is so white." Mary put her head on her sister's chest, enjoying Larissa's caress, like 2 docile kittens snuggling together. Wilhelmina didn't think it was fun to come over, so she swam back to the other side. "Mary, can you swim back by yourself? It's only such a short distance. It doesn't matter. There are only us sisters here, and the maid's waiting over there. You can cool off on the beach over there. I will swim for a while longer. The lake water here is very clean. I will swim for a while longer." Mary was not worried about her sister. Larissa was very good at swimming, and she often swam for a long time in the water without feeling tired. Maybe contact with water can make her feel more relaxed. She swam back slowly and rested with her sister under a blanket, and the maids were also a little sleepy and didn't notice where Larissa went. Solovyov had a good harvest at the lake. He caught a lot of fish and threw them into a wooden barrel. He would grill them later. He had to thank the Dutch for their advanced technique of removing the herring's internal organs with one knife. He had seen this technique on the streets of Sweden. However, there were no fresh herrings here, but there were perch and pike. Perch always tasted delicious, no matter which cooking method was used. Of course, Solovyov was always more clean. He picked open the belly of the fish and cleaned it carefully, then added salt to it and started a fire. Now he didn't even get out the unsafe matches, so he had to use a fire bottle to start a fire. The firewood pile was ready, and the fire needed to burn for a while. He would find some firewood to continue, and that was about it. But he didn't notice someone coming from behind and blindfolding him. He could feel that the little hands were Larissa's, but they were wet. "Larissa, did you swim here? How about that? Turn around and look at me, Miss Cap, turn around and look at me." After Larissa withdrew her hand, Solovyov saw the completely uncovered white skin, which was really beautiful, but he blushed when he saw it. "You greedy green-eyed little wolf, you have been intimate with me many times, and you still blush when you see it. Larissa, why did you come here like this? It doesn't matter. Mary and Minna are sleeping on the lake beach over there. I came here by myself. The maids wouldn't say anything, and they didn't know I ran here. They might even think that I'm a good swimmer and swam far away. But you." Solovyov hugged Larissa in his arms, stroking her wet and silky back and waist, and felt a different kind of happiness. If there were only the two of them here, living a peaceful life, it might be a different picture. "I really want to be with you only, for the rest of my life, even if you become an old lady. But fate has arranged it this way. The goddess likes to play tricks on people, and always arranges it this way. You know, this kind of fate arrangement is unlikely. I'll be satisfied if you can always be by my side. Come on, let's go to your cabin. There's no one there now, right?" "Of course there's no one there. Eat my grilled fish first, and then go over. Besides, it's not good to be seen in this state. I'll wrap you in a blanket. Wipe your body clean first to avoid catching a cold. But I have to swim back, Miss Cap. If you row the boat to take me back, everyone will know." "Maybe so. I have a clean shirt here. You can sit on the blanket and eat the grilled fish. But the only condiment is some salt." Of course, in Russia, the context of borrowing salt is very subtle. Although Larissa is the Queen of Russia, she was born a princess of Baden. Bread and salt may just be a way for her to show respect during activities. She certainly doesn't know this meaning. As for the pleasant fish, although salt was added, the taste was still good because of the freshness of the ingredients. Such delicacies cannot be found anywhere else. You can only discover them yourself. Larissa put on Solovyov's shirt, but she felt that the shirt was still a little big, and the places that should be covered were blocked, which made her look a little attractive. In the past, Larissa was always pitiful, not like this showing her legs. Her attention was still on eating fish, and her appetite was not bad, which was different from usual. "It's great, but it's a pity that there are only a few days. I will swim to you at night, like a water demon, and pull you into the water. You haven't seen me swimming yet, right? I was fishing just now, but I didn't see it. Larissa, are you swimming like a mermaid?" "Of course not. You will know later." After Larissa unbuttoned her shirt, she jumped into the water like a fish, but except when she was treading water, she was still a cute dog paddling. "Larissa, the way you swim is so cute that only people who love you like it, but your swimming efficiency is too low. Let me teach you. Miss Cap, I know you saved Constantine in the water. Of course, it's better for you to teach me. Come on, Larissa, you have to turn over. I'll teach you." If Larissa was kicking water in the breaststroke posture, her legs lacked muscles and didn't feel that strong, but this kind of posture was easier to learn because of her kicking water posture. It must be said that she has a beautiful figure, and it is pleasing to watch any swimming posture she poses, especially the state of integration with nature. Pay attention. I will hold your belly, just kick your legs and swing your arms. If you can also try to breathe. Even if the two have a close relationship, Solovyov can't put his arm on Lois's chest. He wants to touch Lois's conscience and feel her heartbeat. He always wants the fairy in the water to hold his hand with both hands. Just looking at the back is already pleasing to the eye, especially the large area of white skin, which is even more attractive when soaked in the cool lake water and illuminated by the afternoon sun. Louisa plucked up the courage to breathe like this, and she didn't choke on the water, but the lake water was not so sweet, and there was no special taste at all. Very good, that's it. You have mastered the key points of breaststroke. This swimming style is now the most mature one, but it is also the slowest among several standard swimming styles. What about the bottom? What if I turn over? When Louisa relaxed, she was still a little lively, but she would only do this when she was with someone she was close to. She turned around in the water and floated on the water, letting Miss Cat admire her body. It's very beautiful to float like this. You can try to use your legs to paddle the water, and then your arms, like this. However, the one who was teaching swimming also noticed that his student's lips were posing, as if he wanted to be kissed. Thank you, Miss Cat. I'm very happy with you. Me too, Louisa. They kissed in the water, hugged each other, and Louisa asked her lover to watch her. They played in the water and basked in the sun lazily on the blanket. This pure natural scenery was beautiful. Louisa still had a very fair complexion after being exposed to the sun, but her delicate skin was pink and tender, which made people love to touch it. Although Louisa could confirm that her sister and the servants were resting now, this time could not be too long. I still have to swim back, Miss Cat. I won't come tonight, but you have to be careful that water monsters crawl into your cabin. Then I will lock you, the little water monster, in the cabin, and you have to listen to me. I will make you delicious grilled fish, boil fresh perch soup with lake water, and then serve you to sleep well, like a breeze passing by. You are definitely not a breeze, but I like it very much. Louisa, it's good that you like it, but you have to be careful. I heard that the pike here are very fierce. Although it was a bit messy, Louisa still giggled. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I have to go back. See you tomorrow. After saying that, she walked into the water and swam back from where she came from. Her backstroke posture was very beautiful and hard to forget. After the white-skinned fairy swam back like this, she was a little complacent. When she came back, she only saw her sister still sleeping, and the maids were a little tired and napping there. After Louisa came back quietly, they went to sleep together under the blanket. She especially liked to hug Mary, who was about the same size as her. Such an afternoon nap seemed very good. In the next few days, she had to go to the wooden house over there to find Miss Cat. Chapter 205. The Swedes also like to destroy crayfish. Louisa swam over like this stealthily more than once. Higher latitude areas often have daylight nights, especially during her visit this time. In winter, the daytime is shorter. When they arrived on the island, Solovyov had the opportunity to spend a few nights with her. Such opportunities to be alone will be rare in the future. After all, on these islands in Lake Moran, security work is basically not needed. Louisa came here at night, and the worry that she would be taken away by wolves may be more serious than the safety problem. What's more, Solovyov didn't want to be hooked into the water by a water monster who took off all her clothes at night, so he always rowed a boat to the designated place to pick people up. Louisa always appeared in front of him in cool clothes. The two went to the island, and there were still many fish to eat. Although Solovyov's fishing skills may be poor, his strength is still good. He even successfully caught a pike with the help of tools, and the fish was not small. This ferocious fish is not easy to catch, but now it is on the table. I used crayfish from the lake to catch such a big one. I was just trying it at first, but I didn't expect to really succeed. However, this shouldn't be the biggest one, it's just an adult. Miss Cat, didn't you say that your fishing skills are very poor? Sometimes it depends on luck. I even caught you, a little mermaid. When the two of them were alone, Louisa didn't resist such intimacy, but she came to eat pike tonight, and the two of them were going to stay here overnight. Her appetite was obviously much better. The parts that Solovyov put on her plate were all easier to taste, and the ingredients were just right. I was still thinking, Louisa, what if I feed you fat? It doesn't matter. There are still fish eggs in the belly of this pike. This piece is for you too. You were so pitiful before. You could be so thin in the palace. But Lois's health was still not good. Solovyov fed her food, mainly to adapt to her stomach. Although he couldn't make her fat, her complexion was still better. Come on, open your mouth. The sauce used was also very delicious. Loisa ate half of the pike, which was far more than her usual appetite. Really, my good sister, you are so obedient. Although their lines were always strange, it was a pleasant night, and then Solovyov was asked to send Loisa back. On the way back, the two hugged each other and looked at the night sky in the white night. The stars in many places were not very clear, but this was enough. But Loisa obviously ate too much, and the two had an in-depth exchange tonight, like they did in the Chinese pavilion. She was very tired and fell asleep. Even if there were mosquitoes, they couldn't disturb her sleep now, but it might be better on the water. Sleep, baby, we still have a lobster dinner later, and then we will leave Sweden. You will return to St. Petersburg, and I will continue to carry out the mission. But she fell asleep, and there was a small problem: how to get into the gate of the villa, and what to do if she woke up the chattering girls. That would expose everything, but he was lucky. In such a place, people always feel relaxed, so relaxed that everyone is a little slack. The girls were all sleeping in their own rooms, which made it convenient for Solovyov to send Loisa back, unbutton her coat, put on her nightgown, and wipe her body clean, especially when he took her to the island. She was not wearing shoes. He also had to wipe her delicate feet clean and touch up her nail polish. It looked like she hadn't gone anywhere, just sleeping here all the time. So cute. Good night, Loisa, I have to go back. But if they come here for a few more days, Solovyov thought that even a weaker person like Loisa might be a little overwhelmed by both sides. Fortunately, she is still in a relatively safe period now. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain, and Loisa should be right. Svetlana is his daughter. Paulina was just as smart. The two children were not even 1 year old and could not speak, but they could already complain. However, Svetlana's emerald eyes, which were a bit similar to his green eyes, were still evidence. Fortunately, the child looked more like Loisa, otherwise it might be exposed, which was not too troublesome. Alexander did not seem to care much about his wife having lovers. As long as it was not as outrageous as his grandmother, he would not mind if she only had 1 or 2 stable lovers. He was even so weird that he would be fine as long as the child was not a boy. As for the subsequent events, Loisa did not raise a child in history, which might be the fault of the quack doctor. The fever took away her 2 biological daughters and an adopted daughter. Of course, Alexander did not know what Solovyov had done. Tsarist was his close friend. What he had done to Loisa before did not affect his return as the Russian foreign minister after the departmental reform. Solovyov's actions were too difficult to detect. He even wiped the soles of Loisa's feet when he sent her back. If someone went to his place and opened the door without permission, they might get into trouble. Compared to being a soldier, he might have a lot of skills in the intelligence department. Alexander was particularly relieved that he would complete the mission very smoothly when he went out as a military attaché and secret messenger. The report on Sweden was indeed well planned, but Solovyov had to complete this part and send a diplomatic secret letter back to his country through the Russian ambassador there when he arrived in Berlin. If an action was launched, it had to be bold and fast, and the offensive had to be fierce. However, Gustav IV had no hostility and had not taken the initiative to launch an offensive like his father, and there was no sign of preparing for war or expanding the army. If the stupid Donkey King could be so quiet, he was Loisa's brother-in-law, and Alexander would not take the initiative to do anything to him. What's more, a few days later, he came to the island by boat again, and after a grand European crayfish reception, he had to send these relatives away. It was already summer, so Karol Ludwig didn't have to worry about whether the boat would overturn in Sweden when he left. It's already been arranged, Your Highness. We are going to take the boat back to St. Petersburg this time. The weather at sea has been good recently. It's nice on the boat. I can even feel the wind. As for the lobster banquet arranged by the King of Sweden, it was the most prosperous time for crayfish in Lake Mälaren, and there was no lobster plague introduced from North America, which caused a large reduction in the number of crayfish in Europe. Solovyov could even catch a few small ones to fish for pike. And when the king himself came, he would definitely choose bigger ones, and he would also have to pair them with local Swedish vegetables to hold the feast. Generally, Swedish lobsters are cooked with salt water and dill, and then cooled before being served. This removes the fishy smell, and ensures the taste. There are also strong liquor and various drinks at the banquet, as well as after all, there is no way to avoid pickled herring. These Swedes invented this food. Fortunately, Gustav IV took care of the feelings of his relatives, and did not want such a banquet to turn into a diplomatic dispute. The pickled herring, a delicacy, was washed, at least the stench had been curbed, and it was only eaten at the table of several Swedish nobles. Moreover, the supply was relatively limited and fresh. The herring shipped from Stockholm was more popular, and it was so fresh that one piece could be directly swallowed directly, as the Dutch often did. Carol, if you like this kind of herring, we can still have it when we return to Baden. But mom, it's not so fresh there. My sisters know that herring is freshest when eaten this way. We are not in Holland, where people eat it the same way you do. Minna, you just ate two like this too. The two children were still a little bit unwilling to give in to each other, and Larissa felt very happy watching her family. Just you two, don't you save some appetite for the crayfish later? In the big pot next to it, there was a large pot of this kind of lobster cooked with dill, ready to be served on the table. Just looking at the bright red color made you feel delicious. Mishap, I've seen you peel crabs, and you can separate most of the crab meat without even using any tools. This time it's a lobster. We want to see how good you are. Little Prince Galitzin knew that Solovyov was good at it. If it were the stupid Spanish pigs and boneless jellyfish, that is, the father and son, they might have to use their teeth to cut the lobster directly. But Solovyov's method was very clever. He peeled off the shell while the lobster was still fresh, revealing the fresh lobster meat inside. Look, that's it. In fact, many people can do it. Then add some sauce and season it according to personal taste, and you can enjoy a crayfish feast. He was very diligent. After separating the shrimp head, the delicious lobster body was already separated. I want to see how you eat it. I don't like shrimp brains. This part is more likely to have parasites or other dangerous things, even in a clean lake like Lake Mälaren. The shrimp meat is very delicious. My favorite way is to eat mustard. That must be very exciting. Mishap, we can't appreciate it. Of course, it has to be combined with seasonings. Not everyone can enjoy food like this. Of course, he also knew that garlic is actually very important. Before antibiotics, eating more garlic was still good. In an English article that impressed him very much, garlic equals Russian penicillin. Garlic is also needed. Even Caesar let his soldiers eat garlic. Although it produces a lot of pungent smell, it is good for health. Then you have to drink more water to dilute the smell of garlic, Mr. Major. The party was also very successful, and everyone was very happy. Solovyov knew that his focus was always different from others, such as when he considered garlic. This trip ended like this. Larissa was going back to St. Petersburg. A fast sailing ship had already docked at the ship island in Stockholm. Your Highness, although I accompanied you to Sweden, I still have mission to complete, so I can't accompany you back to St. Petersburg. I know, Mishap, and thank you for your company along the way. When you arrive in Mecklenburg, please say hello to Alina on behalf of His Majesty and me. I will definitely convey that the prince also took good care of me when he was in the palace. This also included asking him to dress up as a woman many times. Fortunately, no one saw through it at the coronation ceremony in St. Petersburg. Also, when you return to Petersburg, you must add some new dishes to Uncle Alexo's chain store. Don't just serve donkey meat. You can also serve other foods. I see that you are very skilled in peeling lobster shells. That's because I'm always good at peeling the shells of arthropods. Of course, I haven't tried insects yet, but it's very convenient to do this with shrimps and crabs in the water. Well, goodbye, we will all miss you. Yes, Your Highness. And he couldn't make it to the wedding of little Prince Galitzin and Big Natalia. This trip would take a long time, and he didn't know what would happen in between. His schedule in the second half of the year was to cross Germany. There were tasks assigned by Alexander, and he had to visit relatives and friends and some celebrities, so he had to go through many places. His schedule was a bit tight. After visiting the places of the German princes, he had to go to France and Italy, and all this time would be spent on the journey. Peace in Europe seemed to be coming. Even in this era, it was hard to feel that there would be any war. Except for some politicians and heads of state, the people and most of the nobles were eager for peace and hoped to enjoy life. In life, various contacts are also a part. Solovyov also has some ideas about studying when he goes out. So far, only the Moscow Imperial University is relatively complete in Russia. In addition, Kharkov and St. Petersburg are preparing new universities. If he goes out to study before leaving, Miloradovich also suggested that he has many places to go when traveling in Europe. Although Kant is old, there are still many professors and scholars to visit. Of course, Solovyov thought of going to Miloradovich to listen to Kant's philosophy class, which was somewhat out of respect for his elder brother. He couldn't say anything. Now the ship that Larissa was on slowly left Stockholm, and Solovyov would miss her. This poor girl, although she was the queen, her fate was like being in a golden birdcage. But he also thought about other things, such as the story of the Copper Beach case. Chapter 206, Elena, the Queen of Mecklenburg. In fact, it is very pleasant to spend the whole summer in Sweden. You may not feel this way in St. Petersburg. After all, when you get there, as long as you have a certain status, you will be unconsciously involved in something. In Stockholm, although people here also like to socialize, they are not like St. Petersburg. Always being in the conspiracy will make people feel depressed. Solovyov took a Swedish clipper to Pomerania, which is still the territory of the Swedes, and then went to Mecklenburg. When Alexander gave him the task, he mentioned that he would go to see the recent situation of his sisters, how Alexandra and Alina were doing in their husband's house, and they were hit hard after learning the news of their father's death. But it has been a long time since I saw them. Solovyov remembered that he was teased by Alina a lot, such as when he wore women's clothes, except for the time when he supported Larissa at the coronation ceremony, which was Alexander's impromptu idea. Of course, these are all things in the past. After he arrived in Pomerania, he would go to Schwerin, the capital of Mecklenburg. Since the 30 Years' War, northern Germany has been relatively peaceful. It was only besieged by Prussia during the 7 Years' War. It is no wonder that these branches of Mecklenburg are particularly concerned about this malicious neighbor at the door, especially since Frederick the Great is a well-known robber. Solovyov admires his thick skin, and then his civil and military skills. This person's approach is always to take advantage of others' misfortunes or preemptive strikes, which will be very popular with netizens and kimchi in the future. However, when he arrived in Schwerin, he just stayed in the hotel here. Mecklenburg is not only the Mecklenburg-Schwerin family where Alina married, but also the Mecklenburg-Strelitz family, where Queen Louise of Prussia came from. The two families have coexisted for a long time. Schwerin occupies a larger territory, while Strelitz only owns two small pieces in the southeast corner and west of the large land of Mecklenburg. Therefore, we can see the difference in status between the two grand duchies. The smaller one can only rely on marrying its daughter to cling to the great power of Prussia, while the larger one is better. It has its own independent status and faces pressure from Prussia, but it has Russian relatives. Moreover, the two families in Mecklenburg have good relations with Russia and Prussia. During his stay in Schwerin, Solovyov also rode to the vicinity of Schwerin Palace, which looked very dilapidated. "Sheriff, what's going on?" "Major, the capital of our Grand Duchy of Mecklenburg-Schwerin is now located in Ludwigslust. His Highness's daily office and court activities are also held there." "I see. It looks like there are some problems with our country's official documents and writing. This is a common bureaucratic mistake, and it should be defined this way." The sheriff listened and smiled. "What you said makes sense. In the German region, our northern port area is okay, but if we go deep inland, we don't have to go inland. Maybe it will be like this in Berlin." Thinking of the image of the Prussians, the sheriff nodded. "You are here with a personal letter from the Russian Caesar. to greet the crown prince's wife, and you are also carrying out an important mission. After all, the crown prince's wife is also a grand duchess from the Russian royal family, and she is also my benefactor. Speaking of which, Elena asked Solovyov to be a model, and he had been on duty in the palace for a long time, so he had more opportunities to get familiar with the royal family members. However, when she was preparing to get married, she participated in Suvorov's Italian and Swiss expeditions, and was not in Petersburg. Therefore, after she got married, she rarely had the opportunity to see them. Now he came to Mecklenburg with a mission to go to Frederick Franz's palace. Although this palace is in northern Germany, it is still very impressive, and they still made a small welcoming ceremony to welcome a Russian messenger who is not of high status. Look who this is. Michael, how did you get here? Frederick Ludwig, your highness. I came from Stockholm. I just accompanied Her Highness the Queen to meet her relatives in Baden there. As for me coming here, there is a letter for Her Highness Elena from our emperor. I know, it must be another intimate conversation between brothers and sisters. My emperor brother-in-law is like this, he loves his sisters deeply. Don't say that our emperor is like those Greek rulers of the Ptolemaic dynasty who are deeply loving sisters. Your highness, this letter requires me to hand it over in person. In addition, it's business. Solovyov relayed to Frederick Ludwig all the words about contact with Mecklenburg in the orders he received. If there is really peace, it's a good thing. We will be going on a trip soon. You know, when Elena visited Berlin, the citizens there praised her as being as beautiful as the Queen of Prussia. Elena, your highness is indeed very beautiful, but Queen Louise has the demeanor of a mature woman, and I've seen her portrait, the latest one, a very sweet beauty. Our highness is still a young girl. How can we compare them? Maybe in a few years. After all, the two were very good friends on the court in St. Petersburg, so they were able to walk in the corridor and talk like this. But Elena has one biggest advantage, that is, she loves to study. Yes, among the several high princes of our country, Elena's homework is the best. Indeed, even if she felt that she was pregnant again, the 18-year-old girl who was already married was still holding her son and listening to the tutor's lessons. Today was a music class, and it was still a relatively relaxing time. But another point is what Solovyov wanted to say. In his opinion, Elena was still a child. The Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin's family was very fond of her, but her body was also under great pressure, especially because her own physique was still very healthy. As long as Frederick Ludwig had time to love her a few more times, she would have a great chance of getting pregnant. The subsequent problems were mainly the court in Mecklenburg, which did not seem to like opening windows and keeping air circulating during the day, especially in summer. As a person who liked to manage the sanitation of the palace on a daily basis, who had to disinfect the garrison barracks when on duty, and even secretly drafted a health declaration for the Tsar, he felt that this was not good for health. In such a palace, if you were unlucky enough to be infected with lung disease, it would be very terrible. He walked in the corridor of Ludwig's palace and heard the sound of the piano, but Elena was different from Maria. Her playing skills were not high. She just played in a lowered key, which could be heard if you listened carefully. Your highness, as a messenger, is it appropriate for me to go in at this time? You can wait a while. Elena insists on taking classes every day. Today is music and Latin. Latin? I heard that your Latin is a bit poor, Michael, far from your German level. But I'm also curious. Your accent is very good, like an Austrian. Her Highness, the Queen of our country, she is from Baden, and she has no accent when speaking Russian. Isn't this normal? Yes, there are always some people who are gifted. Frederick Ludwig only saw a sense of pride when Solovyov mentioned Larissa, but he certainly couldn't analyze how much of it was Solovyov's love for his lover, and how much of it was the pride of the guards and nobles in the Queen's ability. After the music teacher played for a while, the door opened. Elena saw her husband and put her son down, and then she also saw the messenger. Mishap, it's you who came here. They are really a couple who understand each other, and their reactions are also very similar. Your Highness, I brought a letter from the Emperor. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager miss you very much, but my father is gone. Although the two married girls were not the most beloved by their father, they were also concerned about what happened in Petersburg. The murderers were punished, those who deserved it were hanged, and the property of the regicide was confiscated and turned over to the treasury. As an aide-de-camp, I also participated in supervising this matter. I know, Miss Hap, you have always been very good. My father trusted the flatterers around him too much. He shouldn't have sent you to my brother at that time. Elena began to wipe her tears with a handkerchief, and then opened her brother's letter and a small jewelry box brought by Solovyov. I want to write back. You know, my brother and sister-in-law have always been very good to me. I should write back to thank them, but I probably can't go back to Petersburg recently. You can see from my body. Elena stroked her belly, but it didn't show any shape at all. But considering that she is very smart and has taught herself a lot of medical knowledge, she is still very clear about the physical condition of her family. I plan to live somewhere with fresher air. What my brother said in the letter makes sense. However, this is the Palace of Mecklenburg. Everyone here loves me, even a little too much. As you can imagine, Your Highness. If you like, you can go to Schwerin. The palace there is a bit dilapidated, but the garden environment is very good. I have thought about going there. The ventilation here is not very good. According to what I know, the more it is like this, the more likely it is to cause tuberculosis, which would be very troublesome. Although some people like that look, it is also degrading to one's body. Thank you, I know what to do. At least I haven't coughed. When leaving Elena, Solovyov kissed the back of her hand. The little hand holding the paintbrush was still so slender. Miss Hap, as my guest, you can stay here for a while. Do you have any other missions after that? For example, go to your sister? To Her Highness Alexandra, His Majesty did order me to go there. At this time, only the aide-de-camp can be trusted to be a messenger. And I never bring servants with me. I always act on my own, which is very convenient. As for staying in the palace, Solovyov could not have thought that this was the idea of the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin. After all, the Duke's family had signed a contract with Count Bogulinsky. There was a chain store of the Count in Schwerin. In addition to restaurants and hotels, there were also various novelties imported from Russia. The Duke himself could also share some of the profits. While walking through the corridor, Solovyov also saw a very new portrait, also the work of an Austrian painter. Maria was a little girl, but was painted like a middle-aged woman, while Elena looked very young and beautiful in the portrait. These painters, however, Elena was also very picky about portraits. She chose this painting because the depiction was more in line with her own wishes, although she preferred the portrait painted by Mrs. Lebrun when she was with her sister, when she was a child. Young girls are indeed what painters prefer to express in works of art. As for going to Dresden in the future, he also had to put some time aside. During this journey, he had to pass through Saxony-Weimar, which was Maria's potential husband's home, but there were two heavyweights living there, namely Goethe and Schiller. The schedule for this trip was also relatively relaxed. Even the Duke of Mecklenburg wanted to keep him for 2 days, and he obeyed the host's kindness. Mecklenburg-Schwerin itself is also very close to Russia. Elena's brother-in-law is now an officer in the Grenadiers. However, with his status, he is now a colonel and will command the Grenadiers in the future. Solovyov sometimes finds it very strange that the Moscow Grenadiers are a place where many big figures come and go. They have served there or have some relationship with them. Although they have left the regiment long ago, they still have many benefits from their origins. He was able to be entertained by Frederick Franz because he was a friend of the prince and another duke, Karl August, on the court, and Frederick Ludwig also brought basketball to Mecklenburg. It's just that here, this project is called Grenadier Sports because the people who come to play are always tall grenadiers. There are still many tall people in these places of German princes. But he didn't come here to play basketball, but to write memos as always. This is not a diary, because Solovyov wants to record in detail what he sees and hears along the way, as well as the attitudes of the people he visits. Now he knows the general attitudes of the two families in Mecklenburg, and in the conversation with Frederick Ludwig, he also knows some of the latest arrangements. For example, a wedding is going to be held in Berlin. Lois's sister Mary is going to get married, and the other party is the fourth son of the Duke of Brunswick. That looks very powerful and rough. Chapter 207, The Tragic Family Affairs of a Reckless Prussian General. After staying in Mecklenburg for a while, Solovyov will set off for Berlin with Frederick Ludwig, Elena and other relatives from Mecklenburg. Karol Ludwig has married 3 daughters. Amalia and Larissa have not been together for long, and they have tried blind dates with several nobles, but the results are quite average. However, this is not something that the Prince of Baden can control. Mary has 2 choices for the wedding. One is to hold it in Karlsruhe, and the other is to hold it in the man's family's Duchy of Brunswick. Arriving in Berlin is also for transit. After all, this territory is located between the British Hanover territory and Prussia's Brandenburg. The German princes implemented strict Salic succession law, and women had no inheritance rights, so they also caused troubles, and succession wars often occurred, especially with the existence of an illegal organization, plus the territories of the electors, kings, dukes, and earls intertwined. The map makers and publishers would probably go crazy first, and the tariffs and various rights of passage between the German states, not to mention that Wang Anshi would die on the spot. Even if Sir Humphrey came, he would have to go through the hospital procedures on the spot. It was really too complicated. It was easy to say that there were only 2 families in Mecklenburg, but Elena thought of the territories of the Queen's grandmother and uncle, which were indeed very complicated. In the past, when some families were prosperous, they also divided their land into pieces. It was easy to say between relatives. After all, they also took care of each other. When a family lost a male, it would be divided or inherited by another branch, but this also caused many headaches. There were actually many inconveniences in traveling with the 2 families in Mecklenburg, but Solovyov still had some ways. After entering the Brandenburg area, he began to ride along the road. When he arrived at Prenzlau, he saw a military camp of some size. The country of Prussia was like the army had its own country, and many princes from Germany came to join these armies, and they provided more opportunities to join the army. However, considering the poor military expenditure of Prussia, they could only fire live ammunition once a year, and the training level was far inferior to the armies of the surrounding powers. When he arrived here, he was naturally interrogated by the Prussian soldiers on duty in black uniforms. Black uniforms. Solovyov thought that he still had 2 sets, which were obtained because of his military exploits and his merits as the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion of the Prussian Regiment. Where are you from? Soldier, you see I'm wearing a green uniform, which proves that I'm a Russian officer. Our former Emperor Paul and the current Emperor Alexander both admired the martial arts of Frederick the Great, and I came to visit the head of our regiment, General Frederick William, Duke of Brunswick. He would not say that he was asked by Larissa to see what kind of man Mary's fiancé was, and whether he was really a reckless person. This can only be said when meeting the Duke in person. The Black Duke, who will be famous in the future, is also a brave general. Larissa is in Petersburg, but she has always been concerned about her sisters, especially Mary and Wilhelmina. After all, their marriage is likely to be well matched. There is a queen and 2 queens to support the 2 younger sisters. This level of marriage also puts a lot of pressure on the other party. However, as the actual heir to the old Marshal, Frederick William, Duke of Brunswick, his 3 brothers were actually excluded from the inheritance due to physical reasons. The 2 sisters married the Prince of Württemberg and the British Crown Prince, commonly known as the Prince of Wales. Although it is just a duke family working for Prussia, it has 2 duke titles and a decent sized territory, and has married with Britain and Prussia many times. The status of the principality is still very stable. The duke himself was in the barracks, which was actually expected. According to the old Prussian military system, this regiment will be organized as the 12th Infantry Regiment in the future, but it is still named after the regiment master. Then, when the French rushed through Berlin, the old military system of field troops and garrison troops finally laid down their weapons and were disarmed, and they were wiped out. But it hasn't happened yet. With the current state of the Prussian army, it is still trained with the old system of Frederick the Great. When he first met Langeren, the Count's complaints were somewhat reasonable. Now the formation of this infantry regiment is very strict, and soldiers who violate discipline will be whipped. And Duke Frederick William, with his appearance and a whip in his hand, combined with Mary's lovely appearance, has a sense of deja vu of Zhang Fei and Zhaoxi. Your Excellency, this major of the guards from Russia, said he came from St. Petersburg and wants to see you. Ask him to come in. When he saw the Duke, considering the difference in military rank and title, he had to take off his bicorn hat, hold it with his arm, and nod into the room to show respect. "Sir, I'm Major Mikhail Solovyov, aide-de-camp to His Majesty Emperor Alexander. I'm on the order of our Emperor to go to Schwerin and Dresden. I passed by your place on the way, and remembered Her Majesty the Queen's instructions, so I came to visit." "Oh, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth asked you to come. How are my fiancé's family recently? My father-in-law is in danger in Sweden. I heard that a Russian major risked his life to protect him. That man is me." Her Majesty the Queen visited Sweden with her family not long ago, and they escaped the summer heat at Lake Mälaren, and enjoyed a rare and wonderful time. This also included several intimate nights with him. Solovyov was even afraid that Larissa would be pregnant with his child again at this time. Then he couldn't explain it clearly. After all, it wouldn't be as coincidental as last time. My father-in-law also wrote to me about this matter. They are on their way back to Karlsruhe. I think they will come to Brunswick in a few days. Mary and I are going to get married. I believe Her Royal Highness the Queen is also worried about her sister. I think so. Otherwise, in Stockholm, Your Highness would not have told me separately before returning to St. Petersburg to visit Brunswick before going to Dresden. The Crown Princess of Mecklenburg-Schwerin is our country's Her Royal Highness Elena, who has already set off for a visit to Brunswick. Yes, when we were in Berlin, we were very good friends. It's great that Frederick Ludwig and Helena can come. I also look forward to their visit. As a host, I must do my best to entertain them." After he finished speaking, he leaned on the table and motioned Solovyov to sit down. "Sit down, Major. You came here because you must have heard of my reputation. You are right. After all, your father is also a famous general left over from the last era. Although, he will be more famous in the future for leading the main force of the Prussian army to be defeated by the French army, which led to the most glorious victory in Davout's military career. The old man still has some command skills. He is also the nephew of Frederick the Great, but he is always very conservative in war and often lets the enemy go. As for the Brunswick family, the strongest one should be Prince Ferdinand, the uncle of Carol William Ferdinand. He once led the Prussian army to defeat the French army commanded by the Duke of Richelieu. But what is worse about their family is probably that among the many children of the old Duke, only this Black Duke is actually a normal person, and even his sisters are extremely bad. Solovyov knew that William's mother died very strangely, mainly because it happened suddenly, but for some reasons, even the Russian side did not know what happened in the castle in Estonia. The Princess of Wales herself was unfaithful to Prince George, and after the two had Princess Charlotte, they actually separated. This rough man in front of him tends to speak in an impassioned tone. He is a warrior, and he is also reckless. He also loves his fiancée. But when he sees him, Solovyov always wonders if Larissa's worries are correct. Can the timid Mary get her happiness? After all, although this person is normal, he looks aggressive and did not go to the cavalry. Such a fierce general should be among those reckless guys. Yes, but you can also come home with me. After all, I'm getting married. And when I saw you, I also found you very interesting. Others say that Russians are barbarians. Even the old soldiers under my father often say so. They will remember the battles with you in Kallendorf and Gross-Jägersdorf. The great old king also said that to knock down a Russian soldier, you need to fire 2 shots and then push. But you look like a Frenchman defeated by my great uncle. It is true that my stepmother is French, but I have no French blood at all. You may be referring to my dress. Although I'm wearing a guard's uniform, I dress more like a Frenchman after the revolution. This may be because my stepmother commissioned the tailor to modify the clothes and added some decorations. No wonder, when His Majesty Paul was here, I was the battalion commander of his guards battalion, and I was not allowed to dress like this at that time. Now, our emperor is Alexander. The style of the military uniforms under his rule is unified, but they also have some of their own personality. I think so too. Can you drink? We can go and talk. I see that you are young and your family is not prominent, but you can still be an aide-de-camp. You must have some outstanding qualities. Just don't ask me to gulp down a large glass of draft beer. I don't drink a lot, but I can drink. Ha ha ha, that's fine. How can there be a soldier who can't drink a little? The more Solovyov listened to him, the more he thought this guy was such an outlaw, especially on his weapon rack. There was an Ulan lance used by lancers. Of course, there were benefits to drinking this wine. This heir to the Duke actually invited the Major to his home. But at the wine table, the Duke was also complaining. Solovyov knew the situation of his family, but he didn't expect it to be so miserable. My father and mother gave birth to 7 of us brothers and sisters, but now, damn it, this family has to rely on the old man and me to support it. After my great uncle passed away, let's not talk about the old man first. My uncle still has a fiefdom in Silesia. He has no son, and I have to take care of him all the time. My eldest brother is a good man, but he can't even speak clearly. He only knows how to imitate the old man's style. Fortunately, he doesn't cause any trouble. Sir, you shouldn't drink like this. You can't drink much, can't I drink more? Damn it, who said that being a master is a good thing? As a master, my life is harder than being a soldier. The old man is old, and when he is gone, this family can only rely on me. Do you know that? Solovyov didn't know how the Duchess of Southmanland, Gustav IV's aunt, evaluated this family. If he knew, he would probably say that the description was very accurate. If he saw him at that time, there might be a lot of things that he couldn't help laughing and crying about. After all, the 3 elder brothers of this duke were Emperor Evgen, Emperor Evgen, and a performance artist. This family was miserable enough, and he was the only one who was an outlaw and a normal person. Living in the Prussian barracks would help him to observe the army up close. The training of the old Prussian army was now at a very poor level after the loss of Frederick the Great and a series of veterans. The main quality of Frederick William was bravery, which alone should be of no use. The last remnant of the Prussian army was his father, who was also the nephew of Frederick the Great. He was the only one who could be considered a famous general in the Prussian army at this time, but he protested against the actions of Frederick William II, and chose to retire and go home, to manage the territory of the Duchy of Brunswick. Given the current situation of the Prussian army, it is no wonder that when Suvorov was still there, he would sneer at every turn, and many veterans in the army expressed opposition. But this army still has some things to learn and refer to, and he will go to Lüneburg to attend the Duke's wedding, so he has to visit him anyway. Solovyov himself felt that when he met Suvorov, the old man was already ready to meet God at any time, and there was really too little to teach him. If he relied on self-study, he would be able to be a battalion commander or regiment commander, and he was better than many regiment commanders in the Russian army. But if he went further, there was really no master who could lead him. When it comes to tactics and battles, the theory of the Duke of Brunswick should be relatively solid. Although the discipline is strict, according to the description of his son, he will respond to other people's requests, even if the person is a stranger. And there is another point to note. The old Duke is the brother-in-law of George III, the father-in-law of the future George IV, and the grandfather of Princess Charlotte of Wales. This relationship is very convenient for him to get a letter of introduction if he goes to the UK. Chapter 208. The Hanoverian royal family has strong genes. Frederick William would not go home in a carriage. A real man would ride his black horse home. But Solovyov didn't have an accordion, so he couldn't play a song for him, and he wasn't a Cossack. The Prussian corps bases around Brandenburg were not far from each other. The Duchy of Brunswick was between Hanover and Berlin, so you could imagine how close it was. We have the most good horses here. Although you haven't been to Berlin, you can also come and see the scenery of our countryside. However, in the farms passing by, the seen were all Junkers' manners, serfs who were not completely liberated, and the real, well, the dragoons riding by and the dragoons in the fields, have all been seen. Riding from here to Lüneburg, these riders can also see that many of the carriages going to Berlin are fully loaded with goods. As a transportation hub in northern Germany, this city is very convenient for traveling to various places. 40 years have passed since the 7 Years' War. In fact, no large-scale wars have occurred in Prussia in these 40 years. Judging from the old-fashioned and conservative army, the tiredness of the old officers and the reaction of the people, this is a country that has already planted potatoes in the fields. Solovyov could find that Prussia sometimes gave people a feeling of being lackluster. There seemed to be nothing to say about the period between Frederick the Great and Frederick William III. After that, the French quickly passed through Berlin. If there was anything else to say, it was the Spring of Nations. He didn't say anything to the Black Duke along the way. The other party was even more lawless on horseback. In addition to his golden hair and blue eyes, he could be seen wearing a black cavalry hat, a black military uniform, and black pants. His black riding boots were even more polished, and he rode a black horse. Moreover, he was a German, and his skin color was now bronze. It was really hard to describe. After arriving at Lüneburg, the capital of the Duchy of Brunswick, they also saw the relatives and friends of both parties who came here to attend the wedding ceremony. In addition to the ceremony in the church, there were also some simple celebrations. Although the old duke was a simple person, he had to maintain a basic pomp. Some of the invited guests from the German principalities that could be seen, and guests from Hesse, Württemberg, Mecklenburg, Oldenburg, and Prussia could also be noticed. As for the carriage of the King and Queen of Prussia, it was indeed a bit unexpected. King Frederick William III and Queen Louise also came. The old Marshal had a very bad relationship with Frederick William II, so much so that after the failure a few years ago, he chose to retire directly, but he had no opinion on the current king and queen. I really didn't expect His Majesty to come, but Frederick William III's level was indeed among the kings, and his ability was relatively limited. His incompetence led to the domestic rule looking relatively loose, but while trade was booming, the Junkers were also doing business. I'm now in my own territory, which is also under the jurisdiction of Hanover, so I can say something. His Majesty's rule is too loose, and those Junkers are doing business, which will definitely ruin the army. I say, sir, do you think that the army should not engage in business? That's right. It would be strange if the soldiers who only think about putting money in their pockets could have fighting power. And these people are not as brave as the veterans like Seydlitz and Zieten, but they are all talking about the glorious experiences in the era of Frederick the Great. This is not acceptable. Once this outlaw gets angry, it is difficult to stop talking, but he is right. Prussia is indeed not performing well now, and it has accumulated a lot of problems. Since Frederick William II, the army and police, which are used as violent means in the Prussian state machine, have also had serious problems. The king has no sense of existence. Old Man Boo, who was kicked out of the army by Frederick the Great, returned to Prussia from Denmark to serve, and he looked down on the current king. This is nothing new. Many places in Europe look lifeless. It is the same in St. Petersburg. If you talk about it, it can be applied to many places in the world. When you see Frederick William III from a distance, you can see his gloomy face. It is funny to think that this man is the king of Hohenzollern. He was able to marry Louise because of his status as the Crown Prince of Prussia. The Duke of Brunswick's family is almost the same. Frederick William is back home now, but he doesn't feel much more relaxed. Except for his parents and his fiancée Mary, he doesn't feel any happiness here. I just saw His Majesty the King. Why don't you express your opinions? I think this will cause a diplomatic storm. If I say something, it will be very exciting. It's better to reflect it in the notes, or go back and report to our emperor. This is still a smart way. At least it won't cause trouble. Everything is kept secret. But it's rare to see a woman as sweet and mature as Her Majesty the Queen. However, her behavior is closer to others, without a sense of distance. This is the strength of Queen Louise. It's better to say that her existence can still maintain this country. Frederick William III already has an heir. If the old ministers think this number is not good enough, they can train the crown prince and other princes. If the big number is useless, they can use the small number and vest. But the problem is here. Germany is the most heavily fortified place. At that time, the people of the Hanoverian dynasty can also experience it. After all, their crown prince now has only one daughter. This is the ancestral system, and cannot be changed. She was brought to Madrid. After all, that Bourbon also likes to play this game, but the Salic succession law was later changed by the idiot, to make it easier for his daughter to take the throne, and then Spain itself fought for more than 100 years. When Frederick William came back, he also wanted to see his father alone. the only few normal people in this family now. Their lives are like a reenactment of the court drama during the time of Frederick the Great. Although the Black Duke himself is relatively young, only 31 years old, his parents are not. Especially those who are influenced by Frederick. They are always like this at home, with a cane in their hands, a tricorn hat on their heads, the same shirts and navy blue or black military uniforms, and wig braids. Speaking of which, Solovyov has always used his hair to make braids. It's no wonder that Elena always caught him in women's clothes. He has a handsome face and natural braids. Fortunately, Elena has matured after getting married and will no longer play such childish tricks. But Alexander did it, and the matter just passed. Father, I'm back now. I'll follow your instructions. I'll see you, Frederick William, my son. This is good, but you should pay attention to your collar. The Duke of Brunswick's behavior was somewhat rigid and formulaic, and a fat middle-aged man next to him was deliberately imitating him, which was quite funny. Lulu, my brother is fine. There was also a tall lady next to him. The fat man was obviously not very smart. He turned his eyes to the lady, as if seeking help, but his vision was blurred, and he didn't know what he was going to do. This person was Frederick William's eldest brother, Carol, the current heir to Brunswick. In fact, the Duke of Brunswick had always wanted to replace the legitimate son, skipping the 3 older, but mentally ill sons, and making the 4th son Frederick William the heir, but under the interference of Hanover and Prussia, no new plan had been implemented. Calder's situation was not bad. At least he could understand what his wife, parents, and brother said, while talking to himself, unlike the 2 brothers who did not appear. Although such cognitive impairment was serious, it was not very harmful. The Duke of Brunswick was still able to let him meet people. At least he was a mild and harmless disabled person, and he had no aggressive tendencies. His unfortunate wife was the Princess of Orange-Nassau. This marriage was more or less the product of the Duke of Brunswick's suppression of the Dutch uprising in 1787. It was a political marriage. In front of Brunswick's own husband, she was more like a nurse than a wife. Because the Netherlands was now the Batavian Republic, her family was driven away to Britain. She had no source of income, and could only rely on her parents-in-law to live. As for the more strange people, they would not be released here. The second son, Duke George, was like this. He could not even appear in public. He needed someone to take care of him at all times. No one knew what he was going to do. He always needed courtiers behind him. This place couldn't be worse. Mary's fiancé was the only normal person in the family, but it was hard to predict what would happen in the future. After all, who knows what will happen if they are related to the British royal family, especially the result of intermarriage between Britain and Brunswick. Princess Charlotte, who is 6 years old this year, is healthy and has no problems. She is also smart and popular. It is already God Save the King. Seeing them like this is also very helpless. Solovyov has been standing by. He has been the commander of the Guards Battalion and the aide-de-camp for so many years, and he also knows the rules. Therefore, he is like a javelin, waiting patiently for the conversation between the Duke of Brunswick and his son. Son, who is the Russian officer behind you? Father, this is Major Mikhail Solovyov, the aide-de-camp to Emperor Alexander. He was ordered to serve as a messenger to Mecklenburg and Württemberg. We happened to be on the way, so we brought him to the palace. A nice young man. You can ask him to come over. The old duke was the nephew of Frederick the Great, and was somewhat influenced by his uncle, and there was no need for such cumbersome etiquette. He just came over with his two-cornered hat in his hand to salute, and he had to salute the old Duchess and his wife one after another. But when he looked up and saw Duchess Augusta, who was born a British princess, he was a little surprised. Young man, what's wrong with you? The Duchess was also a little curious. After all, it was very strange to see a young Russian officer with an expression that looked like he saw an acquaintance. Solovyov couldn't say anything. He could only complain that the genes of the British royal family were too strong. This face reminded him of King Charles, who had been the old prince for more than 60 years, as well as Queen Elizabeth II and her great-granddaughter Princess Charlotte. This face of the British royal family may have been inherited from the 18th century to the 21st century. It has been used for 300 years and there are still duplicates. The facial contours are somewhat different, but there are not so many differences overall. but he still had a chance to be clever, and he said this directly. "Duchess, you look like the portrait of His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales." Especially when he said this, he spoke English with a British accent, and the Duchess was very happy to hear it. "George is my nephew after all. Young man, you are really smart." "Yes, Major, my wife hasn't been so happy for a long time. Charles, especially this young man, speaks like a gentleman from Appleby." The Duchess's accent is also easy to understand. Even though she has been married for nearly 40 years, she still maintains her living habits in London. This is very gratifying, but Solovyov's starting point is much higher than Barry Lyndon's. He did this just to make it more convenient when he went to London for work, without too many demands. After all, this couple is not only the aunt and uncle of Crown Prince George, but also the mother-in-law and father-in-law. Thank you for your compliment, Honorable Duchess. Major, you came here this time. Are you also carrying out the monarch's mission? Yes, Your Excellency. In addition to being a messenger for our royal family, you also have to go to Dresden, Paris and London. As for what he was doing, he certainly couldn't tell the other party. The nearly 70-year-old old duke also understood it, so he didn't ask much. You are a guard, Major. Have you participated in the battle before? Your Excellency, although I'm very young, I also participated in the war in Italy and Switzerland in 1799. Marshal Suvorov's expedition was still impressive. What position did you hold at that time? This is more complicated. At his age, he can be a commander, a staff officer and an adjutant, and he has done them at different times. I can only say that I participated in the battles of the Trebia River, Novi and the St. Gothard Pass. I have served as a commander and as an adjutant for a long time. You see, I'm an adjutant again now. Haha, very interesting. You can stay in my court for a few days. I'm interested in hearing about the last great expedition of Suvorov, the outstanding Russian commander. It seems that they are still relatively stable. These veterans have some things in common. Although Suvorov has always disliked the Prussian way, the veterans of other countries still pay attention to him, even though he is no longer here. Chapter 209. This couple's union is like Beauty and the Beast. Although the Duke of Brunswick announced his retirement, he was still somewhat interested in what was happening outside. However, he was not too concerned about literature, and the content translated by Solovyov was still popular in St. Petersburg and Moscow, and the craze for China might be over soon. If the old duke knew, perhaps because of his uncle's craze at that time, he would still be interested. But the old duke didn't say it, and he didn't know it either. When they were sitting in the courtyard, they also called Duke Carol. After all, he was still the heir in the legal sense. The Black Duke went to the stable at this time. Although he was the only normal son in the family, he had to pay attention to his irritable temper, which had some influence. Major, if you need a map, you can unfold it here. I have a lot of maps here. Sir, if this is the case, you need maps of the Italian and Swiss sites to evaluate the performance of all parties in this war. Without maps, some statements are inaccurate. But Solovyov did very cleverly afterwards. He mainly talked about the performance of the Austrians, and the actions of the Russian army were secondary. After all, Suvorov's actions were characterized by speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Carol was imitating his father's actions and looking at the young man in front of him. Solovyov did not discriminate against people with mental disorders or intellectual problems caused by genetic problems. It was not their fault, and this harmless fat man was quite interesting. The battle started with the struggle between General Kray and General Schurrer around Verona. It can be said that it was Schurrer's stupidity that completely destroyed the advantage the French had gained before. I think so, Major. It destroyed everything Bonaparte had gained. But it was also because of what you described that the Austrian strategic scheduling went wrong, which eventually led to failure. I think Archduke Karol should not be held responsible. The problem is the military committee in Vienna, which interfered too much with the front line, especially when the monarch did not understand military affairs. The Duke of Brunswick still had some opinions on this, but only his family was present here, and the women did not understand, and he could not imitate the heir, Duke Karol. His relationship with the two kings Frederick William was ordinary. It should be the Queen's idea that the King and Queen could come in person to their son's upcoming wedding. The wedding was held in the Brunswick Cathedral. When the guests attending the event were here, they could see this couple with such a difference. The contrast could no longer be ignored. The rough appearance of the Black Duke and Mary's shy girlish posture. How to put them together? It makes people feel strange. Mary has a lot of responsibilities. She married the only normal person in the Duke of Brunswick's family in this generation. The couple had to continue the title and bloodline of the Duke, and they also faced problems in the future. They were sandwiched between Prussia and the Hanoverian territory of Britain, and the alliance between the two sides was more or less maintained by a series of relatives. However, there will be no Duke of Brunswick in the future. The spoiler is that, although Mary's two sons are normal people, the eldest son has a big problem with his orientation, and the second son has many illegitimate children because of the problems between Britain and Germany, but he has never married. The territory and title of the Duke of Brunswick, including the Regency of Hanover, all ended here. The guests present or wish the new Liwats happiness. It can be seen that Frederick William tried his best to make himself look less scary. The sun-shaven look is indeed mighty, and he is also a fierce general among the young Prussian generals. But will he scare his shy wife at home? When Mary was officially blessed and declared a legal couple, her face was filled with a happy smile. Although this husband was rough, he was very careful in preparing gifts. He prepared a necklace for her. For the Brunswick family, which has a relatively strict family style, this is already quite expensive. It can also be seen that the old Duke still has high hopes for his new daughter-in-law. Mary is indeed very cute. Everyone expressed their blessings to the 31-year-old groom and the bride who is not yet 20 years old, hoping that their marriage will last. As for their new Liwats, they will also stay in another manor in Lüneburg for a while, and others will not disturb them. The Duke of Brunswick was very satisfied with this marriage. His son actually became a brother-in-law with the King of Bavaria, the Emperor of Russia and the King of Sweden. At the same time, it also strengthened the relationship with Britain and Prussia, which was a good thing. If there is no accident, in this case, the old Duke also wants to live a good retirement life. When he has a grandson, he will concentrate on managing his own territory. The idea is very good, but the lamps around him will not let him do what he wants. And there is something outrageous, that is, as the commander of the coalition forces in the opposite period, many of his behaviors make people feel confused. However, he actually sympathizes with the revolutionaries, and I don't know what he thinks. But as for these issues, even if there are doubts, others will not ask. Point as for your desire to learn King Frederick's theory, I think it is not suitable for the Russian military system. You told me that you used to be the battalion commander of the guards. Do you know that the Prussian and Russian armies are very different in terms of training methods and other aspects? Indeed, Your Excellency the Duke, I have heard it many times when I was taught by Marshal Suvorov, and there are also many changes in our country's military reforms. You obviously already know the answer, Major. I suggest that you only need to understand the military system of the Prussian army. There is nothing much to learn here. It's like eating mashed potatoes. Some people mash the mashed potatoes and some eat them directly. It's not the same. What you said makes sense. And you have a mission. I can only give you a pamphlet published in the past. It is the command experience left by my uncle, King Frederick the Great. This pamphlet can also be seen in Paris and Vienna, but they all have the version during the war. It was really good back then. I was only a few years older than you are now. I rode on the battlefield and made meritorious deeds, but that was a long time ago. The old Duke thought about the past. Now among his uncle's generals, he is the youngest one left, and he is also full of emotion. As for the current state of the Prussian army, sooner or later it will encounter a humiliating defeat, and then there will be nothing to say. After the old Duke stood there and recalled the past, he continued to move forward. Major, where are you going next? I have to go to Dresden, then to Stuttgart, the capital of Württemberg, and then to Paris. Ah, you are going to Paris. Now is a good time. Peace has finally arrived. It would be great if this peace could last forever. It seems that he doesn't believe it. Go to Paris. You people from Russia all like it there. I still remember the current King Frederick of Württemberg. He was once my son-in-law. My uncle was very angry because he helped Russia and Austria to ease relations, so he drove him out of the army. That big guy is bigger than the tallest grenadier, and now he is the king. There is really no need to drive him away. We can't keep fighting, otherwise the people will not be able to survive. Speaking of which, he is also William's grandfather. Even if the German princes are separated by a diagonal distance, they are likely to be close relatives. But I'm not just going to Paris to visit Prince William, but also to visit Her Highness Alexandra. I've seen her at the wedding. She looks very healthy and in good spirits. As for delivering letters, I'll have to go there again. After going to Paris, I'm also going to London to see what new technologies Britain has. To London. My wife likes you very much. She told me again this morning. It's just because, when I speak English, I sound like a suburban London accent. This is not surprising. Her Highness Mary's sister, Her Highness the Queen of our country, speaks Russian very standardly. Even the Dean of the Academy, Mrs. Dashkova, admires it very much. That's a kind of talent. But when you speak German, you sound like an Austrian. The Prussian Marshal and the Austrian Major, the two of them could almost perform a German crosstalk. There's nothing I can do about it. When I was learning German, I was already used to the pronunciation. If you want me to change to a lowland accent, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. It doesn't matter. I don't mind the relationship with Austria that much. What's important now is peace. Although he felt a little weak in all aspects. When you arrive in London, the environment in the city is not very good. If you want to live in the countryside, you can take this and go to His Royal Highness George's butler. I know him very well and can help you arrange it. People tend to get sick after staying in London for a long time. The environment in the countryside is still very good. Solovyov could not stay in the Duke of Brunswick's mansion for too long. He had to go to Dresden and Stuttgart. The biggest gain from meeting this living fossil should be the badge and a letter of introduction he gave. When going to London, in addition to staying in the embassy or arranging a place for yourself, you may meet the Prince of Wales in the countryside directly. Although the couple had a bad relationship and had separated, the Crown Prince himself respected his father-in-law very much. The Crown Prince himself also had a friend who was blinded in one eye by a Corsican fellow villager. He was a magical person who could turn the Royal Navy into a royal brothel. When leaving, Solovyov also knew that the manor where Frederick William and Mary lived was on the way. He had to go to Dresden. When they arrived there, the newlyweds happened to be riding on the same horse, coming back from the countryside. Although Mary was still a little scared, such a powerful husband obviously gave her a great sense of happiness and security. Michael, you can tell your sister, when you go back, that I'm doing well here, and she doesn't need to worry too much, and I will also write to her. Your Highness, I also wish you a happy marriage. If you need a doctor, don't forget to contact the two Highnesses. They have professional doctors there. Thank you. But Mary was very shy. When she mentioned the doctor, she began to blush. It's okay, Mary, don't be afraid. You should always see a doctor when you are sick. If anyone bullies you, it means he is against me, and I will chop him with my sword. It seems that it's not bad. Solovyov didn't stay here for too long, and didn't disturb them anymore, and went to Dresden. Prince Vasily Dolgorukov, he is 50 years old, and now has 2 sons and 2 daughters. The reason why the whole family lives in Dresden is the prince's own religious issues. He converted to Catholicism and offended Paul, and was expelled because of this. However, at this time, he also took on a mission, which was to protect Princess Mary Therese, the only one of Louis XVI's children who was still alive, and to ensure her safe arrival in Dresden, where she settled down and lived a semi-secluded life. The princess no longer had the arrogance of her teenage years, which was her mother's biggest worry. Now that peace had been restored, her closest relatives were her 2 uncles and their families, but the marriage arranged by Louis XVIII was really unacceptable to her, so she decided to escape the marriage with her cousin. She would not be happy with a person with a mild communication disorder. The marriage between Alexandra and Joseph was also unsuccessful, and both princesses were freed. Later, she learned that Alexandra married her cousin, became a mother, and lived a happy life in Stuttgart. Now she was in semi-seclusion. Except for the 3 generations of the Prince of Condé who came to visit her, the exiled French nobles rarely came directly. Only among the Russian royalists, Alexander's friend Duke Richelieu often wrote to her, and the Count of Langeron, who loved to complain, wrote to her. Others seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and did not care about her existence. Prince Condé also helped her inquire about the children adopted by Queen Mary Antoinette. Several girls were safe. Some went to the monastery to become nuns and some got married. Her little follower was killed in the war as early as 1792. As for the Austrian court, there was no close contact with her. Only her cousin Archduke Karol often communicated with her. Especially recently he seemed not very proud. At this time, the two of them had a deep relationship during the correspondence between Dresden and Vienna. Karol did not refuse to marry unless he killed the French. Now according to the two major peace treaties, Europe was at peace. At this time, he could also consider his own marriage. But his problem was that his social skills were rather dull compared to his brothers, yet he was quite famous. Everyone knew about his military achievements, and he also possessed the title of Duke of Teschen and a huge inheritance left by his aunt. However, when all these factors were combined, he became worthless. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210. Hello, brother Miss Cab. Dresden is the capital of Saxony and the largest city. However, after passing through so many places along the way, Solovyov himself had a headache. After all, these places in Saxony are divided very fragmentedly due to various historical reasons, which is much more complicated than the situation in Mecklenburg, where there are only two families. In Thuringia and Saxony, many places belong to several duchies with the name of Saxony, and Dresden is the largest among these duchies. The one discussing the marriage with Maria is Saxe-Weimar. It is estimated that, if King Shahjahan came to Germany, he would die on the spot. After all, the degree of interweaving of the territories of these parties is a whole new level, and the fragments are broken out of the realm, especially in the western part of Saxony. But they are all descendants of the Elector of Saxony. According to different periods, this kind of fine division of territory will continue to change due to various reasons. Of course, the issue of Maria's marriage was only being discussed in Petersburg at this time, and was not put on the agenda. Solovyov heard some details when he was hugging Larissa in bed. The focus now was Dresden. He came here to visit Vasily Vasilyevich and had to go to the suburbs to find his residence. Many Russian nobles like to buy properties abroad. The properties that Prince Menshikov transferred in the Netherlands and London were all handled by Solovyov's grandfather. Now these nobles have their own channels. Solovyov once asked Baron Sergei nearby, but he only mentioned that, if the property was transferred abroad, there was no suitable manager in the local area, and these masters did not go to Europe to settle down. It would be easy for their property to be occupied, just like the case of the Tavrid Palace. However, Vasily Vasilyevich did not belong to this category, because he often went abroad, and his property in Dresden was his own. But if he lived somewhere else, he would always rent a place as an official residence. This was also what Russian nobles often did in the next 100 years. They were able to have a foothold abroad, and they often bought real estate in France, Italy, and Switzerland in advance, so that they had a place to live. When he arrived at the prince's residence, Solovyov even saw his servants. Even when he came from Petersburg to Dresden, the master seemed to like to use more familiar people. Hello, I'm Mikhail Solovyov, a major of the guards from Petersburg. I want to see Prince Vasily Vasilyevich Dolgorukov, your master. He is also a retired lieutenant general and a retired member of the Privy Council, which is a second-class senior civil servant position. Sir, the master is not at home now. The two young masters have gone to France to study. Only the lady and the young lady are at home. Ah, then I can come another day. You are an officer wearing the uniform of the guards, and you are also a master. Our lady said that the master will be back tomorrow. After all, you have come all the way from St. Petersburg, so you can stay at home. What's more, when the lady heard that it was you, she would stay at home. If there is anything, wait until the master comes back. This family has always been warm and hospitable. They are also kind among the nobles. The prince himself is a famous philanthropist. When he was wandering around the imperial village, he could meet their family out hunting. In addition, the younger sister Yulia always communicates with the eldest daughter of this family, Catherine. The two children communicate at such a long distance between St. Petersburg and Dresden. Even if they only write letters once a quarter, there is no postal system, and the postage is there. It is interesting that these two children, who had completely opposite personalities, when they met in Petersburg, one was lively and the other was well behaved, became very good friends. After entering the mansion, Solovyov also met the princess, who was the only daughter of Marshal Prince Boryatinsky. It's Miss Ha from the Solovyov family. Come here and sit down. After all, old Vasile has asked your father to help manage some of the property, and my daughter Katish always communicates with your sister. Although the two families are far away, they are familiar with each other. How are your family? Everything is fine, ma'am, and thank you for inviting me to stay here. When we were in St. Petersburg and the manor, our family often accommodated guests, especially acquaintances. Your father also wrote to explain the manor near Moscow. After he took over, he found debts. There are a lot of debts, almost 200,000 rubles, which is not a small amount. But you are an aide-de-camp to the emperor, and there is no point in telling you all this. You want to be successful on the battlefield, unlike your father who is a professional manager. In fact, their family is still an ancestral profiteercraft. That is, they can only last long in this business by relying on their good reputation. Moreover, among the four brothers, Fides branch has always been a loyal steward of Prince Menshikov's family. Until the time of Prince Sergei Menshikov, a member of the Privy Council, they have also helped to manage some of the property. In this way, their reputation in the industry is not bad. However, although the prince's family has now regained some power, they are not familiar with their branch. They only know that they have moved to the countryside. However, they also know that such a large noble family has a lot of debts. Although the number of serfs in their family is also quite astonishing, Prince Vasily always clamors to liberate some serfs. But their family's debts are afraid that, if the serfs are liberated, they will also go bankrupt. Solovyov would not talk about the things about the manor, but the princess's wife called the servants to come over to entertain them, and also brought coffee, bacon, bread, and fruit. I think you must have been on your way here, and you must be starving. Not really, I ate some biscuits on the way here. The princess wife was very hospitable, and she looked noble and elegant, and she was only 32 years old. There were quite a few outrageous rumors in Petersburg, but the circumstances of how this couple, who were 17 years apart in age, met was also quite interesting, and even the one-eyed Potemkin appeared in the middle of it. Speaking of which, the little fairy's love for handsome young officers might be somewhat similar to her great uncle. After all, Prince Potemkin himself was not so easily satisfied even with his beautiful niece beside him, apart from his romantic affairs with the Empress. However, the more this happened, the more likely it was to get the opposite result. After Prince Bagration married her, this pair was even more exaggerated than the Black Duke and Mary. After all, the fierce Zangfei in Brunswick looked really good after removing his beard. Looking back at the princess, she is indeed very beautiful, but this is what I heard from Madame Lebrun and Julie. Women love gossip, especially the picky painter mother and daughter who always like to comment on the appearance of their customers. Among men, I only heard that they praised Count Stroganov and Alexander, while women were praised more. There is indeed a replica here, and the composition looks like Madame Lebrun's work, but the details don't seem to be so fine. Miss Hap, are you looking at that portrait? Yes, madam, I think this painting was hung in your house on Bolshaya Moskovskaya Street. I heard my father mention that your favorite portrait was that of Madame Lebrun. Madame Lebrun's painting skills are indeed excellent. I heard that she left St. Petersburg because now there is peace. The French people miss home, and she is one of the exiles who was pardoned and naturally wants to go back. Well, her daughter Julie, son-in-law Mr. Gurin and two granddaughters, the whole family will return to Paris. God bless, this should be her wish. After all, she has lived in Paris for the past few decades. A series of unfortunate events made her run so far from Italy to St. Petersburg. Isn't that great? Just as Solovyov was chatting with the princess, two little girls appeared on the stairs. Solovyov knew that the older girl was Ekaterina Yulia's good friend. She was now 11 years old. Although she was still young, her figure was really very beautiful. The one she led was the prince's youngest daughter, Sophia, who was 4 years old. There was also a boy named Alexander, but he died a few months after birth. Sonia has grown up so big, thanks to you. Hey, why me? Many ladies in Petersburg know that the herbs and donkey hide glue sold by Count Bobulinski were all invented by you. The princess's wife's words were a bit incoherent, but one thing was clear, that is, the health regulations that Solovyov wrote anonymously to Paul must have played a role. In addition, there were donkey hide gelatin and that bunch of tonics, which the princess's wife must have used, and they played a role in protecting the fetus. He himself didn't know the positioning of this friend of women. After all, Solovyov rarely attended social occasions in recent years. He was always in the barracks, or by the side of the Tsar. Officers rarely went to social occasions, while civil servants and eunuchs went more, so he ignored some rumors. No one talked about this in front of him, but it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. After all, some things that are anonymous will be exposed. As for Ekaterina, when she greeted him, her words were very interesting. Bonjour, Monsieur Chat de Chat. Although it was the same words as the little grey mouse, it was completely French. Catherine, why am I Mr. Cat? Because of the way you walk. Brother Miss Cap, how is Yulia recently? Speaking of which, Solovyov's walking posture is indeed more like Tom carrying a rapier. Maybe this image appeared in the illustration that Yulia mailed to her. She went to the girls' school in Smolny Palace, probably because she saw your letters, which were written in fluent French. In order to avoid having her family read the letters for her all the time, she asked me to send her to the girls' school. She also told me that, in order to become an outstanding graduate of Smolny Palace Girls' School in the future, she must not lose to Katyr. It sounds like something Yulia would say. She writes letters, as if she were talking. She writes whatever comes to her mind, and she always makes spelling mistakes in French. But I just like her, because she is lively, straightforward, and sincere. We will always be good friends. Her personality is also very simple. For a girl from such a family, she is very well educated. The way she walks is like a dancer, with some hoe feet, but this is inevitable. You can tell at a glance that she has practiced, and her outstretched neck looks like a little swan. Katyr, why are you walking like this? I just came down from dance class. Sonia has started this class now. Brother Miss Cap, you have a sister Paulina. Has she started dance class? No, Paulina is still too young. Let her have fun first. Although Ekaterina was a little disappointed, she was still a little envious. After all, the atmosphere in the Solovyov family was more relaxed and free than here, and she could even do what she liked. At this time, the princess took over the conversation. I'm proud of my daughter. The tutor said that she can become an excellent dancer. Even talented children will not practice as hard as she does, especially in a family like ours. When practicing, even those hard-working girls in the theater did not practice for as long as she did. But you also have to pay attention to your health. Children of this age are growing up. When my sister was sent to the academy, she was much taller than other girls. That's because she had enough nutrition. Speaking of which, Solovyov's own height was a little bit off. Paul always kept him around because he was not tall enough, and the same reason applies to Alexander. The former wanted to avoid looking too short, and the latter wanted to highlight his tall stature. I was not getting enough nutrition at that age. Especially your figure now, although it is beautiful, it is too slim. I heard that Her Majesty the Queen has a very beautiful figure. I hope to be like her. Good fellow, there is still a comparison object. If this family is in St. Petersburg now, little Catherine may have been selected as a maid in the palace. After the age of 15, she can be approved to become a maid and then enter the palace. After that, it is marriage, and there will be noblemen who will start to propose to the girls. I don't know which lucky boy will be able to marry such a girl with a good figure, education, and good family background in the future. Chapter 211 An unexpected visitor to Vienna. The two girls came to their mother. Only the little Sophia stared at Solovyov. Her big eyes were very cute. You seem to like children very much, but you are not married. I often have to take care of children at home. Big children, small children. The older one was sent to a girls' school, you know it. Solovyov could finally relax. Although he rarely visited the prince's home, it was mainly because of the huge gap in status between the two sides. There was a huge gap between the nobles in Petersburg and the gentry in Rouen. Now he was sitting here, his status was still relatively equal. But you are not married yet, are you also? Like, Mom, there are some things that cannot be said casually. The older child interrupted her mother's words and then began to salute her mother. Sorry, Mom, I think my tone is wrong. It's okay, Katish, your judgment is right. There are some things that cannot be said. This hostess is already in her 30s, but she still has some charm. No wonder there were rumors about Prince Potemkin in the past. Mom, if something was said wrong, it's a matter of honor. I heard that brother miscaduled with the theater secretary for Sister Julie. But that Venetian is an enemy, and I'm a guest in your house. Katya. Solovyov sometimes found this eldest girl interesting. She had finally adjusted her gait, but she kept interfering in family affairs. However, she was always quite appropriate in when she spoke. Later I heard that the man was dead. Oh, he was just a nobody. Thanks to the help of Princess Yusupov, she did a lot of things. How is Tatiana? She and her sisters used to come to my salon, but Vasily always got into trouble with the emperor, so they came to Dresden. The princess is very good, but a lot of things happened in St. Petersburg. I can't finish talking about it now. But that Swiss guy should have the opportunity to marry Catherine, the daughter of the princess's first marriage. That's a good thing, but the girl in the Potemkin family is too young. She has to wait for 2 years. 16 is relatively early to get married. The princess continued, this time without being disturbed by her eldest daughter. If I were in Petersburg, I would go and bless him. When I was with the emperor, he actually dueled with someone, and we, the aides, had to spend a lot of time to help him. Otherwise, he would have been driven to the mountains of Switzerland sooner or later. Speaking of Switzerland, we are going to travel there tomorrow, and also to Italy. Italy is a great place, madam. The princess chatted like this because there were few visitors these days and she seemed a little lonely. Even when she saw a young officer who came to visit, because he was an acquaintance in Petersburg, she opened up for a long time. So, it is still possible to return to St. Petersburg, but I think it will take some means. I remember that Vasily Vasilyevich has some connections. His Excellency is not only a retired lieutenant general, but also a retired senior civil servant. And he is the son of the former commander-in-chief of the army. Commander-in-chief Prince Klimsky awarded your father a medal. I was not there at that time. You know, Baron Sergei is the adjutant of Prince Klimsky's eldest son-in-law. No wonder he is always regarded as one of their own by their family. But Solovyov doesn't know the specific relationship between Prince Vasily and his father. If your father hadn't been injured in one leg, maybe he could be a quartermaster now. He has the ability, Miss Ha. The door was open, and Prince Vasily was standing at the door. He came back earlier than expected. Dad, good afternoon, you are finally back. Dad. Sophia threw herself into her father's arms, while Ekaterina was obviously more polite and even took his hat instead of the servant. They are all good children. Katashi took her sister out to play, and her father brought guests to discuss business. Solovyov saw a thin figure in white clothes. At first, he couldn't see it clearly, because of Prince Vasily Dolgorukov's sturdy figure. When the prince flashed around, he was also very surprised, and stood up directly from the sofa. His Royal Highness Duke Teshin, hello. Aide-de-camp of the guards, with green eyes, you are the inventor Solovyov, right? Although your rank is not high, you are still well known in the officer corps, because of your outpost battle in the Battle of the Trebia River, where the village was burned, and the capture of General Shurer alive before. His Royal Highness has never seen me before, but he knows me so well. It's mainly because this special battle is really impressive. Solovyov didn't know what Archduke Karol was going to do when he came to Dresden, but he was not in Vienna, so something must have happened there. Let's not talk about this. We plan to reach Dresden tomorrow. It's a miracle that we didn't get delayed on the way. If there were no French at the St. Gothard Pass, we might have won a complete victory now. Although Karol said this, it was still a bit strange. Anyway, although he was not from the same generation as the Austrian veterans, and he also had epilepsy, and was physically weak, As the most outstanding commander of the Austrian army, he was still very popular among the whole army. But there are no ifs, Your Highness. We also know that you have made great efforts to ensure the safety of the Alpine Pass. Fortunately, this is at the home of a Russian friend, not at the Vienna court. Karol's seat was not so particular. Obviously, he had been in the army for a long time, and he didn't pay much attention to things in social occasions. He paid more attention to discipline and convenience. You were trained by Prince Suvorov, and the evaluation was very fair, but what can I do? It seemed that he was in a hurry on the road and didn't eat, so he grabbed the nuts on the table and took them in his hands one by one, but he only ate a few. Obviously, he was still very restrained. In a war, we should win first, and then consider other things. But this will always be disturbed, Your Highness. The monarch and the commander-in-chief sometimes have different opinions. And now, it's the same. Archduke Karol said this, and Prince Vasily and Solovyov probably guessed that there was another group of ministers in Vienna who were making trouble. As Minister of War and Navy, Chairman of the Military Committee, Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights, Austrian Field Marshal, and the third brother of Emperor Franz himself, his other brothers still supported him, but it was difficult to do anything. Because of this, he became depressed and was always troubled by depression and epilepsy, so he decided to leave Vienna and take sick leave. At this moment, he looked tired, but his mental state was good. So you came to me, Your Highness, and you should enjoy life and meet your cousin Mary Tsarist. She is very pitiful and needs someone to take care of her. We may have some common problems. And if you go to the countryside, you can hunt, ride horses, and relax. Prince Vasily, you have always been so hospitable and kind-hearted. This time, you should also have a pleasant rest. By the way, he himself never mentioned that he was here for a blind date. Only Emperor Franz himself and his brother Archduke Joseph knew about his French cousin. One was that as a monarch, he needed to know, and Archduke Joseph was probably the most reliable one among the brothers. During the dinner, Archduke Karol did not have the pomp of the Austrian royal family. Even if Prince Vasily entertained him, it was just a simple dinner. And Archduke Karol was okay if he talked about military and general courtesy negotiations. If he talked in depth, there was nothing to praise so far. But he would stay for a while, and then go to the small manor where his cousin lived in seclusion nearby. He had a lot of work arrangements during this period. Mishap, you stay too. My two sons have gone to Strasbourg, France. You come and help me with some things. Sir, I'm happy to serve you. You are indeed promising. Saryosha has a good son. By the way, I already knew your father when I was in the Selenge regiment. He was an adjutant. He might not be good at fighting and not brave enough, but he was good at military supplies. We never had a loss in Crimea. But you, as a son, although you also work as an adjutant, are different from your father. Solovyov only knew that his father had some relationship with the prince's family, and he also knew Prince Krimsky's family lineage. Now he also knew about their friendship during the Russo-Turkish War. Vasily Vasilyevich, I thank you very much, but I have to go to Stuttgart and Paris to take up my post later. Ah, that doesn't matter. After His Highness Karol returns, we can go to Paris together. I also want to travel to France, Switzerland, and Italy. Now is a good time of peace. I should go out more. The prince was in a good mood and even found an old military uniform, but it didn't match his current body shape. You were in the Simanovsky regiment? Yes, I was a staff major there, a major of the 2nd Battalion, which is not the same as you, the chief major. Prince Vasily saw that this kid was promoted by exception, based on military merit. He remembered that his father, when the entire Dolgoruki family was stripped of their military ranks, bravely took the lead at the age of 14 or 15, and made great contributions in the siege of Perekop, and he liked him even more. But the old rank is no longer in use. When I was the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Putin Regiment, I used the new rank. Yes, times have changed. And then, according to the convention of these activities, we will go to the hunting ground in a few days. Fortunately, Dresden is different from the inland of Russia. The weather here is still very good, and the hunting time is longer, especially going out to hunt wild boars, deer and wild ducks, and then taking the dogs with you. It is more or less a real-life shooting game, except that the dog goes to grab the duck, not bring it back with its claws. And with his identity, it is not convenient to ask more questions. After all, he has just gotten rid of the table of children, and his rank is here again. Of course, he also noticed that Catherine has been paying attention to him. Brother Miss Cap, you have been in the palace all the time. You should have a chance to meet Her Majesty the Queen, right? Yes, yes. What's the problem, Cata? Although he is a professional in this area, he even knows what material Lowissa likes to wear, pajamas. And then there is the child's question. She probably met Lowissa when she was still the crown princess, when she was a child, and she was very impressed. Her Royal Highness likes reading very much. Do you know what books she reads? I don't know very well, but I know from Her Royal Highness Maria that Her Royal Highness likes history, geography, and philosophy, as well as poetry, drama, and novels. No wonder she is so knowledgeable and has a good temperament, but I can't read these books. I prefer music scores and paintings. Her hobby is similar to Alina and Maria. If she could return to Petersburg and become Lois's maid, she would like them as soon as she sees them. Her Royal Highness also likes this. I have seen the portraits that Mrs. Lebrun painted for Her Royal Highness. That lady also painted a portrait of my mother. I also like Sister Julie. At that time, she often brought me snacks made in the French immigrant area. Once this child gets familiar with her, he talks a lot, and he also likes macaron. That is the original Italian product of macarons. It's not surprising. After all, he came from the old home, and he knew him. He is the elder brother of her pen pal and best friend, so it is inevitable that they will talk more. Archduke Carol was chatting with Prince Vasily about other things, mainly about the recent situation of the little cake princess. This kind of thing was unexpected, but it was also reasonable. Archduke Carol was now conducting a secret marriage with his cousin, just to avoid irritating the French in public. After all, Mary Theres's identity was too sensitive. If the marriage was made public, it would be regarded as an unfriendly move by the French. Austria was not fully prepared at the moment, and Mark also interfered with Archduke Carol's work, making him feel exhausted, and even wanted to withdraw from public life and rest in Teschen's fiefdom. However, as the only royal general of the Habsburg royal family, he could not let himself rest, and recuperation was unlikely. After the death of his uncle Maximilian, his task became even heavier. This blind date was a means of relaxation, and he happened to be met by Solovyov, who was delayed in Brunswick for a few days on the way. As for the marriage issue, Carol was also worried that he would not be able to give his cousin the happiness she deserved after being in the army for too long, and that she was involved in too many political issues. Franz also had his own thoughts. Although he often suspected his third brother, he was very tolerant of who his most talented brother wanted to marry in terms of religious beliefs and political involvement. Otherwise, there would be no such trip. Chapter 212, The Socially Awkward Prince and the Neurotic Princess. If we talk about marching and deployment, Grand Duke Carol can be said to be eloquent. If we talk about territory management, he is not for nothing. He is a talent in both military and administration. However, he is not good at women. Although he is very polite and is also a top single noble with gems, he considers his brothers more when it comes to marriage. Moreover, Solovyov rode with Grand Duke Carol all the way. When the Grand Duke talked about his brothers, he mentioned the Grand Duke Alexander Leopold, who liked to invent, and he was quite regretful. This inventor who liked to tinker with rockets developed a new type of rocket in order to set off fireworks on his sister-in-law's birthday to make her happy. Then a serious accident occurred, and the Grand Duke died because of the explosion of the rocket. Because Carol was talking about the death of his brother, Solovyov didn't ask much, but what he mentioned was quite interesting. In order to increase the range and reach a higher shooting height, the fireworks used by Alexander Leopold used too much gunpowder, which eventually led to the tragedy. However, the Grand Duke's approach is quite like that of a rocket pioneer. At least the principle is very clear. If he were here, he could at least help me clear all the obstacles to the new weapons bill in the military committee. After all, Franz liked this brother who loved to do things. At that time, he could always come up with some new tricks, and he was also very clean and neat in suppressing dangerous element in Hungary. Except for being a little conservative, there should be no other problems. As for the other brothers, France's arrangements were also outrageous. Leopold II had so many sons, none of them were too stupid, but they were always arranged in inappropriate positions. But this kind of accident is inevitable. When I was making a Molotov cocktail, I almost burned myself. But it can be seen that you are very careful in doing things. It can be seen from the actions of protecting your body when you are riding a horse. Yes, I had a traffic accident before and broke an arm. I have only recently fully recovered. Carol himself is also a cautious person. He smiled and did not continue to talk, but continued to ride forward. The Archduke's epilepsy had been recurring recently, and he was afraid of it. He was also under great pressure from work. Austria's military reforms were met with great resistance, and there was a group of generals trying to sabotage them, especially Mark. Solovyov was not sure about the experience package that MacDonald could easily handle. He was by Suvorov's side at the time, and he was very clear about the level of the friendly forces and opponents on the Italian battlefield. Major, when you heard General Mark, you seemed to disagree. His Highness in Naples, I'm not being arrogant, that General Mark is simply a mediocre person who only knows how to talk about military affairs on paper. It will be a waste of time for His Majesty the Emperor of your country to use such a person. He can only talk. If you really want to boost morale or command on the battlefield, I'm afraid he can't do anything. At a time like this, it's better to let Archduke John come out. Although this Highness is not good at fighting, he has courage. You are somewhat belittling General Mark by saying that. He still has problems, but it is indeed easy for something to go wrong to intervene when this military reform is halfway through. No matter what you do, you're afraid of giving up halfway. I've seen this in the guards in St. Petersburg. The military discipline of the guards used to be restricted, but now there are officers who have been seeking a more relaxed environment, which also means that officers may not necessarily adapt to their posts. And there is also. Solovyov then talked about a lot of ideas, and Carol nodded frequently. He felt that this Russian major was a talent, a few years younger than himself. Considering his family background and status, he could not play any role. However, he was the emperor's third brother, and he was also a princess, so he will be constrained in everything he did. If a war breaks out now, I'm afraid it will be very bad. According to what you said, Major, the entire military system should be in chaos. However, Carol himself had no way to intervene, so he came to his cousin's residence. They set out the next morning, and when they entered the manor at noon, they saw Mary Tsarist dressed like a peasant woman, but her clothes were very bright, and she was feeding geese there. This style is like her mother, the aunt of Grand Duke Carol, and it can be seen that even such loose clothes can hardly resist her figure. In any era, she should be the type that men like. Good afternoon, this cousin Carol, you came earlier than expected. It can be seen that the princess is in a good mood and is very excited to see Carol. After all, this cousin was the only knight among her relatives who could help her with revenge, and their correspondence also involved marriage. Even Emperor Franz tacitly agreed to this blind date, but he could not publicly agree. The road from Vienna to Dresden is unobstructed, so you can arrive earlier. Yes. She also saw a Russian major riding a horse behind Archduke Carol, and two carriages, that is, Prince Dolgorukov and his family who had been taking care of her all the time came. You are all here, just in time. We can have fried eggs. You can try my cooking skills. She looked a little more relaxed, like the daughter of an ordinary landlord, but citizen Louis Capet did not have the opportunity to enjoy the fried eggs, steaks and vegetable salad made by his daughter. When entering her residence, you can also see that the small table is full of small portraits. Carol, you know how much I'm looking forward to your coming. I didn't expect that you brought an officer of the guards of the Tsar. I have seen him in St. Petersburg, behind His Majesty Paul. The Tsar is a friend of our uncle's. Your Highness, how are you in good health? Very well. How is Elena? How about that lovely Psyche? Obviously she also cared about the friends she met in St. Petersburg, especially these sisters and Larissa, who all helped her to escape the marriage, and she finally succeeded. Her Highness Elena is doing well. After she married into Mecklenburg, she got pregnant again. She is too young, and this may not be good for her health. Her Highness the Queen has been in good health recently, and she even reunited with her family in Stockholm. I was her attendant at the time. When I saw her in St. Petersburg, her feet were not very stable when she walked. Now that she is healthier, that's great. It's just that I'm at this age, and apart from my cousin, it seems that no one. So I will come. My royal brother has agreed to what I mentioned in the letter, but our meeting is just a blind date. If it's true, if I can get your favor, I still need to put up with you. As for the engagement, it can only be kept secret, because once we announce the news, it will stimulate the French, and Austria is not ready yet. Carol, I know your difficulties. Only you and Joseph still care about me. Joseph's journey in St. Petersburg was not smooth, and he hasn't thought about it recently, and you. She was indeed good looking, but she looked a little neurotic, and Carol was not good at saying such things, but his attitude was sincere, and the two of them had some tacit understanding. And Mary thus also knew that as the Holy Roman Emperor, Franz had to consider a lot, and his skills were not strong, so it would be difficult to rely on Austria. If they formed an alliance, there was no need for the countries to end the peace agreement for the French crown. It seemed that she had no chance of revenge, but she could secretly complete the blind date and engagement, and even if it didn't work out, she also liked her cousin Carol very much, and as a relative, she welcomed him to come over often, although with the busyness of the Grand Duke, it was unlikely that he would always come to her cabin in Dresden. What happened at this time was very sudden. Archduke Karol suddenly began to be in a trance, and his eyes were a little slack. Solovyov, who was beside him, found that he was about to have an epileptic seizure, and the adjutant that Karol brought with him this time also found it. Your Highness, hold on. His adjutant hurriedly took out the first aid kit, and Solovyov had already appeared behind the Grand Duke to support him. Your Highness, don't let the Grand Duke bite his tongue. Go get a towel. But there was no time for the towel. Mary Tsarist twisted her peasant scarf into a strip and stuffed it into Carol's mouth. Then she fell to the ground and, in coordination with Solovyov's movements, let Carol lie on her thighs. Speaking of which, she was also a girl who loved cleanliness, with a special fragrance on her body, and the place where there should be fat on her body was such a plump pair of cherry cakes, which made Carol feel the fragrance entering his nose in a trance. Originally, they came to discuss the possibility of engagement, but now it has become an emergency scene. This obviously did it on purpose, not only using her thigh as any pillow, but also stuffing her cousin's head into her arms. But this also made Carol calm down quickly. After the crisis was resolved, Carol's adjutant and Solovyov carried the Grand Duke to the bedroom again. Mary Tsarist lived here, and obviously put away the arrogance that her mother had always worried about, and took good care of Carol lying there with the maid. Although she did it on purpose, she still had feelings for her cousin. After all, when the two wrote letters, they still said a lot of true words. When Carol woke up, he discovered this situation. Your Highness, you are finally awake. Am I sick again? Yes, if Her Highness Thissa hadn't used her headscarf to give you emergency treatment, it would have been troublesome enough. Solovyov heard the adjutant speak, and he knew that he should know the relationship between the Grand Duke and the French exiled princess, and he was also here to assist. No wonder there is a fragrance in my mouth, but the taste of eating is not right. Although Archduke Karol is not a gourmet, he is still a little particular. The taste of lavender milk in his mouth makes the food not taste right. In addition, Mary thus brought him goat's milk that had been left to dry for a while. The bowl was very warm in his hand. Thank you, Thissa. I just felt in a trance that I was in the arms of an angel. It was so warm and wonderful. That was me holding you. I was so worried. This made Archduke Karol feel a little uncomfortable. A commander who always kept a poker face on the battlefield blushed. He had not been held like this by any woman for a long time, except in the arms of his mother and wet nurse, when he was a child. How long did I faint for? Your Excellency Marshal, this time is the shortest, just a quarter of an hour. Thank God, my illness has improved a lot now, and thank you too. However, Archduke Karol thought that this might be the arrangement of fate. The special treatment made him recover quickly. The princess's chest did have some magical effects. Solovyov had seen her before. She had never taken care of a child, but any baby or young child felt particularly safe when lying on her chest. In terms of effect, it was full of maternal love. but she was still waiting to be married. As for whether she was molested by the guards when she was imprisoned in the castle, it was indeed very questionable. After all, her brother, Louis XVII, was indeed taken care of by a group of guards who didn't know how to take care of children, but these people were still very good to the children, at least they were doing their duty as guards. Therefore, Solovyov always thought that some people attributed the behavior of the mobs and hooligans on the streets of Paris to the princess, and they didn't check her out. He was not a doctor, which was also very rude. However, judging from the attitude of Archduke Karol, at least there was no problem with the princess's physical appearance. If there was any concern in this regard, he would definitely ask a nanny or a doctor to check it out. After Karol sat up, he saw that his cousin had been crying, and she didn't hide it at all, and kept dropping small pearls. I know what you are thinking. But now is a time of peace. If there is a real war, I will serve as your knight. But I don't ask you to win. I only ask you to be with me at ordinary times. Fighting is a man's business. I don't understand it, but I hope you return safely from the battlefield every time. The effect is really good, and the two people have family affection. This epilepsy looks like Apollo's curse. It suddenly breaks out at the right time, and actually provides an assist. However, it can only be engaged in secret. At present, Austria does not have to worry about Napoleon's guest appearance as the Austrian Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Cardinal of Vienna. If they get married, it will definitely be public. If there is really a war, this marriage will become a proof of Austria's tough attitude towards France. By the way, the chest therapy actually works so quickly. Karol must be unforgettable about the taste of this lavender milk. Chapter 213. Habsburg's relatives are so numerous and powerful. Karol rested for a few days and felt fine, but he was not idle. He talked with Solovyov about the two major battles of the anti-French alliance. The Grand Duke wanted to know about the dynamics of Suvorov's command of the Russian and Austrian armies, and in turn he would talk about what happened on the battlefields in Switzerland and southern Germany. When the British proposed it, Tsar Paul agreed, but both sides agreed at the time, but the battle plan had a prerequisite. However, no one could stop Emperor Franz's magical micro-manipulation, which ultimately led to failure. You are very smart, and have some ideas. It's a pity that you are a Russian major, not an Austrian major. Your Highness, I don't mean to offend. The Austrian army seems to be unsuitable for war within 5 years. Even if you have 1000 Solovyov majors, it is not enough to change the Austrian army. I think so too, so let's not think about these unpleasant things now. Let's go hunting. Hunting can make people forget their troubles. Besides, it is the younger brother of the Elector of Saxony, my brother-in-law Anton, who is here to entertain us. Anton married the eldest sister of Archduke Karol. The Elector of Saxony had no sons, but Anton and his wife did not raise any children either. However, he was still the first heir. He naturally entertained his brother-in-law warmly when he came to Saxony. However, considering Archduke Karol's weird personality, he did not hold a grand welcome ceremony, but held activities in the countryside. As for taking in Mary their seer, it was also the idea of this eldest cousin Maria the Tsar. Although she could not decide anything, and did not take the initiative to talk to her French cousin, she still took in this poor girl out of kinship. The hunting ground is located in the forest near Leipzig, and there is a river passing through here. When Solovyov thought of Leipzig and Dresden, he had a headache. After all, these were the locations of the two major battles with Napoleon in the final battle. The French almost reversed the situation in Leipzig. He himself could not imagine that he would be on the battlefield here in the future, but now he can take a closer look. Your Highness, this place is good. It is very suitable as a battlefield for the main battle. I have been with you these days, Baron, and I'm very familiar with you. You are a translator, an amateur folk song inheritor, and a brave soldier and duelist. Your Highness, I have only dueled once, and it was for the honor of my friend. A true knight and warrior, and once there is a duel, there will be a second time, just like a person appears on the battlefield. As long as you are alive, there will always be a next time. Although Archduke Karol does not need to duel with others, his thinking is peculiar, second only to Napoleon's abstract thinking, and his thinking is still quite accurate. Si vis pacem, parabellum. Baron, how is your Latin? I still remember this sentence, Your Highness, although my Latin is really not that good. And when you get to the battlefield, there is only one rule, to be good at winning, no matter what means are used. If you win Napoleon, what would you think? I think the first consul of France will also begin to prepare for war, and the British will also find ways to strengthen their strength. This is the peacetime national defense construction. Whether from the perspective of Austria, Russia, or countries such as Saxony, Mecklenburg, Württemberg and Baden, they should be prepared. And from my understanding of the French, they like to tear up treaties like the British, but the French use a wonderful trick, at least it seems to be the case. The British will always do things that tear their faces and bleed others. How shameless. Even the hypocritical hypocrites and real villains don't bother to do this. It seems that you don't like the British very much. Grand Duke Carol did not know Solovyov's political inclinations. Even though he had lived in Mary Theresia's small estate for half a month, he had never heard such a clear point of view from him. The British may be planning to plunge us into war. Of course, the French also did not abide by the Treaty of La Naville, but they now have the power to do so. After all, they are still the victors. But one thing to note is that the French naval power cannot threaten the British at present, and it is most appropriate to take action at this time. There is some truth. But you are just telling me, go to the hunting ground to hunt. Maybe you can see the girl you like, just like I came to Dresden this time. When Carol said this, he was quite serious. He always had a stern face, so it was no wonder that he was always not considered when it came to marriage. Of course, he didn't know what Solovyov had done so far. His grandfather had done this kind of thing many times, and it was equivalent to being public. The Elector of Saxony did not attend, but Anton hosted the welcome ceremony on his behalf, which was also a manifestation of equal status. This was one of the rare times that Mary Theresa attended social activities with her relatives. Of course, for Saxony, which was not a neighboring country and was not very prominent, the French were unlikely to interfere. When the hunt began, there were still some wild animals in the forest, such as grizzly bears, which were still relatively active. This was the case from Bavaria to Thuringia and Saxony. Therefore, even with followers, it was not necessarily safe. However, the hunters who participated in the hunt were still willing to go at this time, and their families were also with them. There are often wild beasts here. I think we should all gather together to be safer. It has been a long time since there were unlucky nobles in Europe who were killed in a fight with wild beasts. Even foresters and forest workers always carried guns. The main threats were the pastures and the countryside. Those horses and cattle and sheep were easily harmed, especially when they were all concentrated in fences. There were still some mountains and valleys between Leipzig and Dresden, so there would naturally be some wild beasts left nearby, and it was impossible for people to occupy all places, so it was not surprising that anything happened. I would like to hunt deer. I'm good at roasting venison, but I don't know if there are suitable spices for cooking here. Solovyov rode in the front on horseback. He had participated in hunting before, and had also obtained prey. He killed a bear in Finland. As for why he liked hunting deer and roe deer, it was because these animals were at a long distance, and he felt more like a sniper when he sniped them. Moreover, he really didn't like hunting bears. Maybe it was because he recently remembered the story of Mishap, the retired bear from the circus, and the little girl Masha. Baron, how is it? Carl didn't speak too loudly. It's so quiet. If it was a bear, we would have hidden ourselves. Although this creature looks strong and fierce, it's not necessarily brave. It's a Russian. He's very familiar with bears. But this shotgun is not very handy. Fortunately, it uses deer bullets. While they were talking, a male deer really passed by. Archduke Carol saw that in a flash. The Russian major next to him raised his double-barreled shotgun and fired continuously, and the deer fell to the ground. The birds in the nearby woods were startled. What a fast gun. The nobles present couldn't help but admire. Archduke Carol and his adjutant raised their guns, but they didn't expect the Russian major next to him to shoot so quickly. After the deer was shot, it didn't spin in place. The two shots broke the spine and hit the heart, both of which were vital parts. You are a natural hunter. You will be the hunting chief of the Russian court in the future. After seeing this, Archduke Carol's brother-in-law Anton also praised him highly. Such a fast shooter can be used anywhere. I'm more suitable as a soldier. Besides, when hunting, if the bullets used are not good, it is easy to accidentally hurt. Yes, there are many accidents when hunting. When Anton said this, he did not expect that the profiteer bloodline of this Russian major would break out again, and he began to recommend hunting rifles to him and Archduke Karol. If you want to ensure safety, you can use a rifled hunting rifle produced in St. Petersburg. It uses paper shell bullets, has high accuracy and great lethality, and there is a safety device on the gun body to avoid accidental discharge. Inventor, you are here to promote your design again. But this is a military rifle. I have only seen one given to my brother in Vienna. Franz also let Archduke Karol use this gun to hunt wild goats at that time, and he was naturally very impressed. Your Highness, although this is a military secret, the production method is very special. They are all handmade rifles and special bullets, which are different from the military version. What's more, the output of the two arsenals in Tiller and the rebuilt Izhevsk has always been insufficient. This kind of rifle is only equipped to the Guards Jager Regiment, and the 1st Battalion of the 3 Major Guards Regiments, and a company of the Pavlovsk Grenadiers Regiment. The number is extremely limited. Because of this, Solovyov's good friend, Peter Petrovich, the father of the 3 Dolgorukov brothers, recently resigned from the Tiller arsenal and returned to his estate. It's easy to leak secrets. I know the British like to do this. They even registered a patent to bully others. It's different. These structures have been around for a long time. Breech loading and rifled guns are all very old technologies. Only paper shell bullets and copper primers are relatively new things. And the British may be more familiar with the things inside than we Russians. However, the preparation of mercury fulminate is also very dangerous. Solovyov has heard that several accidents have occurred in special factories in Tiller and Lugansk, causing considerable casualties. The rifle he designed when he first arrived has improved bullets, but it is still very dangerous. Yes, sharpshooter, but we have venison to eat today. I can show you how Russians eat venison. Trust my skills. There were actually quite a few hunts on this day. Prince Anton shot 2 rabbits, and Archduke Karol shot a few wild ducks. Of course, there were also hunting dogs to bring them back. Solovyov was an excellent deer hunter. After bringing the prey back, he skillfully began to skin and cut the meat. After the venison legs were cut, they were grilled on the grill, but Solovyov preferred to use skewers to string sweet peppers and large pieces of venison. This is more exciting. Your Highness, don't you want to try it? My stomach is not very good. You did a good job on grilled vegetables. Solovyov was very skilled in this skill. He had seen many officers of the guards who liked to use their sabers to skewer large pieces of grilled meat. However, what he didn't expect was that the well-behaved Princess Ekaterina Dolgorukova changed into a servant's clothes, and the 11-year-old girl came to help him. Maybe it was because there were not many girls in Russia who were good and faithful. After all, Larissa was a daughter-in-law sent from Baden. This girl seemed to be a pure Russian product. Brother Miss Cap, I'll help you put all the fresh venison on the skewers. Don't prick your hands, Katya, and be careful when you cut the meat with a knife. These knives are very sharp. When the girl was helping him put the meat on the skewers, she could see Sonia drooling beside her. She was also old enough to eat meat, but Prince Vasily fed his daughter rabbit meat. At least her little milk teeth could handle it, and the venison was harder. If you add ingredients, do it like this. Katya, who are you going to give such a big skewer to? Of course for Dad. He fired a blank today and didn't shoot a single duck. If it's hunting foxes or wolves, I might be better. But Vasily Vasilyevich, we didn't see any wolves or foxes today, and it's not easy to handle them if we catch them. Prince Anton's hospitality was also very warm. Habsburg's relatives were all over Europe, and it seemed that they could be seen everywhere, except Britain and Russia. Saxony is a medium-sized country with a certain amount of power, and it has always been the target of Vienna's wooing. It is not surprising that they want to marry. The Habsburgs have always been good at this kind of means, and now they are prosperous, but it is a bit difficult for them to marry wives. Many of Franz's younger brothers are single, especially Karol, a high-quality young man with a good reputation and a large amount of wealth. However, his meeting with his French cousin here was unusually smooth. He was even talking and laughing with Mary this while roasting deer legs. Although he always talked about the victorious battles against the French, Mary this liked to listen to this, so it was not a big deal. It was a daily event for little girls to pester their older brothers. Prince Vasily's daughter, Ekaterina, had always been helping Solovyov. Katia was still a child, and she just thought it was fun to help with the grilling, and she could also eat the meat just off the grill, which was still very fresh. Chapter 214 Archduke Karol's Secret Engagement Agreement. Katia, do you like being fed like this? Brother Miss Cap, it's just fun, and the meat is too hot. Solovyov was very good at taking care of children, and he could not imagine the little girl's tricks and tricks, so he took care of this girl as Yulia, and it was easy to be careless and not dodge at this time. Although Prince Vasily's eldest daughter was very simple-minded and her purpose was easy to be exposed, it was normal for her to do so. After all, everyone liked to be with her handsome officer brother, and Solovyov was not a dangerous person, and the child was too young, so he could only spoil her as a sister. This was the case when he made barbecue for Yulia at home, but when feeding Yulia, it was always because she made herself look like a little cat with grease on her face before going to the girls' school, and Catherine was very well behaved, and she enjoyed the process of being fed. Archduke Karol's journey went quite smoothly this time, at least Mary this, and he had a deeper understanding, and the two of them watched such a scene. It would be great if the brothers were still here. I also lost a brother, Alexander Leopold. I didn't see him in Vienna, and I knew something had happened. I remember when my mother mentioned him, she always said that he was very smart and always liked to tinker with dangerous things. If I were given another chance, I might persuade him not to do those dangerous researches himself. There were experts and so many servants, but he just wouldn't listen. In order to make the imperial sister-in-law happy, the new fireworks he lit had an accident, and he was gone. If you go to the battlefield, you must return safely. There will be dangers on the battlefield. Bullets may hit anyone. You can wear a sturdy breastplate, at least it can block bullets. I don't want anything to happen to you. They can't shoot accurately. Not all soldiers are that Russian sharpshooter who can shoot 2 shots with a raise of his hand. He also likes children. You see, he is really good at teasing children. We can have it too. I don't believe those rumors. The British like to spread rumors. My 2 uncles, the Count of Artois, and my younger uncle care about me very much. He used to have a good relationship with my mother and he also cared about me. But I can't comment on Louis XVIII, the exiled majesty. You have always had the virtue of humility, Karol. Why do others think you are boring? Maybe it's because I only talk about military affairs, hunting and estate management, and I'm not good at discussing topics that girls pay attention to. I have nothing now, which may not be of any benefit to you, and may even bring trouble. Be your knight. If I lose to the French on the battlefield, and no longer lead troops, we will return to Teschen, and live a peaceful and comfortable life there. I will promise to do something for you, but if you can't succeed, you have to consider this possibility. Archduke Karol spoke too seriously, and he also considered the possible problems in advance. If you can agree to my request, I will propose to you, and I hope you can agree. Mary thus thought about it. Cousin Karol was a brave but weak warrior. After getting along with him for half a month, she also felt that he had a golden quality and valued promises. After all, he was the one who succeeded his deceased uncle as the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights, and he always had a little chivalry. I know that. If it doesn't work, it's God's arrangement. Then I propose to you. I promise you, cousin, but we still have to keep it secret, and at most only those who are here can know. Speaking of which, Anton and Maria the Tsar are also suitable as witnesses. They were originally the owners of this place. This eldest cousin and her husband are also willing to see their younger brother and cousin get engaged here. Archduke Karol's way is also a bit sudden, just like a surprise attack on the battlefield. Then they were still together, and said a lot of intimate whispers. Our engagement must be kept secret. It's the summer of 1802, and it will be a year from now. You still need to take good care of yourself. I get scared when I see you sick, Karol. Fortunately, you look good now. Karol's epilepsy symptoms were indeed under control, which he himself did not expect. Although the previous attacks were not as frequent as those in his teenage years, the symptoms were always very violent. This time, under this as careful care, his body's reaction was not so severe, and he was clear-headed during this period. Under such conditions, the two sides already had some good feelings for each other, and each had their own needs, so the engagement seemed to be a matter of course. Waiting for a year is also the relationship between Austria and France in the future. If the relationship between the two countries improves, the Archduke's marriage will naturally not affect the relationship between the two countries. At that time, it will only take Mary thus to issue a declaration, and it can even continue to promote reconciliation. Austria does not want to fight, and has always been timid in strategy. If the relationship deteriorates, then Archduke Karol's marriage will more or less represent Emperor Franz's attitude and a warning to France. Even an emperor as timid as Franz knows a lot of interests involved. The French cousin also asked the nanny to check her body while she was bathing, which proved something different from what was spread outside. That is, the exiled French princess still maintained her innocence, so she could rest assured. Your Highness is in good health and plump, just like Her Highness Antoinette. The old nanny began to cry while speaking, and she couldn't talk about the results of her examination. This also reassured Emperor Franz. At least the cousin's body was certified to be fine, and her bones were well developed. Except for a period of malnutrition during her imprisonment in the castle, there was no major problem. Another problem that needs to be worried about is probably the ancestral disease of the Habsburgs. Solovyov didn't know that the Duchess of Angoulême was actually pregnant, but it was during her marriage to her cousin. This time, the cousin was replaced by the cousin. Although Archduke Karol's health was not very good, his branch later became prosperous, but now there is still the risk of inbreeding, and the Archduke's mother is the daughter of King Carlos III of Bourbon, Spain. Solovyov spent a long time following the arrangement and combination. He began to draw a family tree, and started to check. Baron, what are you doing? Although I want to bless the two highnesses now, I remembered the terrible disease of Carlos II in the chin of your ancestors. However, these two did not have the Habsburg ancestral big chin. This chin last appeared on Maria Christina, but she was the cousin of these two and a member of the Bourbon family. Later, she became the Queen of Sardinia. The inheritance of the big chin was transferred. If Solovyov knew about it, he might have to find a place where no one was around to smile. What do you want to say? Archduke Karol knew that the other party was kind and had some research on family trees. Close relatives may have problems getting married. I can see this from the sons of the Duke and Duchess of Brunswick, but their overlap is too complicated. Mary thus was a devout believer. She believed that God would bless her and her cousin. Then she prayed in front of the Virgin Mary, still talking about her parents, aunt, brother, and sister, all of whom were no longer alive. I believe in the possibility you mentioned. After all, similar tragedies did happen to our Spanish relatives. But this is so pitiful, I don't think the world will be so cruel to her. If such an unfortunate thing really happened, I would always be with her. Moreover, when they were chatting here, they didn't know that the last unlucky people of the Habsburgs were all in Franz's branch. In the other branches, even if they were inbreeding, serious genetic diseases were not so obvious. Since the two parties were so loyal, resolute, and unswerving, Solovyov didn't say much. After all, the stories of this prince plus warrior and the princess who escaped from the Devil's Cave were more or less eye-catching and tear-jerking. In addition, Mary Tsarist brought up a counter-example, which was her good sister Alexandra, who had successfully escaped from marriage with her at that time. Alexandra, she also married her cousin, and her children are very healthy and much taller than other children. This can be said to be unexpected. After all, Alexandra also married her cousin, and the twin daughters she and William gave birth to were healthy, and compared with children of the same age, they were too strong. That's because His Royal Highness William of Württemberg is tall. Think about the burly figure of His Majesty King Frederick. Even the giant grenadier is not as tall or strong as him. When he arrived in Stuttgart, Solovyov would see the two big girls again. That is, they all looked like their mothers, otherwise they would really be the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King. So, whatever happens, it all depends on God's will. If my cousin Carol and I can get married and become partners, God bless us, we will have many children, and we will let them grow up happily and have the best life." Then she went back to the statue of the Virgin Mary. According to the idea of this fanatic exiled princess, she would offer delicious cakes as sacrifices to the altar of the Virgin Mary and pray every day before the official marriage. There is no doubt about her piety. Carol saw it and smiled. His attitude was also very firm. Since his cousin was also determined, the relationship would be stronger, and he would return to Vienna from Dresden, and the communication would not be interrupted. I also wish them happiness. Mary thus will still live in seclusion in Dresden. It is very safe for her. After the engagement, her cousin-in-law Anton will often send doctors and attendants to visit her. Even when Prince Dolgorukov and his family leave Dresden to travel to Paris, there will always be someone to take care of and arrange for them. Sister thus, you must take care of yourself. When the family embarked on the journey to Paris, Catherine held her hand and was reluctant to leave. As for Sophia, she always begged for a hug from her elder sister, and she was reluctant to leave in Mary Thes's arms. "Sophia, sister can't go to Paris with you. You must listen to the adults there." The prince and his wife also said goodbye to the poor princess and gave her blessings. "Child, if you encounter big troubles in the future, you can go to Petersburg. The gates of my house and manor are always open to you." After living together for several years, the relationship is still very deep. Now it is Mary thus crying in the arms of the princess. "I know you've been very kind to me, and I'll always remember you." After they all shed tears, it was Solovyov's turn. "Your Highness, I wish you true happiness." "Thank you, Major, you're also a kind-hearted person, and I wish you a smooth trip to Paris. Would you like me to tell Madame Lebrun and Julie that letters wouldn't do them any good?" After the little cake princess mentioned her husband, she suddenly realized that among the relatives and friends in the palace of Versailles that she was familiar with, except for her uncle and cousin, her mother and her friends in the palace, and her adopted sister in the monastery, there was only this mother and daughter. Madame Lebrun was also a very close friend of her mother, and they had met again once in Petersburg. Just tell them that Mary thus Charlotte misses them very much, but for various reasons, she cannot go to Paris. My heart will always be with them. Don't you have anything else to say? No, I have nothing, but The princess remembered what she had written down when she was trapped in the castle. Mary thus Charlotte is the unhappiest person in the world. She can't get any news from her mother, and she doesn't even have the chance to reunite with her mother, although she has asked her mother 1,000 times. Long live my beloved mother, but I can't get any news from her. My Father, please watch over me from heaven. My God, please forgive those who killed my parents. Her obsession with revenge does not seem to be as strong as the rumors say. Your Highness, take care of yourself too. Don't be too obsessed, it will only hurt your soul and body. Live happily and strongly. Every relative and friend around you cares about and loves you. Thank you. If you complete your mission in Paris, I hope you can bring news about Madame and Julie when you pass by Dresden. I also hope that they can have a happy and peaceful life." Solovyov didn't say much, just saluted the poor exiled princess. "Michelle, if Russia and the usurper meet on the battlefield, what will you do?" "I will fulfill my military duty, wield the sword in my hand and fight my enemy." This answer made the girl very satisfied. During the time Solovyov lived here, he actually felt that war was inevitable, and the important thing was to get intelligence. Chapter 215 Solovyov enters France. The group left Dresden and went to Paris. On the way, Solovyov also met with William and Alexandra. For Alexandra, her situation was actually very delicate. Württemberg was currently under the actual control of France. Once a war broke out, William would need to transfer his wife overnight. Something was bound to happen between France and Russia. So when he met him, he brought this letter. In fact, William knew that Alexandra would leave Stuttgart at that time. If a war breaks out, the entire southern Germany should become a war corridor. Your Highness can go to Oldenburg or Mecklenburg to avoid the limelight temporarily. If that doesn't work, you can take refuge in Jelgava. Mishap, why do you have such an idea? I think peace should last for a while. Your Highnesses, you should know that Archduke Karol publicly visited Saxony to participate in hunting activities, right? I heard about it. You came from Dresden, right? Yes. Archduke Karol revealed some information. That is, France and Britain are not honest and are now preparing for war, and Austria. William's attitude is inclined to Russia and Austria. His father is considering joining France in order to preserve Württemberg, and Napoleon can indeed give some benefits. I understand. I will make arrangements for this. Mishap, go back and tell your brother about the situation here. Stuttgart itself has many pro-French nobles, as well as spies sent by France. As for the specific situation, Solovyov didn't expect Alexandra to be so capable. Maybe William told her something. Your Highness, if something goes wrong, you have to arrange to escape to the north. It is not safe even in Mecklenburg. You have to return to Russian territory or Austria to be safe. Solovyov did not say anything more. Archduke Karol's sense of confidentiality was not strong, and the chaos of political orders in Vienna was not a one-day or two-day problem. It was a long-standing and difficult problem. Alexandra also knew that this was difficult, and she was still stroking her belly. When she attended the wedding of the Black Duke and Mary in Lüneburg, her condition was not visible, but now her belly was bulging. At least when the children are in my arms and can withstand the bumps, there will be no war. Alexandra was also afraid of the physique inherited from her mother. William touched her a few times and she would get pregnant at the right time. Like Elena, she was still very young. If it was peacetime, this would be nothing, but the problem was that there was always no certainty in war. However, there was a long time between 1802 and 1805, which was enough for Alexandra and William to make arrangements, especially since Stuttgart would soon be able to leave the French route to the north, and the French government and army would not embarrass women and children. As long as they left the troubled place, they would be safe. With Alexander's temper, he would definitely join the anti-French alliance at the right time, until Tilsit was beaten by the French, and had to accept peace. There were many troubles involved during this period, especially Alexander's sisters would most likely marry German princes, while Louisa's sisters were better off. As long as they did not marry into countries hostile to France, there would be no major problems. Louisa was fine in St. Petersburg, as it was far away, and Mary might suffer a little, but each kingdom, electorate, and principality had its own arrangements. But the problem was that Britain and France were competing for dominance in Europe and even the world. The fact that Austria and Russia could tolerate France's actions did not mean that Britain and France were willing to accept each other's small moves on and off the stage. Leaving Stuttgart, there is Karlsruhe ahead, which is Louisa's hometown, but Solovyov has not received any mission to go there. The Duke of Enghien residence has been changing back and forth between Eden and some other German states, so it is unlikely to visit him. Going further, they will enter France. Compared with Prince Dolgorukov's family who are very much looking forward to entering France, Solovyov can't feel any relaxation, but is highly alert. After all, his public identity is also a staff member of the Russian Empire Embassy in Paris. This identity is very inconvenient both in public activities and secret operations. Of course, he has not been assigned any intelligence work tasks. When he came to Paris, he still had to observe some changes in the French public opinion field and receive Russian nobles who came to Paris from Britain and Italy. These people bought a large number of luxury goods from Paris in peacetime. Even Count Vorontsov, the ambassador to London, could not help but ridicule some of them, especially a nobleman from the Demidov family, who bought a large number of ceramic tableaux inlaid with precious metals. He called this matter very stupid. If Solovyov wanted to do such a business, with his profiteer nature, Count Bobulinski's friends left in Paris, and Madame Lebrun, he would be able to quickly set up this trade route. The problem is that Russia doesn't know when it will start a war with France, and this preparation is meaningless and only has some intelligence value. At the same time, he is just a middle-level officer and has no power to act beyond his authority. When he arrived at the French border, he didn't know that he was already a lieutenant colonel in the Guards, and the promotion order had been sent to Count Arkady Ivanovich Morkov, the Russian ambassador to Paris in advance. His promotion speed, from his background, is already a rocket. The promotion of one level of military rank may represent another problem. There is no special merit in a few years, and don't think about being promoted to colonel, and it must be the kind of person who is particularly outstanding on the battlefield. When they entered France, they did not go to Strasbourg, but went directly to Paris from the border between Baden and France. This route passes through the south of the Vosges Mountains, passing through Nancy and heading west. You don't need to take the main road. You can take a more convenient road and go directly to Paris from the south of Reims. Of course, after arriving here, there are some strange things. That is, the French are always talkative. Sir, where are you from? I see you are wearing a green military uniform. Are you a Russian officer? Yes. So what? Recently, many Russians have come to France. You are the easiest to talk to, and you are quick to pay, and have few demands. But you like to drink too much. There is nothing we can do about it. Russians like to drink, with only a few exceptions. But it's strange here. Why are you closing down so early? We, the innkeeper, don't accept guests at night. If you come a little later, you will have to find a place to stay in the countryside. Although we are no longer at war with those Germans, and the damn British have signed a peace treaty, there are too many merchants and travelers like you who have some status coming and going here. How many can it be? I heard from French immigrants in St. Petersburg that Paris is the center of the world, but it is impossible to squeeze everyone in. That's right. But sir, how are your guest rooms arranged? You should have some insight, boss. Did you see that? The people who came are the master, his wife and 2 young ladies. Except for me, an officer, the rest are servants. If that's the case, I can really see it. The innkeeper had already seen the coat of arms of the Dolgorukov family and the medal on Solovyov's chest. He knew that the guests who came this time were of high status. The mayor here is a businessman. What else can he do? Is he more terrible than a tax farmer? Or is he going door to door to recruit soldiers? Or doing something else? Anyway, the officials are not much better than when there was a king. Mr. Francois Antoine Lalleman doesn't like the Sans Culottes Club. It's okay for us small businesses, but the mayor doesn't like those people. That doesn't matter. I know 2 members of the Jacobin Club. What he said was true. One was Count Stroganov, an official member, and registered in the archives. The other was the Tsar who called himself a Jacobin in spirit. They were both heavyweights. But at that time, let's not talk about us provincials. There were quite a few people from Paris who came to collect grain. It sounded familiar, but there was nothing I could do. Parisians were just like that. In France, Parisians always looked down on provincials. Solovyov had heard about this a long time ago, and was also aware of the arrogance of Parisians. Of course, the French in the countryside were still very simple, and some of them even had a unique French cunning and humor. Your mayor, he's not bald, is he? If he was a bald mayor, that would be fine. We've had several great men here. It's a pity that the situation was too chaotic back then, and these people either went to Paris or went into exile abroad. The only good thing now is that the first consul is good at fighting, and France is at peace again. Only when there is peace can we innkeepers have an easier life, otherwise we're always nervous. I heard that the first consul was a very remarkable man, except that he is from the island. We all heard about it in Nancy. He speaks French with an accent, and can spell French words wrong. But he's an artilleryman, so he can't make mistakes in arithmetic, and people who are good at math are good at academics. Well, I heard that he and Mr. Carnot have a good relationship. Maybe people with knowledge and ability can attract each other. However, Carnot is about to withdraw from politics for a while, because of political differences, at least not on the core stage. Ah, that's true. How do you hear my French? The innkeeper listened carefully, and then recalled what Prince Vasily had said to him just now, and he laughed. Your French is authentic, much more authentic than that old man just now. It seems like she came from our south, with a Marseille accent. Your words put me at ease. But I want to ask you one thing. My stepmother is French. Do you think I'm a French relative? That should be the case. But sir, do your stepmother and your father have children? I'm the eldest son in the family, with 2 younger sisters and a younger brother who was born not long ago. Do you think I'm a French relative? Yes, I'm a French relative. But from the way you sound, it seems like you are looking for relatives. But my stepmother is from the West Indies. I wonder if there is such a lady who is also from there. She is my stepmother's cousin. Her name is Rose, and her family also has a plantation. That's not easy to find, but I saw in the newspaper that General Leclerc won a victory in Haiti. Maybe I can find your relatives there. Thank you. I don't think it's that easy to find out. When we crossed the border, we filled out a form. On it, I said that I was going to Paris to work and to visit relatives. When I asked them, they didn't know anything. The West Indies are too far away, sir. If your stepmother had been to mainland France, she might have been able to find some relatives, no matter whether they were in Paris or in our provinces. She went to Nantes and attended a church school there. Then you should go to Nantes on the coast to ask. We generally don't have many people coming from the West Indies here, except for those blacks. Maybe you can find out something from them. Some of the citizens serving in the Republic's army are liberated blacks. From the tone of the boss, he should be against slavery. But the first consul also wanted to do this in Haiti, so he sent his brother-in-law there. And General Leclerc probably won't live long. After all, some diseases in the West Indies are very fierce. Thank you. I don't have anything else to ask. In addition, the two young ladies are young, and the family of that master are all nobles. We will stay here for a day, so you have to do it more carefully. That's no problem, sir. In addition, if you want to rest for a day, you can go to the city hall to have a look. It is the palace of the king's father-in-law in the past. It is worth a look. Speaking of which, this place used to be the jurisdiction of the Duke of Lorraine, and the city hall was the palace where Louis XV's father-in-law, the unfortunate abdicated king of Poland, lived before. But Solovyov didn't look at the nature of the city hall. He has come to France now, and will stay for a while. If there is a chance, he will naturally go to Nantes, but this is something he can do after work. Nancy is still under curfew. Since 1792, places in eastern and northern France have been very vigilant at night, especially after the assassination case. It is normal to have strict control at night in recent years. As for which side to attack, in fact, there is no difference between what the first consul and Robespierre did. Both sides will be attacked in the end. As for whether foreigners might be tracked and monitored after entering France, Solovyov actually thought that Montecchi was wrong and the Minister of Police, Mr. Fauché, might have an explanation. Chapter 216, An Injustice in Paris. After leaving Nancy, the group continued to head towards Paris. Prince Dolgorukov and his family still cared about this city. When the prince sent his two sons to Strasbourg, he came to Paris on the way. Now, he had to stay for a while. Moreover, they had a house to rent. They lived in the country villa taken back by Mr. Lebrun. The environment there was also very good, and there were several children to be raised together. It happened that Ekaterina also wanted to learn basic painting skills from her sister Julie, and she had to say goodbye to Solovyov here. Brother Miss Cap, I will write to you. It's not far from Paris to the countryside. And where are you going? Dad said it's Montargis, where Mrs. Lebrun lives recently. Montargis. Solovyov felt that he could shut up. Montargis was not too far away, and if he had time, he could go there. Now he had to go to the embassy to meet Count Morkov. Then, he knew that his rank had been promoted. Anyway, it was not obvious from the uniform he was wearing. The clothes of this era were more beautiful. After all, there was no way to distinguish them on the shoulder straps. Lieutenant Colonel, you can live on the second floor. We have plenty of space here. Thank you, Arkady Ivanovich, but I want to rent an apartment outside. I won't take confidential documents out, not to mention that I don't have such documents. Then you have to hire a servant here. It's better to find a companion from China to live with you, so that you can take care of him. However, it is not easy to hire a servant when you go out of the second district of Paris. Fortunately, Solovyov changed his clothes and he didn't look like a Russian. When he spoke, his accent was difficult to distinguish. But if such a young and respectable man hired a servant or a maid, he couldn't handle things nearby. After leaving the Russian embassy at Hotel de Lavis, and Solovyov was a very cautious person. As soon as he left the embassy, he found someone watching him at the door. However, the Paris police department has limited manpower, and the main focus should be on the ambassador himself and his long-term entourage. Although Count Morkov and Mr. Talleyrand had a good chat and completed a peace agreement between the two sides in 1801, the first consul did not like the ambassador very much. The two sides did not agree, and sometimes there were some minor frictions, but this was still a small matter for the first consul. Now Napoleon has no intention of driving Moscow away, and the two sides are in a state of peace, so any diplomatic gesture needs to be more cautious. Solovyov turned around and quickly turned to the Italian Theatre Street, which is a theatre built in 1783. It was just not a coincidence that when he turned here, he happened to catch up with an Italian drama. Many people came out from here and could see some shields, which seemed to be some Italians. Considering that the first consul currently serves as the president of the Italian Republic, it is not surprising that his supporters in Italy appear here. Among them was Prince Borghese, who came from Rome. Solovyov recognized their family's coat of arms, which was mentioned in Sylvia's letter. He didn't know what happened to Sylvia. Although Solovyov paid a lot of attention to girls, he had to devote more attention to things. Although he had some money in his position, it was not enough, and he also needed a career. After all, he was still young. If Sylvia was here, he might have met her. She must have become a beautiful lady now. From last year's letter, he knew that she was not married yet. Of course, Solovyov didn't know much. Sylvia was working as a housekeeper for Prince Borghese's family. In addition, the two brothers of this family often came to Paris. They were fanatical supporters of General Bonaparte, but they rarely brought their women with them. After these people dispersed, Solovyov walked forward, but he saw a little girl curled up next to the crowd, and there was a float next to her. "Little girl, what's wrong with you? Sir, do you want to buy some flowers? Come and see. There are flowers from the flower market. You can use them to decorate your bedroom. Put one in there." Although the child was disheveled, her eyes were very bright. Poor girl, Solovyov thought so, but he also noticed that the child was barefoot in the hot summer, making herself dirty, and one of her feet seemed a little red and swollen. Solovyov also had an old problem, that is, he was soft-hearted. During the war, he was always fierce, but his personality was relatively gentle, and he was very generous to others. "Little girl, how much are your flowers?" "Only 10 centimes, sir. These are all yours." The little girl was still a little smart and picked up a large bunch of flowers from the flower cart next to her. Solovyov sometimes puts flowers at home, but he has not yet decided where he will live. The embassy is the official residence of Tsar Paul and the current Queen Mother Maria when they stayed in Paris. If he wants to find a place to live, the two streets of the Italian Theatre and Grammont Street, which are outside the embassy, do not seem to be suitable. "Sir, these are too many. If you give 20 centimes, you can buy more flowers, but it is not appropriate to buy so many." "No, little girl, I will give you 20 centimes. I want to ask you, where is the apartment nearby with cheaper rent?" "In the 2nd district, there are some places on Montmartre Street where you can rent cheap apartments, and they are still very clean." "Well, it should be cleaner. This is my first time in Paris. You can tell from my clothes that I'm a decent person." But Solovyov still felt a little pity when he looked at the child. She should have sprained her foot, but she still had to sell flowers here. "What if I want you to be a maid and clean my room? How about 1 franc for 2 days? "Sir, you're paying too much, and I have to sell flowers here." "What's your name?" "Adela, sir." "Who's in your family?" "This girl named Adela, who sells flowers here, does have an aunt, but it seems that she is not very kind to her. Her mother died of disease, and her father was guillotined. She has an extra set of tableaux, but the living conditions of children on the streets of Paris are not very good. She is still healthy, except for some malnutrition and a sprained foot." Solovyov didn't know what he was thinking, but he actually waited here for a while. After all, it was almost time to close a stall, and the child lived at the corner of an alley on Montmartre Street. "If you do this, how are you going to pull this flower cart back? And you sprained your foot." Solovyov was not helpless. He turned around and didn't walk far, but took a big job for the girl. The ambassador's wife also came to Paris and lived in the embassy. Solovyov wanted to please the count and countess, so he bought the cart of flowers. Anyway, after he arrived in Paris, he also exchanged some angel silver coins for francs, which were all in his wallet. "This money is more than enough, even to buy your flower cart." "Sir, why did you do this? Can you tell that I'm a foreigner?" "Sir, from your behavior, I'm indeed a foreigner." But what is more impressive is your green eyes. In Paris, some people will spend a lot of money on flowers, but they won't buy so many at one time. I want you to be my maid, clean the room, look after the house and the apartment, and help me do some things from time to time, such as delivering letters, or doing other things. Although it may be a bit hard for a 12-year-old girl, Solovyov thought that when renting an apartment, the landlady should help with cleaning, but he would not be suspected when hiring a child as a maid to do some things. Moreover, he was not very clear about the situation in Paris. If the landlord had no good judgment, this child looked smart and could actually be a helper in doing things. Sir, you are a very good person, but I think it doesn't matter. I will take you back home and explain this matter to your aunt. Then, take advantage of this time to rent a house. You should also change your clothes and wash yourself. For me, a foreign baron as a servant should still dress cleanly. Speaking of which, he sometimes does things in an abstract way. Not abstract and not Russian. Adela twisted her foot and walked unsteadily. She limped on the road, but refused Solovyov's help. She was still a little girl with a bit of personality. As for her aunt, things seemed very simple. Adela's aunt did not want to keep her, and she had some extra money for buying flowers today, as if she had signed a contract to sell herself. Well, Adela, you are a little maid now. Let's go to 205 Montmartre Street first. Why there? Sir, there was an injustice there, so the rent is very cheap. I heard it from my cousin, who was a soldier before. Your cousin is good to you? But he went to Italy and never came back. I don't know where he went. Solovyov listened and didn't continue to talk. It is very likely that he was killed by the Austrian or Russian army in Italy. As for such an injustice, it has a lot to do with the robbery of the money transport car from Paris to Lyon in 1796 during the Directory period. It's just that the one who hijacked the money transport car was a real robber, not the Georgian banker. In the end, when the Paris police department arrested people, they arrested the wrong person according to the description. After sending Joseph Lesoux and others to the guillotine according to the resolution of the Council of 500, it was not until 1800 that they discovered that they had arrested the wrong person and chopped off the wrong head. The criminal was someone else. Adela's cousin probably knew that citizen Lesoux was wrongly accused, so he told his little cousin. Moreover, the ending of this family was quite tragic. The wife went crazy and died. The son joined the French army as a drummer, and in order to wash away the injustice of his father, only one daughter still lived there. That is, in the apartment at number 205, Rue Montmartre. When Solovyov met the landlord, the other party also mentioned this girl. Sir, the rent here is very cheap, and it looks very clean. There is a little girl cleaning here. I just didn't expect that you hired a girl as a servant. Of course, the rent is easy to negotiate. I'm from abroad, Baron Maximum Otto von Sterlitz, from Augsburg. How much do you need to pay first? The fake identity in Augsburg, but there is a fake certificate made by the Austrians to fool him. It's an honor for us to have a respectable person like you living here. I thought we had to address people as citizens when we talk here. Not everyone is addressed as citizen. Now you can address him as Sir Baron Sterlitz. The most turbulent times are over, and everyone should enjoy life. Does that include that poor girl? Yes, the child was originally a merchant's daughter, but now her family is broken up and all the property has been confiscated. It's clearly a wrongful case, but the Minister of Justice said she is very diligent. If you want to clean up this dirty little girl, you will need her help. Jean, come and help wash the little servant brought by the Baron. Thank you, sir. This is what should be done, and I know this child. Adela's aunt treats her badly. If a kind-hearted gentleman can hire her as a maid, it would be better than letting her sell flowers there all the time. You know, if she is dressed like this, even if she is selling flowers, she often can't sell them at the door of the theater. It was Adela who met you. It seems that the landlord is not a bad person. Solovyov is also worried that in Paris, where Parisians look down on provincials and provincials look down on colonial residents, some arrogant and inappropriate people will appear. As for Jean, she was named after her deceased mother. She looked about 13 or 14 years old. She was dressed very neatly, and her face looked very gentle, but she was listless. What a poor girl. The landlord was right. She took Adela to take a bath and change clothes. It was here that the king was replaced by the Public Security Committee, the Directory, and then the first consul. In the future, it will be replaced by the emperor. For some citizens, life has not changed. Even a wealthy merchant family will soon be broken up. This was the result of the investigation conducted by Mr. de Banton, the judge in charge of the case at the time, who had always been suspicious. However, the judge only brought the real criminal to justice, but he could never address the unjust case. To really overturn this case, the Minister of Justice and the head of state would have to step in and overturn the original decision of the Council of 500, but in France this is often ignored. P.S. This case was not overturned until 1868 during the reign of Napoleon III. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. Pierre, the new resident at 205 Rue Montmartre. Solovyov also discovered that the apartment at 205 Montmartre Street in the 2nd district of Paris could still accommodate many people, most of whom were foreigners, including British people, who lived downstairs from him. As for whether there were other tenants who wanted to rent here, what kind of people they were, and whether there would be a neighbor from another country, he had no idea. However, Jean and Adele were together, and the two had a good relationship. They were about the same age and had similar experiences. They were really two poor girls. The place Solovyov rented was relatively large, with a bedroom inside and a reception room outside. Both girls slept outside. The reason why Jean also slept here was that this was originally the place rented by her father, Joseph Lesoux, who was a well-known local businessman, before he was arrested and sent to the guillotine. Solovyov knew that the girl's father was a co-conspirator, Curiel, who claimed that Lesoux was not guilty. Even under such circumstances, the court's verdict was still the same. A confused judge will lead to an unjust verdict. The stolen money transporter at that time contained military funds for Napoleon's Italian Legion. The incident was extremely serious and the case was quickly closed according to the circumstances. The first consul received a complaint, but he had no time to deal with it. He had too many things to do, and really had to devote his energy to the military. Moreover, this case almost made him unable to pay the military pay. The Italian Legion had no cannons for a time, and the horses were eaten by the cavalry. As for the unlucky gentleman, he became rich in the real estate business after the Great Revolution, but then his children became penniless again. Jean, this mat at the door of my room must be fixed. You and Adela can go play. Don't open this door before I come back. Yes, sir. After Adela was washed, Solovyov felt as if he had won the lottery. She was a very cute girl, and she was wearing a maid's clothes. She was also diligent and quick. Even her sprained ankle needed medicine, and she didn't dare to run. Also, if there are guests coming here, you should prepare the tea quickly and bring some Ceylon tea, okay? Yes, sir. Being his servant was actually a very easy job. Solovyov never needed to be served. When he was in St. Petersburg, he often moved around on his own and didn't need a follower. Generally, officers always had one, and masters who were not serving in the army were always called sirs in France. They were not in the army, so they might hire more maids. The streets in the 2nd district of Paris were okay. The smell on the streets had been effectively curbed, so you could feel the city when walking on the streets. There were only some minor problems. The names of many streets were changed after the revolution. For example, in the 1st and 2nd districts, Richelieu Street was changed to Rue de l'Aloy because the bishop was a clergyman, and it was connected to the Italian Theatre Street. He walked south along this street and could walk to the area of the Tuileries Palace and the Louvre. It was still very convenient to move around. But he had no intention of visiting any important person, and it was not polite to ask passers-by on the street one by one. He didn't know that the first consul's wife Josephine was his non-blood aunt, which meant that Napoleon was his uncle. This always needed to be asked at an appropriate time using his legal identity in Paris, rather than using his current alias and the disguised identity of a baron from Augsburg. When he walked to the edge of the Seine, he could see Notre Dame de Paris by heading southeast. Many buildings that would be famous in the future did not exist at this time. Cross the river from Notre Dame to the south bank of the Seine and walk a little further to see the Pantheon, where Solovyov planned to go. After all, old Count Stroganov's friends were lying there now. It was just that when he was walking on the road, a strong man who didn't look at the road knocked him down. "Ah, sorry, sir, I didn't mean to do that. And my glasses were knocked off, so I didn't see you clearly. Sorry, sir, how come you speak French with a Moscow accent?" Solovyov thought it was a coincidence that such a square-shaped strongman wore glasses and a brown coat, and walked in a funny way. "Have you been to Moscow?" "Yes, I have been to Moscow, and I'm very familiar with it. Let me introduce myself. I'm von Sterlitz, and I came here from Augsburg. And you, sir? You can call me Pierre, sir." Well, Pierre, it is always popular for Russians to address themselves like a Frenchman, or simply from the German principalities. "Why are you here?" Solovyov's skill in pretending to be ignorant is still first class. He did not wear the uniform of the guards to parade on the streets of Paris today, and when he spoke foreign languages, just like Louisa spoke Russian, there was no audible accent, so it was very convenient for him to pretend to be confused. "As for me, I'm studying here. You know, in France, well, you can learn a lot, especially in the colleges here. But many colleges are closed. When I arrived in Nancy, the local university was closed, but the universities in Strasbourg and some other places are still functioning normally." Such an honest and simple man, the most beloved illegitimate son of Count Kirill Bezukov, is not living a well-off life now, but he has enough money to spend in Paris. As long as he does not become a gambler, he can still live comfortably even in a place like Paris, where the cost is very high. Speaking of letters, Pierre's father formally made a will. He retired from Petersburg as the vice prime minister of the empire and returned to Moscow. Because of his deteriorating health, he could not wait any longer, so he asked Alexander to make Pierre his legal heir and his legitimate son, but the will and letters were kept secret. "Well, we should go have a cup of coffee to celebrate. We met here today." "Mr. Pierre, what's your last name?" "My last name is Kirilovsky." It's clear that he didn't use his father's last name when he went out, and as an illegitimate child, he could use the last name Bezukov, but not the title. To be honest, the little Natalia at Louisa's door was the same, but her stepmother and father loved her more, and her status was no different from that of an ordinary noble lady. "It's better to call you Pierre. It's as troublesome to call a Russian by his last name as it is to call a Polish by his last name, such as Stanislavski. Do you agree or not?" While drinking coffee, Pierre felt that he had something in common with the Baron. "You are so sincere, but what are you going to do here?" "I still need to find a place to rent. The rent at Butty's Quails is due, and the rent in Paris is always so expensive. If possible, don't think that I'm a new friend you just met, and it's not appropriate. You can live in Montmartre Street. I rented an apartment at 205 Montmartre Street. There are vacancies there, and the rent is relatively cheap." "Thank you, but..." Solovyov knew that Pierre was a loyal man, even too honest, and would always be fooled by people with ulterior motives, such as his friends and his possible future wife, especially Lolokhov, who was an old acquaintance of his. But because Solovyov was a smart man outside the circle, Lolokhov would not bother him. And Pierre, what will happen in the future? It's like the coffee they are tasting. Before the taste buds take effect, the taste is not clear. Besides, Count Bezukov himself was a prominent figure in Moscow. He was very familiar with the elders that Solovyov knew, especially Dolgorukov from Prince Krimsky's branch. He was helping a friend. If you need help, you can go to Montmartre Street. It was just on the south bank of the Seine in the past, but now it is on the north bank. It is even more convenient to go to some places. It is also close to the Russian embassy. If you want to do something, it may be useful, such as some news from Moscow or St. Petersburg. Ah, thank you, my friend. I appreciate your kind invitation. But that's it. If you don't believe it, you can go to Montmartre Street with me. Adela took off her shoes and socks according to Solovyov's instructions, and was soaking a towel in hot water to apply heat to her sprained ankle. When the host went out, he said that he would be back in the evening. He never expected that he would be back when the British were having afternoon tea. "Mr. Baron, you are back. Adela, you still need to recover from your injury. It is not good for a child to walk with a limp. Relax. This is my friend Pierre, a Russian strongman, but he is a gentleman, so you don't need to be afraid of him. Hello, Adela. Hello, Mr. Pierre. It is good to get to know each other. Mr. Pierre is here to look at apartments. If possible, Adela, if you recover from your injury, you should help Mr. Pierre clean the room. Yes, sir, the wages you give me are for me to do double the work. The child is very smart, but because of her injured foot, she cannot be expected to work now. The landlord is also satisfied with the new tenant. Pierre does not have much luggage. It seems that he came to Paris not long after the Tsarist announced peace, and he is familiar with the streets. Pierre, have you ever visited the expo? I've been there and seen a lot of people, but they are all, how should I put it, when they come to Paris, these people always come to buy luxury goods. There are people from all over the world, especially the British from London, they buy a lot. There are Russians too, aren't there? Yes, there are some people who order a lot of things from France, and there are a lot of buyers. There seem to be British people here, they all come from London. That's it, I just think it's interesting. But I won't spend money on it, and coming to Paris is also a wonderful trip. In a few days, I may go to Montargis, where there is a friend who is in contact with my father. If you go near Paris, you can also enjoy life here. Sometimes it's more interesting around Paris than in the city. Some time ago, I went to the forest for a picnic with some friends, and the environment was very good. Speaking of which, Pierre is indeed a sincere person. He says what he thinks, and has no scheming. No wonder Andre thought he was the only living person in the circle when he was interacting with him. But there are some things that need to be explained. In Paris, as in St. Petersburg, many people are selfish and pursue fame and fortune. There is no difference. Pierre moved next door to Solovyov, but he didn't know that the man who came from Augsburg was actually the active military attaché of the Russian embassy in Paris, a lieutenant colonel of the guards. Unless he went to the embassy, where Solovyov appeared in the uniform of the Putin regiment, this confusion could be resolved. Of course, Solovyov knew him, not because of the plot or the fact that most of Count Bezukhov's property belonged to him, but because he was a real person and was easily deceived. At what time, it would be best to help him. Otherwise, when he returned to Moscow, he could get in touch with Natasha. But judging by Natasha's age, she was younger than Yulia, and certainly younger than the two little maids in front of him, which was more or less provoking the gendarmerie. It still needs an opportunity. Solovyov thought that, if he returned to St. Petersburg or Moscow, he would have to wait until the war broke out, when the expatriates from various countries began to return home through various routes. Anyway, he had prepared some checks and bonds that could be cashed this time, which were enough for a long time, not to mention that he could save money on his military pay. As for his true identity, Pierre would definitely have a chance to know it. For example, when he visited Mrs. Lebrun, he could also meet Vasily Vasilievich's family. Then let's do this first. If you have something to do, you can go to the next door to find me. Although we just met today, we are very compatible. I think you are a very trustworthy person. Although Solovyov was a little cunning when he spoke, he was still willing to make friends with such a sincere person. Now the male protagonist and the important male supporting role are all here, and among the girls, only Lisa has appeared. She and Andrei are not engaged yet, but the progress is also very fast. In the end, you still have to have some contact with them beyond the plot, and Solovyov doesn't really believe in a fixed script, but he can see through human nature. Chapter 280 New Gauls are really aggressive. Part 1. Sometimes it was boring in the embassy. Solovyov knew that Count Morkov's main task was to conduct bilateral negotiations with France. After the signing of the Paris Peace Treaty, some minor issues were involved. However, there were not many problems left between Russia and France, and it was heard that French Foreign Minister Mr. Talleyrand's recent focus was not on the relationship between France and Russia, but mainly on the implementation of the Treaty of Amiens. An Lieutenant Colonel. So during this period, we have nothing to do, and there are no further instructions. Then, there was nothing to do. Solovyov had always been by the side of the Tsar, and knew that Mr. Talleyrand was greedy for money, and the offer of 200,000 rubles should be no problem. But now there was no opportunity. to use these 200,000 rubles on Mr. Talleyrand. Solovyov now had only one thing, to go to the rented apartment at 205 Montmartre Street, pack up personal belongings, and start writing there. If he could publish an article in a Paris newspaper under another anonymous identity and get attention, it would be great. Moreover, there are some places to go in Paris, such as the salons hosted by noble ladies, which are very suitable for spying. He also notes that he can find out something from some actresses in the theater. Although the Count did not give him an order, the task assigned to him by the Tsar before he went out must have some acquaintances in Paris. That is, when it will be useful in the future, such as the Cossacks entering Paris, but this is a long time ago. Peer, come and see what will happen if such an article is published in the newspaper. Let me see. What you wrote is very interesting, but Paris now is not suitable for publishing Caesar, but Brutus is more suitable. Interesting, but I just want to write some interesting stories, such as a contemporary Frenchman who appeared in Gaul in 50th BC, or an Italian's magical encounter in Rome. Such stories have some gimmicks, and also have some humor. You are very knowledgeable, Baron, but you also have to adapt to the audience in Paris. Pierre's suggestion is not unreasonable. Some best-selling books are actually only popular for a while, and finally they are no longer popular, but that's it. There is some fun in them. But listen to me, the story of an alchemist is somewhat absurd. The current Parisian audience should like some pseudo-Roman stories. At least in my opinion, they need such stories. But in Rome, only Spartacus can talk about it. If someone makes the rebels become kings in the end, or adopts some system, I think it is inappropriate. What are you going to do? I think the first consul should be a person who worships Alexander and Caesar. Whether it is a republic or an empire, the stories behind them are actually very interesting. You mean those? I mean the great figures who inherited their careers? The difference is that after Alexander, it was torn apart, while Caesar had Octavian, the sacred Augustus, to help him complete his final career. Of course, after Augustus, it was Tiberius. In general, he was not optimistic. After all, Napoleon's affairs after his death were Caesar, Hannibal, and Alexander. All three of them had. Moreover, he was also very interested in this great figure, and wanted to meet him at a suitable time. It was just that the first consul had no intention of summoning the Russian ambassador at the moment, so he, the military attaché of the embassy, had no chance to appear. Another reason for this is that he was very popular with girls of the time because of his handsome appearance and talent. Especially during his time with Larissa, he had met many girls. The maids in the palace had a good relationship with him. When he was not on duty, they often discussed historical stories and poems together. Being with them, he could still accumulate a lot of experience. If he could get the favor of some young ladies in the salon circle, whether in secret or public identity, it might be effective. Speaking of which, there was no difference between this matter in Paris and St. Petersburg. Although Solovyov himself did not take the initiative to do such things, he was able to steal the heart of the queen in St. Petersburg, which did have some technical content. Even after Solovyov left, Larissa no longer accepted letters from potential suitors. After all, the poem was too lethal, and had been kept in Larissa's most private bookcase or even in a jewelry box. When you arrive in Paris, you can't use the methods of those reckless young people in Petersburg. You always need some literary cultivation and technical level. And Paris is indeed a cultural center. No matter whether it is original or translated, publishing any work in Petersburg cannot cause any huge cultural wave in Europe, but in Paris he really told Pierre what he wanted to write seriously, and Pierre listened carefully. I think you should succeed. After all, this way of writing sounds very interesting. I have some friends in Paris. I can show them your poems. But Pierre should not be familiar with those big names, who are too popular. This is different from the situation when he became Count Bezukhov later and someone flattered him. Maybe I should try to go to the salon myself. I don't know if the rules in Paris are the same as elsewhere, or if these rules are formulated in the literary salons in Paris. You can try, but I know, Pierre, every place has rules, or it's the same in Petersburg and Moscow, right? But how to go is also a problem for him, and the French are very combative. Maybe a duel will happen. He thought that he was good at shooting, but his fencing skills were just above average, so he might have troubles when he met a good swordsman. However, when he was in St. Petersburg, the distance of duels was closer than the popular rules in Europe. He had only dueled once, but he had fought many times on the battlefield. Even if he really encountered some troubles, it didn't matter. However, if he went to those places that opposed or supported the first consul in a public identity, it would always cause trouble. It was more convenient to use the identity of Baron von Sturlitz. Anyway, when he spoke German, the Austrian accent was so stimulating that it could even drive the emotions of the audience, although he opposed the opinion of the Bohemian corporal. The Seine River divides Paris into two parts, and the second district of Paris is on the north side of the Seine River. This is of course considered I came to Hebei province, which feels great. As for when he started to send letters, he could think of finding a lady of similar age. If it was Madame de Stael or Madame Taline, they were both the same age as the first wife of the first consul. Among the three graces of the Directory period, Madame Racamia was younger and very beautiful, otherwise she could not be called a goddess. The other two have been mentioned just now. Josephine has always been a striking lady in the social scene, and the best thing is that Solovyov really didn't know that she was his cousin aunt who was not related by blood. Solovyov was already 21 years old. His fake identity in Paris claimed that he was 25 years old, but he looked too young, and he didn't need to take care of his beard much. He was indeed very beautiful. And he didn't know that Elena once joked, if Miss K was a girl, she would have her own salon, if she was so talented. Moreover, the entry standard was very high. But he didn't expect that he would be bumped into on the street, just after leaving 205 Montmartre Street to send a letter. What are you doing, sir? If you are in a hurry, and don't look at the road, there will always be trouble. Parisians are always a little strange. Solovyov's tone was very polite, but the other party thought that Solovyov offended him. But you have to be careful, sir. Although I'm from outside France, I also live in the second arrondissement of Paris, and have a decent job and income, as well as a title. You are dressed like a gentleman, sir. I think at this time, we should solve this problem peacefully. This is just an accidental collision and you didn't look at the road. Who said I didn't look at the road? You are a barbarian from the Alemanni, or a Viking pirate. I challenge you to a duel. Sir, did I hear you wrong? If you want a duel, I have to remind you that I once served in the Prussian army and was friends with the son of the Duke of Brunswick. Speaking of which, both the old Duke and the Black Duke got along well with him, especially the latter. After all, he saved his father-in-law at the risk of his own life and almost lost an arm. Karl Ludwig's tonnage was there, and it was indeed very dangerous. But the Duke of Brunswick, although he was the youngest of the famous generals during the reign of Frederick the Great and the nephew of Old Fritz, the old man's joy confrontation between Varmy and Killerman also made him a joke in the Republic. I don't think it's a big deal, so don't think about mediation. Sir, I advise you not to do this, but to stop at the brink, especially to duel with a gun. After all, his revolver was banned in duels in Petersburg, but it was accurate, had good firepower, and was just the right amount of lethality. But the other party didn't know his identity, and used a pseudonym, which made it even more confusing. Russia is always considered a barbaric place, or it is the countryside, or it is the traditional stereotype of Parisians. The French look at foreigners, or provincials look at Parisians, all with stereotypes. This duel is inevitable, but before that, Solovyov decided to mail the letter, which contained some outlines and the original story content he wrote. The Ladies' Salon not only received poets, but also novelists, philosophers, painters, and sculptors, as well as Parisian officials and generals. It was located in the former residence of Jacques Necker on Mont Blanc Avenue, and it was carefully decorated in an Etruscan style. It's just that, if you want to send a letter to submit, you also need to deliver it. The aggressive Parisian citizens are sometimes wilder than the Russians on the streets. He encountered several duel challenges along the way, which is indeed a bit ridiculous. Since the Gascon, no one has encountered so many troubles in the streets of Paris in one day for more than 100 years. But what happened in 1625 was that he had three good brothers who shared life and death. Solovyov was obviously not so lucky. He just wanted to write a letter to Madame Rakamiya, introduce himself and outline his epic novel, not to help his friend find the coffins of his parents, so there was no need to shout and kill. D'Artagnan provoked 3 people, and Solovyov was even more exaggerated. He counted and found that there were 6 people this time, and they would fight in, but Chaumont within 1 day. This is not good, Maximum. You provoked 6 people in 1 day. It is very troublesome to cause so many duels. Don't worry. I have 6 bullets in my pistol. I can hit them directly at the maximum distance of the duel. It doesn't matter. 1 bullet per person. I will never give them a second chance. This is not good. If you really need it, if you really need a friend to help, I think I can go with you. Although he was lucky, Solovyov was unwilling to let him take risks. Well, my dear strong friend, if you are really worried about me, please help me take care of Adela. I hired her as a maid, so that she would not live with her abusive aunt. If something bad happens to me, you don't have to worry too much, because it is unlikely to happen. Unless, in a duel, I foolishly use a rapier, to fight against a master. Okay, I promise you, but you have to be more careful. But Chaumont is not a good place. Solovyov didn't understand it. He had an impression of Paris. He knew that Bud's Chaumont Park was a relatively large forest park. What did not a good place mean? He had this confusion with him, and agreed to be there the next day. According to the schedule, they would fight one every half an hour. Even if they attacked together, Solovyov probably wouldn't be afraid. It would just turn into a gunfight. Moreover, he had the advantage of firepower, spare bullets and 2 pistols. Moreover, he had to duel in the morning, come back in the afternoon to see if there was a reply from Madame Rakamiya, and then go to the theater to watch a performance in the evening. When he was in Petersburg, he was on duty for too long, and the rare vacations were spent at Louis's place, so he rarely went to the theater. As for the opponents he had agreed to fight, he didn't know what trouble he would encounter this time. Chapter 219 You Gauls are really aggressive, Part 2. The Bâtie de Chaumont was turned into a garden after 1868, when it was already the Second French Empire under Napoleon III, who transformed the place. Not only is there no park now, but it also has a bad reputation. After all, when bedsheets were the symbol of France, this place was used for hangings, and there was a large rack on which a large number of corpses could be hung. This place was no longer used during the reign of Bishop Richelieu, and was not demolished until the reign of Louis XV. Now, it is a landfill, and all the garbage in Paris is under this hill. The place they agreed to is still outside the landfill. This place still has a bit of smell, but today the wind is blowing from the west, so the smell should not be so impressive, and it will all go to the east of Paris, and the smell will be even stronger in the future. There are factories and large slaughterhouses here, and as long as the wind changes, the entire northern part of Paris will be very smelly. As for improving the environment in the urban area of Paris, this place must be solved. At the same time, it is also a place suitable for duels. After all, not many people are willing to come here. Solovyov had been on the battlefield of the Trebia River for 4 days. It was still summer, and sometimes the corpses began to stink before a day had passed. He could still adapt to this smell. Of course, the price was that after returning, he also pursued fragrance, and did not like the bad environment. He would be here for a whole morning today, and had 6 duels in a row. Unlike the situation in Petersburg, duels in Paris sometimes did not have a deputy. Solovyov's most familiar deputy, Lieutenant Count Fyodor Tolstoy, his subordinate in the Putin regiment, naturally could not come with him. If he came, he might have started to target and eliminate these duel opponents at this time, and kill them, before they duel with their friends, so as to prevent their friends from being put in danger. The young count was also an excellent duel assistant and desperado. Like Dolokhov, he was regarded as one of the most difficult junior officers in the guards. However, Solovyov never wanted his friends to get into trouble, so he also refused Pierre to help him. After all, he did not believe in luck, and could not let his friends be in unnecessary danger. Besides, in France, this kind of duel is legal in principle. Even in the current French Republic, there is no written law or case law that can determine whether a duelist is guilty of wounding or killing someone. In the kingdom period, it could become a fashion, even if no one was injured. For example, the lover of a certain Duke of Richelieu and his cousins shot each other with pistols, but in the end they didn't hit anyone. This is France. Since the law can't be explained, we can only follow the local customs and accept the challenge of these people. As for the unlucky guy who came first, he didn't ask to check the gun. Please, Mr. Vogel, we can start now. As a result, this guy shot and killed a crow. This human body outline shooting skill is indeed shocking. Well, now it's my turn, sir. Solovyov's shooting skill is very accurate. The first gentleman who came to duel with black eyes was directly shot, and the bullet passed under the eye socket. This was just the first kill. Solovyov also went to see the guy's condition, and died on the spot. Premier Mutter after this gentleman arrived on time to deliver his head, the next person will soon arrive, and it will be at the same place. As for the later people, who saw the body of the previous person, they didn't know what to think. Anyway, there would be corpse collectors in Paris to take the body away. Even if they committed suicide by jumping into the Seine, they would have arranged it clearly for you. And Mr. Fauci should not have time to care about duels. After all, there are always people who want to send the first consul to the sky with bombs instead of using daggers or poison. Sir, you can see that there is already a Mr. Vogel lying here, and you should really take back what you said yesterday. It was your fault that you bumped into me, and there was a duel. At that moment, he felt that he seemed to have a horse-like face and melancholy eyes, and as a killer, he was indeed not cold. How did he become Jane Reno after entering Paris? Solovyov didn't care about these, and quickly completed double Turi, triple Turi, to a quadra and quintuple Mutter. These people were shot in the head and chest, and they were all lying there. So much so that the last gentleman who came to duel had a little trembling in his legs when he went on stage. Sir, but you asked for a duel, and here, I don't think I can take back any offense or apology, and I don't accept mediation. You have to know that I'm very happy to kill today. In other countries, it is not like France, where you can duel openly like this, and it is not even against the law. Even when he goes back, he doesn't know if someone from the Paris police department will come to him to record his statement, and he is still a diplomat. However, the duelist with such fierce firepower output has already killed 5 people in one day, and this last one is just a matter of hand. But Solovyov didn't kill them all. This guy couldn't even hold the gun steadily now, and he was still at the European standard duel position of 30 steps, and he had already fired a shot into the soft soil on the ground. Sir, it's my turn now. The last shot startled the crow again, and the man also fell to the ground holding his stomach. Solovyov also called a doctor and the body collector. As for what happened, if the people in Paris knew about it, it would be very lively. A foreigner killed 5 people in a duel in one morning, seriously injured 1, and soon the last person died in the hospital. It sounds very scary, and this matter is also suitable for newspapers or publicity on the streets. However, Solovyov used a fake identity again, and the Paris police department also recorded it in this way. At least there is no need to worry about causing any diplomatic crisis. However, Baron von Sterlitz killed 6 people in one day. This matter also spread on the streets of Paris, where gossip is more developed. However, he was also notorious, and Parisians soon began to spread this. Northeast place antes pas avec les étrangers aux yeux verts. Don't mess with strangers with green eyes. He has such a pair of conspicuous green eyes, which makes him safer in Paris. Back at 205 Rue Montmartre, Pierre also went out to do some work, and only Adela was there, curled up on the sofa in the reception room and fell asleep. Don't disturb him to sleep. Solovyov went back to the bedroom. This day was really very troublesome. The speed of news spread in Paris was very fast, and it had already spread on the Rue Mont Blanc. That night, Madame Stanel came to find Madame Rakamia's official residence at 7 Rue Mont Blanc. Her banker husband, who was 30 years older than her, was not at home, which was very suitable for ladies to gather here. There was still competition between these ladies, just like the relationship between Miss George and Miss Mars in the theater, who sometimes competed and sometimes cooperated. The only difference was that many of the ladies in the theater supported the first consul. Miss George, who was only 15 years old this year, and Lucien, the younger brother of the first consul, were already very familiar friends, while the ladies in the salon had different opinions. Madame Stael opposed the first consul, and Josephine had become the wife of the first consul. As for Madame Recamier, she was sometimes warned because of her close relationship with Madame Stael. But she also has her own advantages. For example, wearing a Greek-style long dress and lying barefoot on a lounge chair, she is very charming. Compared with the other ladies, she is very young and beautiful. Except for her eyes, there is no place to show off her charm, but she is very attractive. In particular, although her body is slender, the prominent parts are very full, and the material shown in the portrait is even fuller. Julie, what are you reading now? It's a letter sent this morning. It contains a poem and a novel outline written by a young baron. I think it's very interesting. The short story is a love story between a shepherd boy in ancient Greece and a village girl. It has some ancient style. As for this poem, I also think it is interesting. Madame Stael did not believe in Madame Recamier's appreciation ability. She had a very bad relationship with the painter David because she was always urging the completion of the work, and her taste seemed to be very extravagant, all in terms of art. As for literary works, it is still Madame Stael who can publish philosophical works herself, who has better discernment. It's interesting, Julie, but you didn't notice that there are some political metaphors in the introduction of the novel. It mentioned that Brutus loved Caesar, but loved the Republic more, and finally made a decision. I think this young baron from Alemannia still has some ideas. And, you know, it was reported this afternoon that a young man dueled with 6 people in a row at the Butte de Chaumont, and finally won all of them. Although Madame Stael didn't like the stupid way of dueling, she also commented that this man was a warrior, just a little reckless. But Madame Recamier was still like her mother, young and a little frivolous, and even the things she did in her salon were more or less adventurous. Her figure was not particularly plump, and even as a lazy beauty, she looked very beautiful. She thought of a young adventurer who was a little bloodthirsty. Speaking of which, Solovyov was really not aggressive. He didn't expect that when he arrived in Paris, he would become famous not by literary works, but by duels. This is even more terrifying than the aggressive Fyodor Tolstoy, who often initiated and accepted duel challenges, but he only killed 11 people in his lifetime. Solovyov achieved half of his lifetime KPI in one day, which is really a bit scary. Julie, I think you should be more careful about your suitors in the future. The baron who is famous for duels has his signature here. He is really an Alemanni, but he is also very interesting. I would like to meet him at an appropriate time. In addition, I also want to say, Julie, I know your position, because your husband's special feelings for your mother will not be shaken. But you should also think more about the future. However, Madame Stael's position is against Bonaparte, but she does not want the young Madame Recamier to be too deeply involved. After all, she has a close relationship with General Moreau, General Bernadotte and others. If we mention General Moreau, we have to say how unlucky this famous general goalkeeper is. His opinions in the Republic do not explicitly oppose General Bonaparte, but many of his friends are involved. Since his friends are involved, it is for him. This is the consistent logic of the first consul. Madame Recamier's father saved Bernadotte. These generals of the Republican Party and the Rhine army system often appeared in her home. In addition, her husband, and probably her biological father, Mr. Jacques Recamier, has a special status in the banking industry. It is not surprising that it has become the center of activities of anti-Bonaparte groups. Solovyov does not know how troublesome this lady's territory is, but if he enters the salon, it may cause some abstract changes. I think I should reply to the Baron at 205 Rue Montmartre. I still think he is interesting, but as an adventurer, I want to hear about his experience. You are still a little rash, Julie, but there must be some fresh blood in the salon. Young people like this, who have some talent, can be allowed to join. You should not always invite those generals and civil servants to your place. If there are more artists and poets, it will be more in line with the position of a young lady like you. Then, there was Madame Recamier's reply, inviting the duelist to come to the official residence at 7 Rue Mont Blanc in a few days. There will be a reception at that time. He is here, but he is invited by the way. Think about Lucien Bonaparte, the younger brother of the first consul. who once pursued her because of her beauty, but the relationship between the two was ambiguous and distant. Madam, it is really easy for you to get in touch with the Bonaparte family. General Bernadotte, who was saved by her father. Everyone knows that his wife was in love with the first consul, and her sister is also the sister-in-law of General Bonaparte. At this moment, someone who didn't know what kind of relationship he had with the first consul wrote her some seemingly unrelated things, and finally received an invitation. But now is also the most glorious moment for this young lady. Her husband is very powerful in the banking industry, but Rakamia's bank has not yet announced how much money they owe the country. The national debt has exceeded 10 million francs, and is still rising. As for these people in the salon, many of them will be involved in the political turmoil in the next few years. Chapter 220. Madame Rakamiya in the salon on Mont Blanc Street, Part 1. Avenue Mont Blanc is not far from Avenue d'Italie nor Avenue Montmartre. It is within walking distance. Holding receptions here is also one of the daily routines of Paris, the cultural center of Europe. Many ladies hold their own cultural salons. Some support Bonaparte, some oppose, and some take a flexible moral bottom line. Madame Rakamiya's salon includes these three types of people. She married Mr. Jacques Rakamiya at the age of 15. It was the most terrifying period from 1793 to 1794. Everyone was worried about going to the guillotine. Mr. Rakamiya made such a choice at a very delicate time. He inherited the Rakamiya Bank, which was still quite large in Paris, from his father. It was mainly engaged in financial activities of overseas trade, so his political attitude was also there. The Treaty of Amiens was beneficial to his financing business. He also had a trade channel to provide cashmere products from Spain to the French army. From a career perspective, it was extremely beneficial to him after the French Revolution. Compared with those adventurers, he still has his own capital, including the bank and hat factory in Lyon left by his father, as well as industries in Paris, Lyon and many places of foreign trade. After the first consul proposed to establish the Bank of France, he also had the status of senior director and ranked 9th in the presidium of the board of directors. From the 8th year of the Republic to the present, he is on the rise and seems to have reached the peak now. The salon established by his wife and this luxurious mansion is more or less a reflection of a political barometer. However, Napoleon is different from the past absolute monarchs, the Public Security Committee and the Directory. He also used the sausage cutting method to quickly seize power from the system of the three consuls, becoming a lifelong ruler or even an emperor, which is not surprising. It also provides an example for later generations to follow, but fans should not rise to an undue height. France also has some forces against Napoleon. These people are trying to win over General Moreau, and this general, like the first consul's brother, also favors Madame Rakamiya. But this salon had some special circumstances. It was not like the general salons in France. Theoretically, it was full of everything, but not much was done in practice. Talking big would always attract some attention. Baron von Sterlitz, from Augsburg, I'm invited by the young and distinguished lady. I know, sir, you once mailed a letter, and don't get involved in any trouble here. From the servant at the door, Solovyov knew that he was not famous for literature and military achievements like in Petersburg, but became famous here from an unexpected place, because he defeated 6 people who challenged him to a duel in one day. This man also thought that he was a dangerous person, but he was also a little innocent. After all, the Gauls were always so aggressive. They were like this before drinking the magic potion, otherwise, it would be a big deal. Sir, I didn't carry any weapons today, you don't need to worry about that. Okay, here is your pass. It's better to talk about some healthy topics in the salon. Thank you, sir. But when he arrived at the venue, he was just an inconspicuous little person. As for who to chat with, there are actually some rules. Even if the tricolor flag has been revealed, there are still differences in circles and status. However, it was quite a coincidence. He also saw General Moreau coming here. He was considered a defeated general of Marshal Suvorov. He didn't know if there would be other French generals arriving one after another. He didn't want to see General Schurrer, otherwise it would be a lot of fun. After all, it was he who commanded the hunters to capture him alive. The other party's face would be lost. In addition, there were some people who looked very familiar, such as Bernadette, whose nose was very recognizable. He was the biggest picker of this era. Of course, he still had some skills, but he wanted to be a king in the future, which was not very related to the tattoos on his body. He also brought his wife here today, who was the old lover of the first consul. In this way, Bernadette was considered the brother-in-law of Napoleon's elder brother Joseph. This relationship was very important. However, Solovyov really didn't find anything about this lady that Bonaparte liked. This might be the tale of one pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years after giving birth to a child. Now she doesn't look very smart. General Moreau came over and started chatting with his old colleague. Solovyov's attention was not on them, but on observing the people present in the salon today. To confirm the wind direction today, Madame Rakemia came to the salon wearing Greek slippers and lay down on her French chaise longue. This posture was really beautiful, and she sat there intentionally or unintentionally, showing off her beauty without losing her coquettishness. She looked like this, but in fact she still maintained her innocent body until now, but her chest and white shoulders looked no less than the little fairy in Petersburg, and even because of her slender figure, her figure was very outstanding. If Lowissa was as magnificent as her, and a little healthier and more lively, Alexander might not have left the poor young queen to go out to find a Polish girl. Speaking of which, the French also like to find Polish women who are lively, enthusiastic, and pious, and can promote stability. When the civil code is promulgated in the future, even the divorce rate can be reduced. But Lowissa looked much purer than this actually innocent lady, and she also lived a simple life. As a queen, besides having a lover, she was also a model of a noble lady. But Solovyov's secret lover obviously also protected the queen's reputation. At least it seemed that it was all Alexander's fault. A poor young queen was at home with children, which was a plus point that could add a lot of points. "Sir, are you from 205 Rue Montmartre?" As Solovyov was observing, a waiter came up to him and asked. "Yes, I'm Baron von Sturlitz. We will be reciting later. Have you prepared any poems today?" "Sir, is today's theme poetry appreciation?" "Indeed, Madam knows that you have some skills in poetry, drama, and novels. Otherwise you wouldn't have sent a letter that looks like a package. At this time, you also need to be prepared. Can you write long or short poems?" "Of course, sir. Your talent is very much appreciated by Madam." However, when the servant saw Solovyov's handsome and delicate appearance, he thought that Madam might like this young man, but the poems he brought out, and his performance at the venue, were the key points. Solovyov had prepared in advance. In the Paris salon, where key politics is more popular, some politics must be involved, or the norms of citizens must be mentioned. In fact, he was not unprepared. Madame Lebrun's son-in-law had a painting that depicted the returning Roman citizens, but only the dead wife and crying daughter were seen. As for the theme he prepared, he remembered the centurion who was passing by, Lucius Uranus. Even though he had been here for many years, the centurion's story still impressed him. As for the previous one, he stayed for too long, and this long poem didn't know what he wanted to express. Anyway, the preface and the postscript didn't make sense. The people who were listening, even some celebrities who were just here to make an atmosphere, began to shake their heads. After seeing this, Solovyov was sure that his level must be better than this person. At least he was very well prepared. "Well, Baron, it's your turn now." "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Baron Maximum Otto von Sturlitz from Augsburg. You may have heard recently that he killed 6 people in a day's honor duel in the Bastille-Chaumont. This happened to me. Don't be surprised, I'm not a combative person, but people who like writing and poetry have a temper and will inevitably use knives and guns. Of course, now is in Madame Rakemia's salon, and I'm honored that the lady can give me such an opportunity." Of course, when Madame Rakemia saw such a handsome young noble, her eyes began to shine, just like the portrait painted by Jared on her wall. Madame Steele was next to her, and she whispered in her ear, "He is a cute little brother, naughty, impulsive and a little naughty." Solovyov felt that sometimes. The Skunk Prince in Looney Tunes is indeed more realistic, and he is really a French skunk. But he didn't hear this. It was mentioned in Madame Rakemia's reply to him many years later. "Julie, you have to pay attention to your performance. A handsome appearance is like your beauty. The key lies in his talent and whether he has valuable qualities. What I brought is a long poem. The background is after Caesar returned from the expedition to Gaul. It tells the story of a centurion and a veteran of the legion. If you have read the Gallic War, you may have some impression of Lucius Cyrinus, because he and Titus Pullo, another centurion of the 11th Legion, fought bravely in the battle with the Gauls. Moro and Bernadette were a little interested, although they didn't like Caesar, Caesar's civil and military skills, his abilities in these areas, and the fact that he was a very versatile writer. His level was not inferior to Cicero, who made a living by speaking and writing. As for the 23 knives, that was a matter for the future. Interesting young man. Looking at his straight posture, I can conclude that he used to be a soldier, maybe a Russian officer. Victor, do you mean he once served in the Russian army? There are many officers like this from all over the Alemannia in Russia, and even their tsars and queens. Bernadette also agreed with Moro, and then Solovyov's performance on the stage was still very outstanding, especially his accent made the lady feel familiar. This strong southern French accent, although it is further south than her hometown of Lyon, is closer, like the accent of Marseille. Dear, I don't think this is a long poem that makes people feel happy. Desiree heard the meaning in it. In fact, everyone present could understand that this story is not so pleasing. After all, there are indeed people who do this in the rear. It's a bit ironic, especially in Paris. But who dares to duel with him, even if he has a gun in his hand? Bernadette, my dear friend, he looks gentle, but he is not easy to mess with. Even if Michel is called, he may not be his opponent. Nee. If it's a sword fight, I think Nee can beat him. After all, such a thin and beautiful boy, even if he is an excellent gunman, may not be good at fighting, but he may have some skills in shooting or commanding troops. When Moro heard this, he remembered that he was defeated by a shriveled old man. Suvorov's movements were too fast, and he didn't expect that Solovyov was the last disciple of the old man. Although his skills were too late to be taught, he was a miscellaneous person and could only rely on self-study. However, the ladies and young ladies present were more interested in the handsome young man, especially since he looked like he was in his early 20s. It was just a little murderous in his gestures, which was felt by the soldiers. At the same time, some middle-aged people began to worry about their young wives, especially the baron who came up there. Such a tragic story is in line with the impression of the Romans. After all, he still has 2 brushes, but he didn't dare to show his identity. Fortunately, no one who knows him is here today. The world is not that big. He really has acquaintances in Paris and nearby places. Mrs. Lebrun recently took her daughter and son-in-law to Montargis. If he comes back in a few days, Solovyov may have to expose his identity when he meets this family. In addition to the fact that he is a baron and came to Paris from abroad, the other content is the address of 205 Montmartre Street, which is true. After his recitation, it was Mrs. Steele who commented first. A sad story. I really hope that this kind of thing will not happen in France. As for this idea, it is impossible to describe it in detail. In the end, the old soldier of the Legion found the sacrifice. In order to avoid being too explosive, the content has been changed a lot. At least the ending sounds good or bad. Madam, in any country, officers and soldiers serving on the front line should be given a chance, including generals. I don't mean to offend you. He looked at Moro when he said this. All soldiers' relatives should be taken care of. I have served in the army before, and served as an adjutant. Even a lady often worries about her husband. The effect was good. He didn't expect what he wrote to be impressive. These ladies were more concerned about their faces. Chapter 221. Madame Ray came here in the salon on Mont Blanc Street, Part 2. After reciting, Solovyov came down and passed in front of General Moro, who invited him to sit down. I'm General Moro, Baron von Sterlitz. You performed well and should be a young officer, but your steps show that you are not from Augsburg, but from Russia. Why do you say that? I have only seen Russian officers walk like this. Although we were defeated by Marshal Suvorov in Italy, we have captured Russian officers in some sporadic battles. Even if your accent is impeccable, it will be exposed with your walking posture. Do you want to know my real identity? Or do you think I'm pretending? Perhaps you are an officer who has served in the Russian army, with the rank of captain or major, that's my guess. Solovyov didn't want him to know that he was a military attaché of the Russian embassy in Paris, and the Paris police department had not noticed his whereabouts so far, so there was no need to reveal his identity at this time, but some things could be said nonsense. My father did serve in the Russian army. I was in Odessa when I was a child. It's not strange that he walks like this. That's right, but how did you come up with the idea of using such a centurion character? Because I'm very familiar with the original text of the Gallic Wars. Even though many people think that Caesar is a tyrant who should be eliminated, it should be noted that he did not kill his colleagues in the Senate, but welcomed them back and eventually died by the sword. Your point of view is interesting. Caesar is indeed a charismatic person. Bernadette's words actually made Solovyov think that he should be an opportunist, unlike Moreau, who always insisted on republicanism, even when he served the Tsar, and Napoleon had his ambitions. Both of them were very determined, but he was not, and he was very lucky, and could pick up leaks. It can be said that his title, inexplicably, became the one who survived among the many royal families changed by the French Revolution. However, considering Louis's position, Solovyov will try to make Louis's nephew, Crown Prince Gustav, the Swedish monarch in the future. Besides, he really doesn't like Bernadette, so he can only be polite on the surface. In this way, he still needs to work hard now. If he becomes a colonel or a general, he may be able to play a role. If he is just a lieutenant colonel of the guards now, it is not enough. But it does not mean excessive tolerance. For some enemies, such as the enemies of the French Republic, we should resolutely strike. Including the British. I think no one should be friendly to the British. You are General Bernadette, right? Yes, Baron. We know each other now. What do you want to say? I think at the diplomatic level, whether it is Britain, France, Russia, or the Austrian court in Vienna, they all need a divided Europe, not a united one, especially in the German region. They will probably. Desiree was listening to Solovyov speaking in French with a high-pitched Marseille accent. She was confused. It was obviously his hometown dialect, but now she couldn't understand it. Your Marseille accent, sir, makes me doubt whether I'm from Marseille. Mrs. Bernadette, you worry too much. I think diplomacy is a complicated art. You sound like a diplomat, Baron von Sterlitz, not a general. General Moreau, you know that sometimes in diplomatic occasions, you also need to mobilize your opponent, just like attracting the enemy's attention on the battlefield, like Alexander the Great crossing the river in India, to find a suitable ferry, or like, in the Italian War, I mean the war in 1799, the Russian army's inappropriate mobilization led to their initial crossing of the river being ambushed. How do you know? I heard from the Austrian cavalry who participated in the war that the Russian army's actions at the time were a bit rash, and it didn't seem like a decision that Suvorov could make. So that was also a very small tactical victory, and we almost lost Italy in the end. Then there was Emperor Franz in Vienna. He made a stupid mistake and forced Archduke Karol and Suvorov's armies to be mobilized, which eventually led to a complete defeat on the Swiss battlefield. This also determined that the two battlefields could not communicate with each other, and finally they were defeated one by one in 1800. First there was the decisive victory of Marengo, and then there was a more thorough victory in Hohenlinden. It is hard to imagine that the Austrian emperor would send his young brother as the commander-in-chief. It was not surprising to lose the battle, and it was such a terrible defeat. He completely ignored the most basic rules of war. Not everyone is Alexander, who can perform well in the Battle of Charonia when he is just starting out. Solovyov also praised Moreau. After all, the Battle of Hohenlinden was the last decisive battle in the Second Anti-French Alliance. Austria would make peace and withdraw from the war from then on. Although the opponent played very badly, Warissa was an old acquaintance of Solovyov, so it was not easy to say much. Moreau was always calm, which was sometimes useful, if nothing else was considered, but it was not a good thing for him during the conspiracy from 1802 to 1803. His continued association with some friends eventually led to his expulsion from France, and when he returned to Europe in 1813, it was a different story. Ah, what you said is very interesting. I think if you continue to return to the army, in time you will have a very good military resume, and perhaps even become a general. However, the Army of the Republic does not need foreigners outside the French mainland and colonies. To hire an officer from the German region, you usually have to go to Prussia, Austria, or Russia, or even the Ottoman Empire. Do you also want to be a bey or pasha? No, that's not very good. If you go to the army, you should know the meaning of drawing a sword. But when you drew the gun, you did not hesitate. You can see that the feeling is fed with a large amount of bullets. You don't need to go to the scene to know, because it's in the newspaper. All hit the vital points. What a good shooter. These people died in vain. Yes, Bernadette, these people died in vain. Bernadette and Moreau were like performing a crosstalk, singing in unison, and commenting on the fate of these fools. At least we should know our opponents. The streets of Paris have been full of hostility over the years. Perhaps the appearance of this baron will reduce the number of people dueling. I don't want to cause trouble. After all, I'm still single. My father is still counting on me to bring a girl home and inherit his business after marriage, even though it's just a few estates. Paris is a good place. Maybe you'll find a girl you like. Both Moreau and Bernadette were married, but it didn't affect Moreau's frequent visits to Madame Recamia's salon, and Bernadette always brought his wife. In particular, Moreau noticed that Madame Recamia and Madame Steele were looking at them while discussing something. The poems recited on the field were also lengthy, but they didn't make any sense. Solovyov consciously didn't perform well, but others were worse than him, and after a while, someone came to express his feelings to him. Young man, your poems might be more meaningful if they were turned into scripts or novels. We are filled with too many stories about Caesar and Brutus, but few people care about the common people. No one writes about the little people in Rome, and no one writes about the little people in France. But sir, I have only just arrived in France, and there is no telling when I might leave again, just like a migratory bird. That doesn't matter. Maybe you can change these stories and then perform them in a theater. You don't even need to be a playwright. Just tell the story and work with some playwrights who are good at beautiful words, and you can still be successful. Then thank you too, sir. This is just a suggestion. Young man, you are so smart. You have a chance to succeed in anything you do. Thank you. After the gentleman left, Moreau mentioned it inadvertently. If you are a diplomat, it may be appropriate, but you also need to hide the sharpness of your words, so that it will be useful. That must be like your country's foreign minister Mr. Talleyrand. He will definitely emphasize the two L's. Haha, very vivid. Mr. Talleyrand did emphasize that. After leaving the salon, Solovyov still had to go back to 205 Montmartre Street. He didn't expect that Madame Recamia had some interest in him, but it was not strong enough. Perhaps in the future, he would need some opportunities to come to this salon. After returning to the apartment, Solovyov didn't say much. He was not in a hurry to write anything, but just wanted to analyze his experience in the salon today. However, he didn't come to any conclusion. Even if he went to the next door to see Pierre, he wouldn't be able to analyze anything. This gentleman is really very stupid. When he returned to the embassy, Count Morkov encouraged him to continue his activities in the salon. There are actually benefits to doing this. Whether you are in your real identity or this alias, you will know more about social occasions in Paris, especially these salons, than in other places. Moreover, the theme between Russia and France is still friendship. Even if Solovyov goes out with his real identity, there may be a policeman or some scouts following him wherever he goes. He is not worried about this. He has some anti-reconnaissance capabilities. The French police may think of it, but they will not notice it. At least in the apartment at 205 Montmartre Street, except Adela, who can enter his bedroom to clean. It is unlikely for others to enter. At the same time, in the Recamia residence on Mont Blanc Avenue, the lady has shown some interest in Solovyov and hopes that he can come to the salon later. This is expected. After all, Parisian ladies like young, handsome, and talented men, and as an embellishment in the salon, sometimes the more such people there are, the better. But Solovyov's interest is not only in poetry and military affairs, even gathering intelligence is secondary. He is more concerned about the content of paleontology. In this regard, he wanted to visit Cuvier. After all, in St. Petersburg, scholars always made some mistakes in their judgments about some animal fossils, and the authority in this regard can be said to be mainly in France. During the Enlightenment, a large number of scientists emerged in Britain and France. No matter which direction they were in, there were still many who were beheaded with the guillotine. Such scientists in the leek field do not have such a high output rate under the population size of the 21st century. However, Mr. Cuvier was not at home, so Solovyov had nothing to do, and Madame Rakamia's salon was not always held. Even if she met a gentleman alone, it was just a taste. The young lady always maintained a state of being close and distant. She was very good at this, and would leave some impression on others. As for a stupid question, he also tried to ask it in some streets and alleys. If there were old soldiers who were hunted down by the Russian army in Italy, they were captured and survived and returned to Paris, they would probably say, "Damn it, the Russians have come to Paris to post missing relatives notices." The search for relatives is also coming to an end. Count Morkov received an order to attend a public reception held by the first consul of France. At this time, he had to go with a military attaché. Solovyov thought that in such a place, he would definitely meet Moreau and others, and also meet Napoleon. This situation is not good. Anyway, his disguise will be exposed one day, so it is better to be generous and directly have one identity in public and another in the salon. Of course, he was not excited, and his heartbeat did not speed up. It was probably like this when he was with Sylvia and Louisa in the past. He had seen too many people in Europe. Even that man looked like a sturdy Italian, and he might become an Italian fat man in the future. Maybe Italians, in his stereotype, are all flexible fat people, sometimes with beards. Count Morkov accepted the invitation to the Tuileries Palace. Regardless of what this place will become in the future, it is also in the city center of Paris. The French king stayed here before he went to Versailles, and stayed here after he came back. Whether it can continue to exist in the future depends on what happens in Paris, and whether it is burning, and it may burn more than once. Chapter 222, the first consul arrives at the Tuileries Palace. To go to the Tuileries Palace, you always have to wear a military uniform, and then wear medals. In particular, Solovyov has a medal that is quite conspicuous, which is the second-class cross of the Order of Malta. After Tsar Paul was murdered by von Palan in a coup, this medal was no longer issued. It is indeed interesting for him to meet Napoleon, who is still the first consul, in a public capacity. After all, the classic skin of this man's life has not appeared yet. The first consul's outfit is still red, which is quite eye-catching. Following Count Morkov into the Tuileries Palace is still a relatively novel experience, and this palace will be gone in the future, so he will not have the experience of coming in at this time. Because he has no impression of this place, just like the Louvre does not have the glass pyramid. Now he wants to write The Phantom of the Louvre played by Sophie Marceau into a novel or adapted script. After all, this matter is also quite impressive, but he doesn't know how to show it on the stage. Even now the three major drama systems do not exist. At that time, he may have to think of some ways. Inside the Tuileries Palace, there were diplomats from various countries, as well as Parisian celebrities and many generals. Mishap, when you are here, don't talk too much. You should only speak when you are asked. I understand, Mr. Ambassador, there are things that cannot be said. Napoleon was meeting with diplomatic envoys one by one. Today's reception was quite large, and would last for a long time. When it was Count Morkov's turn, Solovyov could see the expressions of Napoleon and Mr. Talleyrand, who was leaning on a cane, from behind. Mr. Talleyrand was expressionless as always. If he lowered his head, he would not know what he was thinking. However, if he went to the church in London, he might have to turn Britain into a prison, at least Solovyov thought so. At this time, perhaps a Black Knight or Mr. Bean agent would be needed. Napoleon himself did not like Count Morkov, but he was interested in the young man behind him. Count Morkov, the young officer behind you, is he the new military attaché of the embassy? Yes, Mr. First Consul, from St. Petersburg, Lieutenant Colonel Solovyov, who used to serve in the guards of our emperor. I'm always interested in young soldiers. You can ask him to come to me and introduce himself at the beginning of the reception. Napoleon didn't know why he was eyeing Solovyov, maybe because he was really handsome and pleasing to the eye. Anyway, he and Josephine didn't know that Josephine's cousin could actually live in St. Petersburg, and this was their cheap nephew. Solovyov also didn't know that this man was his cheap uncle, and Josephine was his aunt, because Paulina and Anton were really distant relatives on both sides. The first consul seems to be very interested in you, and you can go and meet him, no matter your military rank or title. Isn't this inappropriate? I know this arrogant consul doesn't like me, but he is interested in you. If you can talk well, our pretty boy may be able to win the approval of the first consul and the people around him, which will also be helpful in diplomacy. Okay, Mr. Ambassador, I'll go there when the time comes. He also saw that Moreau and Bernadette were both there, and his appearance was not a common face. Because he was handsome, the rate of turning back was still not low. After all, people could feel impressive. There was no need to disguise himself in the future, and the people of Paris knew not to duel with Russian sharpshooters easily. There were banquets and dances at the reception. After all, it was like this in the court. Solovyov had experienced it a lot in St. Petersburg in the past, although he always stood by and watched. The people of the Bonaparte family also appeared here one after another. Of course, Napoleon's mother Letizia was missing. There were also his second sister Bonaparte and brother-in-law General Leclerc in Haiti, as well as Napoleon's stupid brother Jerome, who was hiding in the United States because he accidentally shot a British frigate at sea. Of course, General Leclerc's life was about to end due to the influence of yellow fever. Many generals, civil servants and bankers in Paris came today, as well as various socialites and salon hostesses. It was very lively. There were also actresses such as Miss Mars and Miss George. Solovyov knew that Miss George was a competitor of another actress, Miss Duchess Nova, but the supporters of these two were called Georgians and Kolchis respectively. You like to name places in Georgia for no reason. Moreover, the figures of these two young ladies, one plump and the other thin, no wonder they attracted the fans tit for tat. Miss George, at this age, has already attracted Napoleon's attention. Solovyov found the right time to go over and sneaked over along the window. Strangely, these two young ladies were taken care of by the first consul and his wife. It was just that Josephine was interested in Miss Duchess Nova's performance skills, while the first consul was interested in Miss George's stage performance and her plump figure at such a young age. I'm afraid she will be more spectacular in the future. However, Solovyov could not appreciate Miss George. He was not very interested in this kind of thing. You are the new military attaché of the Russian embassy. You are really young. Napoleon was sometimes so straightforward in a civilized country. And he was also very satisfied with Solovyov in one thing, that is, his height was about the same as his own, because the young man's figure made him look stronger, and he didn't have the height difference like General Orgero. Yes, General Citizen, or rather, His Excellency the First Consul. He was indeed a bit rude, Solovyov thought. Sometimes he also wanted to agree with Mr. Talleyrand's point of view. After all, the Tsar was a civilized man. But as a diplomatic military attaché, he still had to maintain diplomatic etiquette and basic politeness. How old are you? Solovyov remembered a famous joke, but he couldn't laugh. He had developed the skill of holding back laughter over the years. 21 years old. How many years have you been in the army? I started serving in Moscow at the age of 13, which is already 8 years, from a sergeant to a lieutenant colonel. Very quickly. I see that you have won 2 medals, and you must have been on the battlefield. But it should be noted that, if Solovyov accidentally told the truth, he would reveal the gun he designed. Although it was not completely confidential, some things should not be said. Yes, sir, I have been to Italy and Switzerland, and learned a lot from the teachings of the Grand Marshal Prince Suvorov. Unfortunately, I encountered the French army in the process of practice. This medal was awarded by His Majesty the late Emperor Paul himself, and I was enlisted in the guards because of this. The father of your current Tsar was also a friend of mine. I feel sorry for his death. After all, he was an upright and honest monarch, which is a very rare virtue. However, Napoleon was still interested in Italy. Otherwise, after a few simple greetings, Solovyov would have returned to his original position, and would have gone to the dance floor to dance. and although the first consul had a sharp tongue, he was not as arrogant as he would be after becoming an emperor, at least not that arrogant. I'd like to hear your evaluation of the campaign in Italy. At your age, you are about the same age as Eugene, and perhaps you have your own judgment. Do you mean, from 1796 to now? Yes, Italy has changed hands several times, and is now in the hands of France. The biggest setback was caused by the Russian army. If it were only the Austrians, it would not have progressed so quickly. To be precise, General Citizen, it should be the Russian Expeditionary Corps with the cooperation of the Austrian army. We only brought light cavalry. If there were no Austrian cavalry following on the battlefield, some battles would have been difficult to fight. On the battlefield, the coordination of each branch of the arms is very important, just like your artillery is organized very well. Napoleon smiled when he heard someone complimenting him, and he also benefited from it. Also, the tenacious Russian infantry and the brave Austrian cavalry, soldiers of various countries have their own strengths, and of course they must be brought into play. As for your dispatches in the war from 1796 to 1797, you eventually defeated the Austrians and achieved a brilliant victory, which is undeniable. And as for Marengo, General Melas could only get a lost victory after reporting the victory. Hahaha, a lost victory. It sounds like the incompetent cry of a loser. Victory is definitely not achieved through memoirs, diaries, and various comments. It can only be achieved on the battlefield. Also, I don't want to hear too much about me. How was your role, General Suvorov, when he came to Italy? Alexander Vasilievich, in any case, was Solovyov's master. Although he no longer had the energy to teach his last disciples, including his son Arkady, the relationship between the master and the apprentice was still very deep. What I want to say is, General Citizen, from 1799, that is, the 7th year of the French Republic, if General Kray had not stopped General Schur's attack in the Verona area, this battle might have lasted longer. However, based on General Schur's performance there, he can be said to have foolishly ruined the French army's strength, otherwise the subsequent advance would not have been so fast. It's like pushing in the opposite direction according to your actions in 1796. That's a bit of the meaning. The action was very fast, but it was also, because of the commander's stupid behavior, that he almost lost Italy in the end. Napoleon's personal opinion often had various boomerangs at different times, but he still attached great importance to Suvorov's actions. Moreover, General Schur was captured, the commander-in-chief of the corps was captured, which is worse than losing every battle. Then, this thing was done by Solovyov, and he couldn't say much. However, due to the disagreement within the coalition forces, a stalemate was reached in the end. However, this can also be said to have reversed the entire war situation, until your army crossed the Alps, just as our predecessors had done. Our Russian army also advanced through the St. Gotthard Pass. It was a difficult march. Because of the situation in Zurich, we could not achieve our goal, and had to leave the battlefield, and go to Liechtenstein. This Marshal Alexander Suvorov, I'm very interested in him, but unfortunately he died of old age. He was not as arrogant as when he tore the anti-French alliance apart continuously. He was still interested in competing with opponents he had never defeated. I was by Alexander Vasilievich's side at the time. From a personal perspective, he taught me some art of war, but the time we spent together was too short. I was too young, and the Marshal was too old, which was also a pity. Well, General Citizen, I will take my leave first. Napoleon also thought this young man was interesting, and he also saw Moreau's expression. As for what the Russian military attaché did in Paris, what would his reaction be after he knew it? Also, Solovyov was quite flexible in his mind. He was not stupid enough to ask for relatives in front of Napoleon. If he was so stupid, this problem might have been solved today. After he retired, he also wanted to go dancing, but choosing a dance partner was also a problem. This was not the same as in St. Petersburg, and there were still a few ladies here today, especially Mrs. Rakamiya. She seemed to be tied to a recliner, leaning there, watching the people on the dance floor dancing. It looked very funny, and some people were absent today. Although Louis was seen, his wife did not attend the reception because of pregnancy, and Napoleon did not come to the dance floor today, just sitting there. It was really like Caesar, admiring his own imperial reflection there, although he was not an emperor yet. When Moreau saw Napoleon, he couldn't help but think in this direction. General Moreau, we meet again. I didn't expect, Baron, that you would appear in your true identity, which is more appropriate. There will be girls in Paris who like young officers like you, even though you are a foreigner. There are also many foreigners in Russia, including my stepmother. When I was in St. Petersburg, there were areas where French immigrants lived. No matter what the reason for coming to Russia, many people were there. So, in a sense, you are still a relative of us French? Maybe, General Moreau, and I have been on the opposite side of your front line and participated in the entire Italian campaign, especially the 4 days of the Battle of the Trebia River and the Battle of Novi. I hope there will be no war between us. Peace is best. If he was not so smart, he might have become a relative today. Even with General Moreau, he could have a general idea. Chapter 223. Online writing routines are not suitable for French theater. After meeting Napoleon, he couldn't just stand there at the reception. When he wanted to talk to Moreau, he had to consider his own status as a diplomat. This general was very interesting. Although he also gained a lot of benefits in the war, his property was only 2 valuable properties. One was on Mont Blanc Avenue, close to the official residence of the Rocanias, which he acquired in 1799. The other was a castle purchased from Barras, who was exiled in Belgium, for 200,000 francs in 1801. As the son of a lawyer, if there had been no French Revolution, he might have followed in the footsteps of his father and elder brother to become a lawyer. Moreover, Moreau was very clean in the judicial and financial aspects, and was very cautious in politics. He had some prestige in the Rhine army and the Italian army system, and no one put all the blame for the failure on him. It was precisely because of this that Napoleon used and guarded against him. Who knew what he would do next? If he didn't do it, someone would do something else, and use his name to do it. Because of this, he had to quietly leave Moreau's place. He couldn't be alone in the salon. But his luck was not very good. As soon as he walked to the side, a lady invited him to dance. You were talking to the first consul just now, a young man from Russia. Yes, madam. What do you want to say? Nothing. I just want to invite you to dance with my daughter. Sorry, madam, I have something else to do. Over there, our ambassador is there. Let the lady's daughter dance with others. Solovyov had to go back to find Count Morkov and explain everything clearly. Is that so? Yes, I'm very curious about the first consul's ideas. His way of thinking is different from others. Your ideas are also very strange, mishap, but the consul seems to like you very much. No, he is interested in the command system of the Russian army. There are some things I can't say. You did the right thing. If there are any, you can't say them either. But if it involves cultural exchanges, can I talk about it? Of course, I think it will be interesting. Those contents without political metaphors, I think we can take them out, and the French are very crazy about Egypt recently. Count Morkov also knew about the French's recent interest in Egypt. Solovyov was also a wonderful person. He actually knew that the routines used in online articles were all left over from Dumas. Therefore, whether he was a plagiarist or had to adapt something, he always had to fit in with the current trend. For example, the Rosetta Stone that was dug out was actually related to the Ptolemaic dynasty. The deciphered text on the comparison table started from Greek. You know, the Egyptians like to add a frame to the name of the pharaoh. Besides, Cleopatra is always a very popular story. He already had an idea, just waiting for someone to talk about it. As for the content of the adaptation, it is the Phantom of the Louvre. After all, Sophie Marceau's image is so deeply rooted in people's hearts. Obviously, the fat on the front is far less than that of many female stars, but she looks good. Even when she is old, she is still very charming. When he turned around, he was stopped by Madame Stahl. So you are a Russian diplomat, Baron? Yes, Madame Stahl, and my title is indeed a Baron. Baron Mikhail Solovyov. My family's title is relatively new, and was conferred during the reign of the first Empress Catherine. But your manners are indeed polite and elegant, and at the same time so beautiful. Sorry, this is not so friendly when used to describe young men. But you are really beautiful, like a heroic girl wearing a military uniform, especially with a braid. This is a little habit left over from the past, Madam Steele. You know that our emperor was deeply influenced by Europe, so he still retains some habits of the past era. I really can't help but want someone to touch it. Baron. Madam, since it's hair, of course you can. Your age is considered an elder in my family. That's right. Madam Steele is 36 years old today. She is in good health and wears peculiar clothes. At the same time, she has a particularly outrageous thing. She is indeed a widow recently, but 10 years later, she actually gave birth to another child. If Josephine knew about it, she would be jealous of her vigorous vitality. Ah, you are so honest sometimes. That may be true. For example, when Prince Vasily Dolgorukov and I came to France together, his brother-in-law was my father's superior, and Prince Vasily's wife is younger than you. In this way, she is indeed your elder. Then you are still a polite young man. I think your talent will shine in Paris, not as an officer or diplomat, but as a poet or writer. Yes, ma'am. In my spare time I translate some Chinese novels, poems, and history books into Russian. Why not translate into French? I'm not very confident in my grammar, although I can master this precise and beautiful language proficiently. You can continue to come to our salon, Baron. After all, you have a wealth of knowledge and wisdom, which can be shared. But it should not involve politics. It should be more of a cultural exchange between France and Russia. As for Madame Rakamiya next to her, she was very lazy. The organizer of the salon was not good at writing books herself. Madame Steele has a more obvious advantage in this regard, and she is indeed interested in Solovyov's statement, and she can also write a book on her own. Solovyov has never seen any Russian lady with such sustained creativity, except for Madame Dashkova, whom he has never met. Even Madame Stroganova is better at translating French poetry into Russian. Alexandra writes poetry in her spare time, but her energy is limited, and her works are all lyrical short poems. As for Larissa, she knows a lot, and has a decent appreciation ability, but her creative ability is not that strong. It's a pity that Madame Roland was guillotined, while that lady is more talented, and has clearer political views. After all, the head is gone, and it can't grow back. Tragedy must be avoided after it happens. This is what Solovyov thinks now. And you are also an officer of the guards. You must have met Madame Lebrun in the court of Petersburg. I saw her when she returned to Paris some time ago. Her daughter Julie has become a mother. Time flies. Moreover, Julie mentioned a young officer in Petersburg. Madam, that's me. If that's the case, you are really a brave knight, willing to sacrifice simply for your friends. Madame Steele and Madame Rakamiya were chatting with him here, so he didn't have to go down to the dance floor to dance. As for the people who were secretly observing next to him, they heard too much gossip than useful information, and there was no space to record these remarks. It's just that Julie is my friend, and I was on duty in the court at the time. I happened to find out about the secretary in the British club, and then because of some things, it finally triggered a duel. But his duel was too brutal, 5 dead and 2 seriously injured, and both died after being injured. It sounds like he is not easy to mess with. You also need to pay attention. This is in Paris. I don't want this to happen, but these reckless people can only be said to be some people, just like the Gauls and Germans in ancient Rome. Then nothing has changed. Let's not talk about these things for now. Are we still going to talk about literature? I do have a novel idea, the story of a girl named Lisa who lives near the Louvre. When the outline of the story was told to Madame Steele, Miss George and her sister happened to pass by here, and heard the idea of this multi-act play. It's an interesting story. Mr. Officer, you are a Russian soldier, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be wearing a green uniform. Miss George was supported by the first consul himself, and was his de facto mistress. Although she was too young for Solovyov to ignore, it was also true that she had been supported by Napoleon since her debut. You must be Miss George, but the role of Lisa, how should I put it, is more suitable for a slender lady. But your nose is very suitable for playing Cleopatra's ghost, the stage of gaining immortality in the end, and the part of narrating the story of the past life. In fact, the meaning is very simple, that is, Miss George's figure is indeed not suitable. The script can be modified, and Solovyov's entire story, although some parts are abrupt, is still relatively smooth and novel as a whole. I think this can be tried. Do you have time to complete this script? I will travel to the countryside, and I can improve it gradually when I have time. After all, I'm still very young. If I hurry up, I will be able to complete the first draft soon. But the haunted Louvre. Will the first consul like this idea? Madame Stahl has no intention of offending Napoleon now, but the Louvre is a museum on the other side. Then we should see if it can pass the censorship. I know that Paris actually has censorship just like St. Petersburg. It's just that Paris seems to be more free. In Russia, even our emperor feels it. This can be said. Everyone knows that Alexander and his wife's ideas are still relatively advanced and not conservative. Moreover, the upper class of Russia highly respects French culture. And it also happens that this is a play with a woman as the first protagonist, which is also easier to attract people's attention. At this time, Solovyov can start writing a script when he returns. Moreover, this kind of curious story is more or less brought back by Napoleon himself. The craze for Egypt. Not only the first consul, I'm also very interested in Egypt, and not only Egypt, but also other places. And it really needs special attention to be placed in the salon later, including the selection of roles. During this period, Madame Lebrun returned to Paris, but lived in the suburbs. Solovyov went to her once to visit the lady and Julie, and also brought news about Mary Tsarist. God bless, our poor princess has finally found her home. That's right, and if nothing unexpected happens, she will get married next year. The doctor has checked, and His Royal Highness is in good health. As for who the groom is, we can only keep it a secret for now. Everyone will know by then. Sister their status is such that she will not condescend to a gentleman of too low status even in exile. Although Julie's painting skills are not as good as her mother's, her brain in this area has improved a lot. After all, she has suffered some hardships. And she is very happy. After all, her husband is an art star who won the Rome Prize and has a good relationship with painters in Paris. Even her own family themed portraits, with the background of her parents and husband, have good sales. Plus her slender figure, it is obvious that she is pregnant. It's just like you, but it seems that you will have to let Julie stop writing for a while, madam. At least she can practice sketching. Julie always acts as a model for me, but her basic skills are a little lacking. And you, Michelle, what have you been doing recently? Madam, I'm not a diplomat, but a playwright at this time, and I hope you can help me design the stage composition. If it's you, of course there is no problem, and I have lived in montages for so long, and I'm a little bored. Madam is a famous painter after all, and she has designed these compositions for her customers in mythological themes. And this script always needs stage effects, and it also involves many aspects, especially those writers in the salon. They are also very interested in an Egyptian themed story, and it is mainly adventure and love, and has little to do with political trends and history. Even if it involves an Egyptian queen, it is a queen who appears in the form of a ghost, and even Caesar is not involved. It can be said that many pits have been jumped over, and the police are still a positive image in this, and the Paris Police Department will not come to make trouble. Moreover, Mrs. Lebrun brought a follower from Montages, but this guy looked really hello, I'm Quentin, from Montages. Solovyov almost slapped his forehead. Oh my god, I almost forgot that Montages is more famous in China. It's called Montages. And isn't Quentin Gangdon? Could he be Gangdon's ancestor? It seems that Stupid and Cute are copied from the same pattern. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 A Big Nose by Ozzy is in the theater. Oh my god. But there shouldn't be someone as stupid as Gangdon, who is so stupid that he can reach the ionosphere, right? Solovyov thought so, and he also found that Quentin was not very smart, and he kept talking. But he wouldn't fight with others for no reason, although he was tall and strong, with a big nose, a typical Gallic strongman, the kind who could knock Romans away with one punch. If he was thinner, this big nose would look very much like Mr. Joseph Fauci. Of course, the Minister of Police would not be so stupid. Just say whatever you want to say, but you really look like, you know, sir, a gentleman like you who comes from a foreign country is not the same as us in the countryside. Ah, I'm from the countryside too, a countryman in a foreign country, you know. Does a foreign country also have to be divided into provinces and Paris? Oh, hell. There is a Paris in France, but there is no Paris in foreign countries, unless there is a small town that happens to be called Paris. Then where are you from? I come from Russia. There must be provinces there, but no Paris, only Moscow and St. Petersburg, which is the capital of Russia. Solovyov knew that, no matter which era the steel legs were from, they were all tough guys. That's the Paris of Russia? But how can there be two Parises in Russia? He said with a bit of speculation. That's because Russia is very big, much bigger than France. Then there should be many Parises. Oh, damn. Mrs. Lebrun asked you to help me move these props, because you are strong. The lady is a good person, and so is the young lady, that is, Mrs. Gallen. You know, they are all kind-hearted, and the wages are not bad. But if you want to get wages from me, you still have to say a few words sometimes. At least you have to say less when you are working. Although they are both tough guys and bullies, there are always some differences. After all, Solovyov is the boss now, and he doesn't have to chatter all the time. Look, we are here. This is the Theatre de l'Ambigu Comique. Sometimes I don't understand it, and the French is complicated. Sir, do you know what it means? Ambiguity, and comedy, or farce. Although it's not as good as the National Theatre, it's not bad either. Look, it says here that it was founded in 1769, and the first consul was born that year. Quentin, you should know that I'm very patient, don't. He could move these props, but it was hard to say how the theatre would be decorated. This theatre is located on Avenue des Temples in Paris, in the 3rd arrondissement, and plays are often performed there. But it wouldn't be very interesting without this chattering guy. Sir, according to the requirements of this performance, we should also prepare the stage scenery. Although it is not in the National Theatre, it is very suitable for this cultural craze here. You mean, the Egyptian craze, right? Yes, the first consul's expedition in Egypt should be said to be a great cultural victory, allowing the world to better understand ancient Egypt and their 4,000 years of history. Maybe it's even older. Ptolemy ruled there for nearly 300 years, from the Savior to Cleopatra VII. If you can see the Greek documents, you should be able to understand that it is probably close to 5,000 years. The pharaohs not only ruled Upper Egypt, but also Lower Egypt, that is, the river valley and the delta. As Solovyov was talking, a person flew out. Oh, damn, Quentin, what's going on? He started it, sir. Everyone can testify. Obviously, steel leg in any era is like this, with a powerful fist like drinking a magic potion, but this also inspired Solovyov. After all, the guy's punch was very well controlled, and after sending his opponent flying, he didn't suffer too serious injuries. But you shouldn't hit someone like this. Fortunately, the injury from your punch is not serious. Yes, sir. But your follower, I think. Quentin, I think you shouldn't do this. You use too much force. And you must have talked too much. Sir, I think. Oh, shut up first. If you can learn to shut your mouth at the right time, you won't get such a small salary. Who knows what talent market in Montaigne Mrs. Lebrun hired such a talent from, but when he doesn't talk nonsense, he is very reliable. Now let's get back to the point. The scenery of the entire theatre should be made into the scenery of the Louvre. However, when switching between each scene, we must also consider the subsequent transition, especially the part involving Egypt. The scenery must be quickly replaced and then taken back. Sir, don't worry, our scenery is still very professional. In addition, although it is a drama, it also needs music, which should be mysterious and preferably have an Egyptian flavor. I roughly know how to do it. You can follow this score and orchestration. Okay, sir, I think your idea is not wrong. I hope our first performance will be a success. But you still need to finish the script on time, and then we need to let the actors get familiar with each other in the theater, especially the female lead. I heard that you didn't choose Miss George, and she is not very happy. Although she is 15 years old, she looks older, and has a stronger body, which is different from Lisa's positioning. Lisa should be slender, sensual, sentimental, and mysterious, and at the same time have some knowledge. Solovyov said this, but he leaned towards Louisa unconsciously. So, you chose to invite Miss Volney. She can interpret this role better. It's just that she may not be satisfied with this theater, and I was able to come to your theater, sir, because it was suggested by Madame Rakamiya and Madame Steele. After Mr. Ordino's death, this popular theater always has to have some freshness. It is even more popular than the French theater, and the stage design and scenery here are also unique. Your idea is also very interesting. I think at this time, the scenery to be designed should have some unique ideas on the stage. You also perform puppet shows and pantomimes here. Children play the roles instead of puppets, and they are more expressive. Yes, sir, we can also discover some good actors. As for the female lead, Miss Volney, she made her debut in 1801, and is only 16 years old this year. The role she plays is originally inclined to be a young girl. She should be able to master such a role very skillfully. Moreover, for a girl who has just been accepted as a member of the Drama Association, it doesn't matter if there are some flaws. Which gentleman or lady is guiding Miss Volney? It is Mr. Dezingu, a professor of the drama class of the Conservatory of Music. He served Marshal Duke Richelieu before the Revolution, and later at the French theater. This gentleman is indeed a bit unlucky, but now the court theater also needs a director, and the academy needs professors to train actors. He returned during the directory period. The teaching tasks may be more than the performances. Moreover, this time Mr. Dezingu will play an old policeman, which can be regarded as the promoter of the plot. It is not easy to find a male actor. He needs to have a worker's temperament, a decorator, and be younger. It is difficult for these actors to play the role. However, Mr. Dezingu still thought of a way, which is to find Figaro. I'm old. I was 38 when I played Figaro. Now I have no problem playing an old policeman. But this young man also needs to pay attention to his temperament. Actors between 25 and 30 are more suitable, but it is indeed difficult to find such a young gentleman. Sir, do you have any suggestions? The director and I are willing to listen to your opinions. Perhaps there is another way to let an actress play the role, but it is more difficult to grasp this. We can't use a girl who is too young. Miss Mars may be able to do it, and after she dresses up, she also has some temperament, like you, sir. Baron, how old are you? Sir, I'm 21 years old this year, maybe a little young. In addition, I have no performance experience. It's a pity. If you are trained, you may become an excellent actor. But I'm a foreigner, a soldier, and in fact a diplomat. That's very regrettable. Although you are a noble, I saw that, after you heard what I said just now, you want to change your temperament and become a... You mean I look like a worker? If I'm a decorator, then I might be a painter, like Mr. Auguste Bauvat, a painter who lives in the 8th arrondissement of Paris. Something like that. You have a good temperament. If it's a hobby, you are also suitable to be an actor. In St. Petersburg, his boss is a drama queen. If they don't act all day, everyone will feel uncomfortable. St. Petersburg is especially a big comedy theater. I think I'd better forget it. Writing a script in my spare time is already a headache. Fortunately, I don't need to lead troops like I did in St. Petersburg, and I have more time to devote to literary creation. Well, this script is really interesting, and it incorporates a lot of novel element. So much has been completed in just 1 month. I think it will attract a lot of people when it is performed. No alchemist, that's not what the audience wants. Yes, even if Mr. Beaumarchais was here, he wouldn't want such a crappy script. Even when they're workings and queens, they preferred Figaro. As long as there is no one who claims to be Louis XVIII interfering behind the scenes. Right, Mr. Dezingu. Yes, although you are young, you know a lot about Mr. Beaumarchais's affairs. I also want to watch performances of operas and dramas, all about Figaro, Figaro, Figaro. You are almost singing, sir. You can try. That is a bit difficult, but I can also try it in Italian, although I'm not very proficient in this language. This is indeed difficult, and without the background music, it is almost out of tune. The sense of music is correct, but the tongue will be tight. Bravo, I mean courage, sir, but it is very emotional. However, when Solovyov sings opera, He really sounds like a cat, and the little girl in the countryside of montages must be right. You can even perform a farce. Our theater especially likes this effect. I think there should be some way, such as the follower called by Mrs. Lebrun. Just as Solovyov finished speaking, another person flew over. I have a brilliant idea, a Gallic hero, an extremely strong Gallic warrior Obelix, and a Gallic warrior Asterix who runs very fast and is smart. 2 people. After listening to the outline, Mr. Dzingu also found it interesting. I think the strongman from Montages is very suitable for this role. He is very strong, but he is smart. As long as you don't mind that he is a brute, and for someone who likes to talk so much, maybe it would be more interesting to let him perform this kind of special drama, such as the Gauls fight Caesar and the Egyptian Queen's mission. It is interesting, and the land of France is Gaul. Although the Franks came, the locals are not all Gauls, and the bloodline in Brittany may be purer. But in terms of this kind of dramatic effect, the play of the Gauls fighting Caesar is still interesting to the Republicans. And this kind of funny effect, even for these professionals, they all understand one thing, that is, comedy always makes people laugh. When Quentin heard this, he was still very happy to let him talk freely. But you have to follow the lines. The role of Obelix is tailor-made for you, Mr. Quentin. But, sir, you also have to tell me what Obelix does. Solovyov thought that, although he was also a jerk, at least his brain was still online, not like a steel egg. In fact, he had some talent for playing this specific role. The rehearsal of the Phantom of the Louvre had also begun, and the theater had to promote it to the outside world. The premiere was scheduled for the 10th of the month of Vendôme, and many people who patronized Madame Rakamia's salon would come here to watch the performance. Solovyov noticed that this day was also the birthday of Tsar Paul and his daughter Svetlana. The child was about to turn 1 year old, but his father was far away in Paris, and he didn't know what was going on in Petersburg. Larissa, his father and stepmother, his 2 sisters and his brother Anton, and those friends in Petersburg. However, this performance is also regarded as a diplomatic mission. After all, it is a novel play recognized by Russian playwrights, and the content is relatively novel, so it is worth looking forward to. Chapter 225, the drama premiere on the 10th of the Vincenzo. Before the premiere, all the actors had to come to rehearse. Mr. Dzingu was the instructor of the female lead, Miss Valnay. When he came to rehearse, Solovyov also waited for another helper, Mr. Etienne Vigi, the younger brother of Mrs. Lebrun. He was also a playwright, and Mr. Dzingu even acted in a play written by him. Speaking of which, these were all his own people, and when Mr. Vigi came, he looked at Solovyov and felt a little magical. Except for the blonde hair, green eyes, and whiter skin, it's just like me in my sister's portrait. How great it was back then. How old are you, Baron Solovyov? I'm only 21, Mr. Vigi. It's great to be young. My sister said that when she met you, you looked like me when I was 15, maybe born in a colder place, so you look younger. But now the focus is on how to make the premiere a success. Since the schedule of the French theater has been full for a long time, the Théâtre de l'Ambassade Comique Theater, which is popular but always has time for new scripts, has only filmed 2 performances a week, and the premiere is on the 10th of the month of Vendôme. Mr. Vigi came here because he knew that this young man saved his niece's marriage, and his sister was very familiar with him, so she asked him to help. His previous political stance was Girondist, and his sister was Queen Marie Antoinette's best friend and royal painter, and she suffered a lot, so he was also looking for some new directions, instead of the past political direction. Moreover, he came here to make the script more in line with the tastes of the French. With his creative level, there should be no problem. His scripts have been screened at the French theater many times. Although they are not top tier, there are also some outstanding actors who will perform in his plays. As for the script of Heroes of Gaul you mentioned, it still needs to be performed in a large theater, especially a good stage environment. Otherwise such an exaggerated stage performance cannot be done. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Vigi. You helped my dearest sister and niece Julie, so of course I have to help you. In fact, I think you were merciful when you were in St. Petersburg, otherwise you would be like the 6 unlucky guys in Butchermont. After all, he was also the secretary of a big shot. Although the wife's friend helped me settle this matter, there are many connections involved, and it is not that simple. Mr. Vigay did not ask about this topic anymore, but helped Solovyov and Mr. Dazingo to adjust the script, as well as some details that needed to be corrected in the theater affairs. I think this is great. Also, my sister is always like this. She designed such a gorgeous background, just to show the scene of the Louvre. To be honest, it can be omitted. But there are also advantages. Putting all the portraits copied by Julie here can also help her promote her. Madam has always said that her method of capturing the emotions of the characters is very delicate, but her basic skills are too poor. My niece's background is okay like this, but when the time comes, we have to put the production steps here. The last scene, the scene where the decorator has to save Lisa, needs coordination and some theatrical effects. For example, use smoke bombs. I think this is possible. Use some white smoke. I have knowledge in this area and can cooperate with the use of a few smoke canisters on the side of the stage, and then do a good job of ventilation and fire prevention. That makes sense. It's still a good idea that active military personnel can think of. Mr. Vigay also watched the rehearsal, thinking about the fact that Mr. Dazingo had performed his play in 1792. Many things have changed in France now. Perhaps this is more needed. It looks thrilling, but has some romantic stories as a means of adjustment. As for romance, there is a lady named Romany, who is often called Ms. D. Romance. She is a friend of my sister, and is often in Paris. If you have something to do, you can go to her. Moreover, this lady has a good relationship with Etienne Vigay and his wife, and is also a painter who is resident at the French Theatre. If you have connections, you can also use them here. Mr. Vigay is also a good person. Perhaps Solovyov has a shadow of his teenage years. Thank you, Mr. Vigay, but I have some ideas about poetry. I wonder if you can help? After all, Mr. Vigay is also an expert in poetry criticism. He is the successor editor-in-chief of the poetry evaluation magazine Muse Almanac. He does have skills. The previous editor-in-chief was sent to the guillotine in Lyon. With his nose for the political trend, he would definitely have no problem becoming the editor-in-chief of a newspaper in Paris, especially in 1815. In the past, he was the secretary of Louis XVIII's wife, and only turned to the Girondists after the revolution, but Solovyov didn't know this, and could only notice that he might take a similar position, based on his words. If it's poetry, of course it's also good. What do you need me to know? You know, Russia and China are neighbors, and naturally from border trade, we can directly obtain some books from China. In terms of culture, I thought of, in short, I want to translate some poems, but in terms of the text, I always think it needs polishing. Of course, if you need it, you can come to my house or the editorial office for help. And Mr. Vigay actually got an envelope, which contained a check for 500 francs, a letter and several translated and newly created poems. This kid is really generous, and there is no need for this. Maybe it's because his sister takes good care of him. You know, when Kutuzov wrote to his family about sending money, it usually didn't exceed 500 rubles. Indeed, the discount that Mrs. Lebrun gave his family for painting was already amazing. But Mr. Vigay was not short of money. Although he accepted the check, he also reminded Solovyov in his reply, before the premiere, there must be some publicity. However, considering the strange way of recording days in the Republican calendar, it is very troublesome to use. The correct way to express the 10th of the month of Vincennes is the day of the wine trough of the month of Vincennes. And the stereotypes of Russians are probably related to drinking. On the day of the premiere, many people did come, including Russians in Paris. Pierre also knew his new friend, the military attaché of the embassy in Paris. Speaking of which, he had met his father, Count Kirill Bezukov, but after the count retired, he returned to his official residence in Moscow to recuperate. That was during Paul's time. The theater usually can only accommodate about 1,000 people. The first show was packed because of the cheap ticket price, especially many Russians from abroad. Pierre's tickets were already on the side. Before the premiere, the announcer could be heard mentioning that the play would use special effects on the stage and music, but also pay attention to fire safety. Pierre, my good friend, you are here too? Yes, the playwright is my friend. I even saw him working in his bedroom. Then you must have seen the content. No, Charles, Michel is a serious person. He just told me the outline of the story. It's a suspenseful love story. At least the ending is satisfactory. The details are kept secret. Probably only the actors and the production staff know better. Well, let's see. This outstanding performance may cause a sensation. Then, the background music sounded, which was very exotic. It sounds a bit like Arabic style. No, you should pay attention to the instrumentation, Charles. There is a lyre in it. In short, the story unfolds with narration. Considering the sound effects and the fact that the current performances all rely on the voices of the actors and the music, there can't be too many people in the theater. As for this story, although it has been modified, it still has a suspenseful atmosphere. Even after Mr. Etienne Vigay made the modifications, the whole performance became more compact. It looks good, and it has stage effects, which is quite interesting. After all, puppet shows are often performed here, and there are quite a lot of props prepared. The effect of the first performance cannot be said to be very good. Obviously, Miss Volney's performance was a bit nervous, but considering that her character is still under the spell and mask more often, it is not a big problem. The focus is still on the two main male characters, the decorator and the sheriff. After all, Mr. Dezingu is an old actor on the stage for decades, and he has a good grasp of the role of the sheriff. If he was young, when he played Figaro as the leading actor, the effect would be better. Solovyov himself was backstage, watching the performance of the actors on the stage, and then used a smoke can to render the effect. The stage special effects were okay, and you could even see that the audience in the front row was a little panicked. Next time, this should be cancelled. Special effects are still a bit awkward to use in a theater like this. In this era, it is more effective to use music as the background, and the combination of light and shadow is limited by technical conditions. Using effective soundtracks can better express the needs of the environment, rather than those special effects that seem useful. But you succeeded, Michel. The audience welcomed this play. It was novel and there was some true love. Yes. However, everything else will be handed over to Mr. Vigay. Although he is not a top star in the cultural circle, he still has some connections here. Although he will not be in Paris for too long, the operation of these related dramas, especially the comedies to be launched in the future, still requires experts. Also, the poem you showed me is indeed interesting, but the text needs some polishing. Etienne Vigay admired Voltaire's works very much. When he was in charge of the Musinales, the most poems were published by Mr. Voltaire, who was a famous China fan. Facing this young man, who was also a friend of his sister and niece, it was indeed very interesting to be able to bring real poems from China. He still supported this approach. Another point about this magazine is that it has always been a political weaving during the Republican period, especially the publication of the full text of the Marseillaise in 1793 and Meret's eulogy in 1794. However, Meret's eulogy was written by the Marquis de Sade, a wretched bastard, and it has to be said that it is a black humor with a hint of yellow. The status of this magazine in the French literary world at that time was also an important way for newcomers to land in the literary world before the magazine was discontinued in 1833. In addition, the premiere of the adaptation of The Phantom of the Louvre was relatively successful, so it can actually be tried. 3-act and 5-act plays are still popular now. Things that are too rambling are not suitable for the stage, and even waste time. Printing them out also wastes paper and ink. When there is a suitable medium, I'm afraid this will be very popular. Sometimes I talk a little too much, Mr. Vigay. That's it. However, even if Solovyov lives another 150 years, he will not be able to see the emergence of such a medium. Later, on the Donkey Day of the Vinhedo and the Buckwheat Day of the Vinhedo, performances were carried out according to the announcement, and the effect was still very good. Moreover, Solovyov could use his public identity to participate in literary salons with the adapted script, which was more convenient. Anyway, he would not mention those political issues, and at this stage, there were actually some subtle changes in the political and military circles in France, especially the struggle between the two major systems of the Rhine army and the Italian army. At the beginning, Napoleon once considered asking his sister Carolina or stepdaughter Hortense to be Moreau's wife, but Moreau refused. However, His wife, although she had been very close to Josephine in the past, was very self-righteous and had been instigating behind the scenes. Although General Moreau himself was unmoved, the salons held in General Moreau's house, Madame Rakamia's salons, and Madame Stahel's salons had recently begun to gather a group of people who opposed Bonaparte. At this time, although Napoleon had some grudges in his heart, he still maintained his trust in Moreau for the sake of face, and Moreau himself did not have any clear evidence to participate in any opposition activities. However, whether it was a conspiracy or an open conspiracy, if someone went to meet Moreau secretly in the future, he would not be able to wash it clean. After all, he himself was a Republican, but it did not mean that his family and confidants were. Even his wife and mother-in-law were jealous of Napoleon and Josephine's status, and believed that Moreau should be able to have a higher status. Therefore, Solovyov never went to General Moreau's house to attend the salons held by his wife, especially after giving birth to a son. Madame Moreau became more restless. Sometimes, even if you have gotten rid of the low tastes of the feudal era, you still can't avoid the existence of feudal remnants. When Napoleon became emperor, he did not consider the issue of future generations as much as Moreau's wife did. The vortex was approaching Paris, but many people involved were still unaware of it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.